T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What do you do with a drunken magician? What do you do with a drunken magician? What do you do with a drunk magician early in the morning? Put him in a box and cut him in half. Put him in a box and cut him in half. Put him in a box and cut him in half early in the morning. Way, hey, and up she rises. Way, hey, and up she rises. Way, hey, and up she rises early in the morning. What do you do with a drunk magician? What do you do with a drunk magician? What do you do with a drunk magician early in the morning? Twist his arm until his thumb tips. Twist his arm until his thumb tips. Twist his arm until his thumb tips early in the morning. What do you do with a drunk magician? What do you do with a drunk magician? What do you do with a drunk magician early in the morning? Put him on a live stream and let Nathan host it. Put him on a live stream and let Nathan host it. Put him on a live stream and let Nathan host it early in the morning. Way, hey, and up she rises. Way, hey, and up she rises. Way, hey, and up she rises early in the morning. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Cocktails and Conjuring Conversations, where I just hang out and drink with some magical people, and we talk about things. Today is a very, very interesting day, but before we get to how interesting it is, I'd like to introduce some wonderful, wonderful human beings I have here. We have here Daniel Gestelum. Hi, Daniel, how you doing?
Hey, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. We have Chris Herron.
Pleasure to be here, Nathan. Thank you.
You're welcome. We have Kel Ing.
Hello. How's it going?
Going well. And Yusik Ethan So we have just a whole bunch of fantastic, incredible magicians. Let's go ahead and talk. So today is... Oh, I just realized my camera's probably wicked out of focus. There we are. So today is... let's introduce everyone first. Go ahead, Daniel. Go ahead and tell us about yourself.
Hi, I'm the internet's Daniel Gastelum. I write comic books, I play music in a band called the Squeaky Futons, and I've been a professional magician for 15 years.
Excellent. And if you don't mind my asking, since we're all Asian magicians, would you mind specifying your background?
I am half Filipino.
Half Filipino. Excellent. Great. All right. Chris Herron, tell us about yourself.
Oh, well, I'm a Filipino-American, first generation here in the United States. Mm-hmm. I'm a pantomime and a magician. And yeah, I'm from the Bay Area. So I'm just happy to kind of hang out with you guys tonight. So thank you.
You are very, very welcome. We're excited to have you. Let's see. And then we also have here Kelvin Ing. Go ahead, Kelvin.
My name's Cal. I'm full Chinese in Vancouver, Canada, and I've been performing magic for over 20 years now. Turned professional the last 7 years, and here it is. It's good to be here.
We're excited to have you here. Thank you so much. And then here's Yusik. Tell us about yourself, Yusik.
Hi. I'm from Vancouver also. So I was born in Seoul, Korea, but I grew up completely in Canada. My full-time job is actually as an animator for television cartoons. And I discovered magic. I started getting to magic maybe about 8 years ago, and then started doing it professionally about 4 or 5 years ago. And focus on close-up magic and mentalism.
Fantastic. Thank you, Yusik. And I am, and I'll add everyone's names, there they are. And I am Naathan Phan, the Magic Asian Man, which was a nickname that I developed over the years and just decided to steer straight into the skid. I'm like, you know what? That's way easier to remember than Nathan. How many A's are in Nathan? Is it Fan or Fam? Is that a PH? Is that an F? Sorry. Like, all that stuff, like, you know what? Just F it. Magic Asian Man, let's just make that the website, the Instagram, the everything. Everything except Twitter. I think some kid beat me to Magic Asian Man on Twitter, and I'm waiting for someone to deactivate that account. Or, since I legally own the copyright on, or the trademark on Magic Asian Man, I could just hey, this is mine now, give it. But, I mean... We've been through enough. Anyways, so here we have a wonderful group of Asian magicians, and today is a very interesting day because today marks the 103rd anniversary of a unique event. Of probably the most famous occurrence of a magician dying on stage, notably of the bullet catch. And this magician was called Chung Ling Soo. However, his real name was not Chung Ling Soo. He, in fact, was an American magician of Scottish descent. This is starting to sound like me in reverse. It's weird. Of Scottish descent named William Ellsworth Robinson, who, was a magician for a while and then tried stealing another, I think like an Austrian magician's act, because that Austrian guy was doing like a Middle Eastern act. And so he copied that guy's name, basically, like tweaked a few sounds, and then stole that guy's act. And then a few years later on, Folies Bergère in Paris wanted specifically like an Asian magician or a Chinese magician, and so he adopted the personality of Chung Ling Soo, which he ripped off from Ching Ling Fu, who was an actual Chinese magician, so stole half his act, stole most of his name, and then started performing under Chung Ling Soo. His mistress was his wife, and he had an interpreter, and he didn't speak any English when he's going out and about. Like this, the more you hear about this, the more ridiculous this sounds, and it is all true. So not only did he not only was it racist because he was doing this minstrel show type act where it's just like very, very poor like Chinese and only pretending to speak Chinese and had an interpreter and all this, but he also stole other people's acts and cheated on not only his wife but then his mistress and then that mistress. It was insanity. So just a terrible person all the way around. And then 103 years ago today, he was performing. It was, what is it? The Something of the Boxers. It was his version of the bullet catch. I forget the full name of the act. But basically, bam, gets shot on stage. And allegedly the first words he'd spoken in English since he adopted that character in public were, "Oh my God, something's happened. Lower the curtain." And then he died the next day. So today marks the 103rd anniversary of that happening. And of course, on top of all that, we have a lot of other things happening with the Asian community. And so we're just here to kind of talk about that. We're not here to throw the blame at anybody or to play the victims or to get mad at anyone. We're just here because we are all united in many similarities, and we're here to just kind of talk about it, and we're here to answer any questions you might have. And I'm just now remembering that there are comments coming in that I can absolutely highlight. So while I was singing "What Do You Do with a Drunken Sailor," which was what do you do? I changed to "What Do You Do with a Drunk Magician," which was a bit I just came up with last karaoke session. And Michael Stellman, another magician, waiting for Uber Eats. This is perfect, thank you. Carl used to sing that at Ren Fair. Scott Todd says, hi. Excellent. Hello to everyone watching. Bold of you to call the Squeaky Futons a band, my friend. It is a bold name and a brilliant name. So here we are. So let's go ahead and start right off the gate talking about Chung Ling Soo. Anybody have any thoughts about the individual? Any nifty factoids or anything that I got wrong with that very, very brief cursory description of their life?
Well, I think, Nathan, the actual bullet, the bullet catch was called "Condemned to Death by the Boxers."
Yes, thank you. I knew something about boxers. Yes. Yeah.
So it's an interesting thing. I at first I thought it was just one person shooting at Chung Ling Soo, but apparently, it was this whole act of doing it. So. Yeah, it's a very fascinating act. His whole story is also fascinating, but yet, it can be considered, a little bit risky, even for the time.
Yeah,
because he as an Asian.
Because he actually claimed, I think the character's biography was that his dad was a Scottish missionary.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Or his dad was a missionary, and then that's how they met the mum in Scotland, but in China, but then for some odd reason he didn't speak any English. It was like, he invented this weird history.
Well, isn't there a movie based on that idea? I think it was Edward Norton was in it, or I could be wrong.
The Prestige.
The
Prestige.
So
illusionist.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So
in the Prestige,
easy, yeah.
they do. Okay, so in the Prestige, they do feature an Asian character who does an act. Actually, it's kind of. I think it's actually more of a nod towards Chung Ling Soo, because in the Prestige, they are witnessing this magician, this Asian magician, who is like who does an act where he produces a bowl of water, and then outside the theater, he like kind of hobbles into his carriage. And that act was actually something that Chung Ling Soo, the actual Chinese magician, used to do, is produce a bowl of water as one of his famous acts. And so they were saying that how amazing is it that, the way he walks is to hide the fact that he's holding a bowl of water the entire time, and he carries that on in his everyday life, walking like that, even though there's no need for him to. And so I think that was actually a reference to Chung Ling Soo, but you could also say that was also kind of reference both of them, because Chung Ling Soo refused to speak English in public when he was in character, and so that also is the example of somebody carrying on and extending his performance beyond the theater walls and out into public as well. Anybody else?
I actually know very little about the Chung Ling Soo history.
Chung Ling Soo is the fake one. Chung Ling Soo is the real one.
Yeah,
it's very interesting.
So I know very little, and it's because I was actually avoiding it. I'm actually afraid of the truth in a way, because to hear that someone just took our heritage and just butchered it and destroyed it, it's quite frightening to go back. So. I recently heard on a podcast about going deep into the history of this, and they go into how you literally got famous in North America and left Europe, came into North America with Chung Ling Soo, and literally became famous just making a mockery out of our heritage. So it's really saddening to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. It's wild too, because he did this before. Like, his big claim to fame was with Chung Ling Soo, but before that, he was a magician, and he had like a very limited success, and he had performed for Herman and somebody else, or with them, and then there was an Austrian magician? I have to double check this, but there was an Austrian magician already, doing this to a different ethnicity, doing this to a character. I have to look this up because it's absolutely wild. Just everything that happened.
I don't see in any world today where I can, pretend to be an Indian magician, go to India it's out of this world to me.
It's absolutely mental to think about. And what I will say is, okay, hold on one second. Oh, he also toured in Charles White's minstrel shows. Back then, though, he's performing under the name of Professor Campbell, and really playing up the more Scottish aspect of him. There's a German magician named Max Outzinger who performed under the name of Ben Ali Bey.
Oof.
And then so he took that kind of persona. He stole a bunch of that guy's act and then performed under Ahmed Ben Ali. So he basically took 2/3 of that name. But however, he was performing in the United States, and Max Outzinger as Ben Ali Bey was performing in Europe. So nobody noticed that. And then it wasn't until much later that there was a whole thing with Chung Ling Soo, and Chung Ling Soo found out about him and tried to confront him, but realized there was no money to be made in it, or nobody actually cared, and he kind of dropped the whole issue. It was really, really interesting. Yeah, boy, what just so much interesting. I was saying that even nowadays, you were saying, Cal, how you can't imagine trying to get away with playing an Indian act, and I watched an actual Asian magician try to pull off an Asian act. And when I say that, I mean full-on accent, wore the cap with the braid sticking out of it, with the glasses. It was like watching a white person doing yellowface, but he was actually Asian. doing it. Hello, Victoria, and hello, Cecily. Thank you so much for joining us and listening to us share. And it was just painful. You could feel the entire room just go, and of course, everybody's head swiveled to look at me. He's like, is this okay? And I'm just like, no, 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 the whole time. And even worse, the material didn't match the character. Even worse, to add insult to injury, bad enough that you're offending an entire race of people, and now you're also offending, entire demographic of the entertainment industry. Come on, like, what are you doing?
Pardon my ignorance, because I'm literally, like, out of the loop on all
No, that's fine, that's fine.
Does anybody here know where the names of the tricks come from? So, like, the Chinese linking rings. Where does that come from?
That's a good question. You know who would know? I bet you. I don't know Mike Caveney well enough. Jim Steinmeier might know. Can I text Jim Steinmeier right now and ask him? Hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he would know.
So things like that are kind of like, why do we use Chinese coins, and where did that come from? Like, I'd be curious to know where all that came from. Because these are props that you get in an American magic shop. You don't really, like, you go over to China, the props just look very different. So.
Yeah, that is a good point. For anyone, by the way, who's watching right now, who isn't a magician, because I imagine there are, lots of non-magicians out there watching. If you're not aware, there was a huge phase for a while where, like, Oriental, they call them too, like, Oriental-themed magic was very popular. In fact, lots of, like, props and tricks were decorated in, like, red and gold, or had, like, lotuses or Chinese characters on them, and to this day, people still use things like Chinese coins, which are just random coins with holes in them that I don't think are Chinese.
Yeah.
For aesthetic purposes.
For aesthetic, because it looks cooler. Yeah, that's why. That justifies everything, because it looks cooler.
It's easier to justify. It's easier to justify something looking strange or other if you build it around, hey, this is from a different culture. You're probably not going to Google it. Here's the Chinese linking rings. And the opposite also works. Apparently in Evangelion, there's a whole lot of Abrahamic imagery. And
okay.
Apparently it all means nothing. It's just there because it looks cool.
You know what? That doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, but and because it was foreign and mysterious, and the whole idea of just because something is foreign and unfamiliar and mysterious and is therefore cool or interesting is already problematic to begin with. And I had an idea for a little while to do an act where I was going to do the exact inverse, essentially, where I would show up and I was like, yes. Throughout my travels in the United States, I've discovered many strange and curious, cultures. And now here, from the place of Tennessee, Mobile in Tennessee, like mispronouncing everything horrendously, and do something like with a beer can, or like something like really mundane, or something that is like attributed to some subsect of a white or American culture, and then do exactly what they did to us. Because it wasn't just people who pretended to be Asian, it was also white magicians who was like, look at this rare artifact that I discovered in my travels throughout the Orient. And you're like, the hell is any of this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or I was joking earlier today that what I should do is do a character called Billy Bob Johnson, and tape my eyes open and wear like a wife beater and a baseball cap that's got a Confederate flag. I was like, hi there folks, I'm Billy Bob Johnson. I'm gonna show you some real good magic right here. My assistants are dressed like Daisy Duke. I do Loda Vase, but with a moonshine jug with 3 X's drawn across the front. Like really just like as offensive as I can get with the redneck imagery. Do that.
Nathan,
get my faces. Huh?
You should totally name that character Terry the Wi-Fi guy.
Terry the Wi-Fi guy instead of Larry the Cable guy? Larry the Cable guy or Terry the Wi-Fi guy. That's pretty good. I was trying to play off of like the fact that Chung Ling Soo's real name was William Ellsworth Robinson. I was like, Billy Bob. Oh, well, we already have Robinson, so like Johnson would be good. Oh, excellent. Chris is back. I think he was having some connectivity issues. No worries. It's absolutely fine. I was just telling everyone how I wanted, I think that it would be Turnabout is fair play, so I should do a character called Billy Bob Johnson, which was just the most offensive redneck character possible in whiteface and with my eyes taped open and doing my assistant's dressed as Daisy Duke, and I do Lota Vase but with a moonshine jug and just like as offensive as I can get.
Should we be concerned about your safety if you were to do that? Like, if you were to go there with a red hat,
yeah,
make America great again.
You know what?
It's not good times right now. You're not safe out there.
You know what? Well, I'm already not safe. That is part of the other thing that we're kind of here to talk about is the how the fact of the matter is that overall, hate crimes are down. Over the last year, hate crimes went down, but crimes against Asians went up. And I think the number was something like, and I don't quote me on this, I have to double check the numbers. I think it was like 1,900%. Like they went up 19 times. Like that's a lot. I should probably look this up. Statistics. And someone else talk while I'm searching this.
Yeah. Thing is, that's actually happening. It's not just happening in one place. Unfortunately, it seems to be happening everywhere. Like, you know, when you hear about that in the news, sometimes we think, oh, you only hear about that in the news and it can't happen to you. But I already know some people here, just here in Vancouver, where I hang out, at least a couple of people I know of who've been actually verbally, you know, attacked, not recently even, right here in Vancouver. It's not somewhere way out there, you know, it's just right here where I hang out. The two of them are friends of mine, and at least two that I know of. And it's it's really like I said, you know, you hear it in the news, you think it can happen to you or it can't happen to anyone you know, but it does. It's pretty much, I think all of us probably either we've been a victim of it or we at least know someone who's been victimized by it right now. Yes.
Absolutely. And by the way, did you know that you can actually register offenses and hate crimes at stopaapihate.org? You can actually, there's not a lot of data on it, and I think part of it comes down to the fact that we are model minorities. And shouldn't we just be grateful that the stereotypes against us aren't as negative as it is, you know, within the Latin cultures and against African Americans? And, you know, like you guys have it easy. All your stereotypes are good things. You're studious and, you know, good with maths and work hard and doctors. And like because of that, why should you complain? Yeah, so someone, you know, did this at you. Like what? Is that so bad? And so I think part of it is within culture and society, we feel like we don't have a leg to stand on. We feel like we have no right to complain about the things that happen to us. However, you absolutely can register. If something happens to you, you can go and register at stopaapihate.org. And whether it happens to you or to someone else that you witness that's happening against an Asian American, Pacific Islander, something like that, you can absolutely register it at the website.
Didn't know that. And Yusik, I didn't know that either because I live about 30 minutes away from you. So I didn't even know that we should talk. I guess you and I should have talked about it, but you and I didn't even know.
Well, I think one of them, you know, is a mutual friend of ours. You know, she's mentioned, you know, on Instagram about it's pretty unfortunate, you know. So,
okay.
Like I said, it does happen, and
maybe I'll talk to you offline about that. But.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Of course, don't feel like you have to discuss anything that's too personal that you don't want to discuss. But it's boy. I was trying to get a hold of my buddy Ed Kwan, who is a wonderful fan. He is an artist with close-up magic, and like so much so that like it's like imbued into his DNA. If you don't know Ed Kwan. Like he would literally, like he would read books by Di Vernon and all the classics and the greats, Miller, and then he would dream about them and he would recreate scenarios in his head where he would go to the Magic Castle because he'd read about it so much he could visualize it in his head and he's seen pictures and he would dream about hanging out at the Magic Castle and one day he's at the table with Di Vernon in his dream and Di looks at him and says like, so when are you coming? and he like woke up, and so he like did everything he could, sold everything he had, and like moved to America and couch surfed and just went through so much so he could be a member of the Academy of Magical Arts, which is the organization that inhabits the Magic Castle. And his acts are gorgeous, and he's a true student and just so incredible. And then he was met with some very, very inappropriate behavior by several members, and I was hoping to get him on tonight, but unfortunately I couldn't reach him, which is absolutely fine. But yeah, it's because Daniel, you know Ed as well, yeah?
Ed is a modern day master and one of, if not my favorite magician of all time.
He's truly like it's one of those things where it's like, how most people get a standing ovation? Ed Kwan gets crying ovations.
Yes.
That's what he gets. Like, you are just so moved by his dedication to the craft and the beauty and poetry of his act that you're just like, son of a gun. No, I don't have something in my eye. Yes, I'm crying. There's nothing wrong with crying.
And what's great about Ed is the love and care that doesn't just go into his technique, but his scripting.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a fantastic storyteller. And sometimes you just don't know how to react. Sometimes you just sit there awestruck, and then he'll say, "Thank you for watching." He'll give you a handshake, and you have to ask yourself, you guys saw that too, right? It's not me hallucinating or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so pure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. But yeah, just there was an incident apparently with him at the castle with a member who is problematic, but apparently who walked up to him, white guy did this, and just started, spouting nonsense syllables at him, and you're just like, really? I don't care how long ago that was, even if 20 years ago that would still be bad, but anything within 5 or 6 years, you're like, how could that happen? And it did. I think this happened as recently as 2 years ago, something pretty recently. But Chris, we lost you for a while, and we're just talking about.
I apologize for that. But yeah, for some reason the gremlins are out in this room because all my equipment seems to be
more
breaking.
Asian hate. Even the gremlins are against us. Son of a gun.
But yeah, I wanted to address something, with at least, these older magicians, these really, what we would call legendary magicians, playing an Oriental act, as they would call it. It was common back then, but looking back now, yeah, I see that there was just lack of disrespect to that culture, to steal it, and with regards to Ed, and his situation, I think, it's no hiding that I ran into the same guy at the castle.
Oh,
and,
yeah?
Yeah, and I don't know if it was targeted because I was Asian or whatnot, but I did, was placed in a very uncomfortable position. And just one thing about Asians, I think people in general look at Asians and think that we're, submissive in a way, that we won't say anything to defend ourselves, and therefore people take advantage of that sort of stereotype. And it's rather unfortunate that happens. And I think in today's situation with the Asian hate, I was out in Reno recently, and I felt, even though I wasn't being, harassed in any way, I felt uncomfortable just being around people because of what's been going on and how they perceive me and my family, for that matter. So, it is a very tense and very odd time for stuff like that,
Absolutely. So I was just realizing that my the stream that's going out on my personal channel was not set to public, so I was missing a bunch of comments. Things like Shannon Gale asking, have any of you received anti-Asian negativity while working as a magician? And before we get back to that question, Jason Anner says, from Wikipedia, speculation of the ring's origin has been traced to Turkey, Egypt, and the Middle East, and as long ago as the 1st century, French magician Philippe Jacques-André Noël Talon was one of the first recorded magicians to use the rings during the second half of the show. He donned an oriental robe and conical cap. Wonderful. Fantastic. Probably just an easy go-to for a non-Western. Yeah, sure. Yes. Yeah. Chris Hannibal says name names. And so, I mean, who is? I mean, by all means, like these people don't. I don't know why we're protecting these people's anonymity. Who is it who?
Well, I think the name was out. I don't want to oust the person because I really don't have any evidence or any reason.
No, your personal experience. It happened to you. I'm pretty sure that counts as evidence. That is not
I think
hearsay.
his name was out there in the Owl Bar, and the
comedian from the 80s. What's his name?
I forget his name. Oh. That's how important he is to me. But
you know what? Fair enough. Yeah.
But yeah, I ran into him and he had said something very, very like aggressive towards me because I'm a Castle.
Alan Bursky. There it was. Alan Bursky. That's
not to throw names out there. I hate doing that because it's not important to me. But I was a Castle Knight, and this is my situation. I was a Castle Knight, and I was just giving tours and whatnot. And I probably gave a little bit of inaccurate information about a certain area in the castle, which is no big deal because most of what we do is all speculation and stories when we're giving people tours. And he literally came up to me and he was yelling off the top of his lungs saying, "You're giving the wrong information to these people, yada yada yada." And I was like, you know what, I apologize, but this is what I was told as a knight, and I was merely repeating it. But that was my situation. And then I started hearing all these other things coming from other Asian magicians. So I was just thinking that
not an isolated incident. All right.
Was it isolated? Yeah. Yes, I don't know, but I was curious because when this whole conversation started coming out, I started hearing more stories. And I gave the typical I'm not going to do, I was non-confrontational, but obviously he was, and
that's another it is hard to find accurate information about the castle. However, in the Magic Castle gift shop, you can buy Milt Larson's, what's the name of the book? History of the Magic Castle. There's a book. You can buy it, and there's full of great information. You can also buy it off of the Magic Castle website. If I can plug the Magic Castle for a moment. Anyways, sorry, you were saying, but I think that once again, sometimes people are emboldened by the idea that Asian people are supposed to be docile or submissive, or they are the model minority. So, they're not going to do anything about that. And at the same time, we're all masters of kung fu and lethally dangerous with our hands. So it's this weird, stark contradiction that exists in white people's minds. It's just absolutely wild, the kind of things that happen, what people think can happen. Cecily says, "I'm a Castle Knight in training, or was last year." Yes, please, it can be a great place. And I remember, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but what are they going to do? Kick me off the internet? When I joined the Magic Castle, like, here's information. However, feel free to make things up. And I was like, what? They're like, yeah, I mean, if you want to kind of come up with something cool, like, just do it. I was like, what? So I was literally told, feel free to make things up about the castle. Oh, Jason Anderson says another great book about the Magic Castle, Hogwarts, A History. Yes, also a fantastic book about the Magic Castle. But going back to Shannon's question, have any of you received anti-Asian negativity while working as a magician? Are there any stories that occur to any of you right off the top of your heads?
No, not really. Well, in last year, I haven't really had a lot of gigs. I guess, like most people, I actually had a couple of gigs canceled, because of COVID. So I had a few, right, like all of us. But of the few that I've had, I haven't had a lot, but a few that I've had, they were, of course, virtual shows. And no, there hasn't been any negativity related to that, or any for that matter. I was pretty lucky. All the clients have been great so far, and so yeah, it's in my case, no, there hasn't been anything really negative in that area. So I'm very fortunate.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Has anybody else have had any interesting occurrences?
So when I do events like Anime Expo or San Diego Comic-Con, you can always tell a conservative heckler because their heckles are always directed to my appearance. I'm also a disabled Asian performer, so while they never call me a slur, it's always very obvious that they're making jokes at how I'm standing or my skin tone or my hair or how I'm dressed. And all of the other hecklers that I get at those events are because I messed up or a joke didn't land or I sneezed and dropped all of the cards all over the exhibit hall, which happened at Comic-Con one year. But I think when it's in an area like that in San Diego, where there's over 100,000 people in a tiny, tiny bit of a city, they are a little more careful. But when there's any chance of anonymity, it's open season.
Yeah, it's that mob mentality, isn't it? We can get away with this because either everyone's doing this or we are a single voice or face in a crowd, which is interesting. Calvin, any experiences with that sort of thing?
No, I'm more with USIC here. So in Vancouver, Canada, things are just very, very different up here. There's lots of multiculturalism that's happened. And
Great. I'm glad to hear that.
Immigrants came from Hong Kong to move into Canada, and Vancouver is kind of a hot spot for it.
Yeah.
Toronto is another hot spot. But there's lots of culture in where I live in Vancouver. So I'm very fortunate that I can almost say with zero, like almost zero, that I haven't run into it. So in a way, I'm so appreciative, but in a way, I also think that I wonder if it's something internal that if that book, the Secret, where if I start thinking about
interesting,
things,
okay,
and then I'm being negative, I'm worried about racism, I might attract these things. But one of the things about magic that's so beautiful is that once I'm in, I put on the costume or I put on the suit and I'm ready to perform as a magician, everybody becomes a spectator or everybody becomes an audience member, and all of a sudden I don't care how much money you make. I don't know, like everybody's the same. Everybody's a spectator, and magic is so raw. So I think that I used to think like, well, it's all internal, and whatever I project internally, that's the case. But then the pandemic hit, and then I see all these articles and news and hate and read. So I've never experienced it myself, and maybe I'm a little too overconfident that everything's in my mind, and whatever I project is whatever I'll receive. So maybe I'm naive in that sense, but that's kind of where I'm coming from. So yeah, it's just a thought.
I can see that. I think to a degree that's the same way as like me, the way that I view like, hey, I know there's something wrong in my head, like I was diagnosed with ADHD a long time ago, and so I know that's wrong with me. But now as I get older, I realize there are probably lots of other things at play here, and as long as I don't get them diagnosed, I don't have them. Right? It's just, to a degree, it's like, if I don't see or acknowledge them, then it doesn't exist. Yeah. It's like Trump saying, like, the problem with if we test it, we'll get higher numbers. And you're like, what? Yes, that's how that works, but we need to know these things. And so I do get that. I do get that. And also, I think part of it is also, to a degree, we are so used to, for lack of a better word, microaggressions, that we kind of dismiss them as soon as they happen. And so it's really hard sometimes, I think, to track when people are being racist towards us, because we're kind of trained or grown up believing, like, this'll just happen. This is just a thing that's going to happen. Ignore it, move past it. And so I think there's a lot of incidents in my life that I've put out of my mind, and every once in a while a weird thing will just, like, right in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, that was a weird thing to have happen. That was because I was Asian. And I don't, like, I hate playing the victim. I do not like saying, well, one time this happened to me. And I hate doing that. And I hate assuming that things happen because of race. However, I'm sure you've all had this thing. Things happen, and you say, now, I don't know for sure that happened because of my race. But also, I don't know for sure that it wasn't because of my race. So,
Right.
in regards to anti-Asian negativity while working as a magician, I did get this one. It wasn't it was okay, you tell me if this was anti-Asian. So I'm performing in Florida. That actually should be the giveaway right there. Hold on. So I'm performing in Florida, and this was I'm gonna say like mid to late February. This was before, like, everyone definitely knew coronavirus was a thing. But, like, we were still making jokes about it, still making jokes like, I haven't been to China in the last 2 weeks, I swear, that kind of a thing. And I was performing at this small magic theater in Florida. I had managed to book, like, a small tour. And then I was going to go straight onto, like, 2 different cruise ships. And so I went and I did this this little tiny magic theater called Wizards. And we had this opening act who... forget his name, white. A lot of his comedy was kind of mean, like trying to be Don Rickles but kind of failing. And so like it didn't come off as, warm and well intentioned. It just seemed slightly mean and easy. And so at one point, I plugged the fact that I did my show, plugged the fact that, hey, by the way, I'm signing autographs, I have posters, and I have magic kits if anybody's interested. Thank you very much. Good night. Got a standing ovation. I closed with my straight jacket escape. It was a real solid show, real solid finish. Quick plug, and I'm out. And I feel like one of the first things this individual said when he afterwards, he's like, yes, everyone go out, chat with Nathan. His kits, by the way, were made in China, probably very, very recently, but I've been assured there's no chance of you catching coronavirus by buying them. Was the joke he decided to go with. And so I decided to poke my head back and said, actually, all of my magic kits are made by underpaid white kids in Indiana. So I figure like, it's just got to be the exact opposite. All Asian people have their stuff made in sweatshops in Indiana. So that's the way. So everything's fine. And then walked off and he was just like, what? Resistance? Huh? And so that was just kind of what, and so once again, I don't know for sure he said that because I'm Asian. He probably could have said that about anybody who was selling a relatively mass-produced looking kit. But also, I can't dismiss the fact that me being Asian could have been an influencing factor. I don't know what Lily said no to something that happened a little while ago, and I don't know what that no was. Maybe it was to my thing or something else. Yes, Kate says definitely an inappropriate joke. Yeah, I'm going to say that's inappropriate. If for nothing else, the fact that he is like making a joke out of the coronavirus. Once again, February of last year, it still seemed like maybe this wasn't a big deal. That's the only excuse I can kind of give for that sort of behavior.
So there's a trap with this situation.
Yes.
And I completely understand, Nathan, because you're a sweetheart. Mm-hmm. And I do this sometimes too. This idea of, well, maybe it wasn't their intention to be racist. Maybe it was just a joke that didn't land.
That doesn't change the fact that it's racist.
At the end of the day, intentions do not matter. They don't.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
I like that people like to give others the benefit of the doubt. But if something is racist, say something and give them an opportunity to learn from it. But I feel like when people deflect to that wasn't my intention to hurt you, you could say that about anything. It wasn't my intention to get into a bar fight with this bottle of Jameson that is mostly empty. But if I accidentally kill someone, it might not have been my intention. It's still manslaughter.
But the end still means something. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Nathan, if I may, first off, I apologize. My screen is pixelated for whatever reason.
Don't worry about it. Don't apologize for that. It's fine. Technology, it's wonky. There's no accountability.
I apologize for that. So people out there getting annoyed by that fact. But you know what? I never experienced racism during a show or anything like that. But I have experienced racism directly to me. Many years ago, I went into a party that I wasn't, really I didn't know too many people at. I was invited, And immediately, you know, there was a lot of drinking, like really belligerent drinking, and one gentleman had
My favorite kind, belligerent drinking.
and I sympathize with that. I understand, but but one guy managed to just, you know, stare me down, and he looked me dead in the eye, and he said, "Get the F out of here, you gook."
Woo! All right, there it is.
Now that's pretty obvious, right? But I just want to remind, you know, people out there that racism isn't overtly obvious like that. You know, and I've had my parents who speak Filipino, and they would
Tagalog?
speak around people, and people would, you know, make, you know, sort of these funny sounds mimicking the language. And, you know, to me, that's very hurtful.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, but obviously you don't take it as racism when it's happening.
Yeah.
Just take it as an insult. And and things like that have happened to me, maybe not as a magician, but, you know, I mean, it's just rather unfortunate, and it's more pronounced now that, you know, the Asian hate thing is going on. And, you know, I have kids, and, you know, it's one thing for it to happen to me, but to happen to, you know, fairly innocent kids, you know, that's what worries me most, you know. But yeah, I mean, you know, I have experienced racism in that way, as far as a verbal assault on me. But, you know, has it impacted me in any way? No. And does it make me think that every white person out there is racist? No, you know.
Yeah.
But that's just me, you know. And
Absolutely.
was that incident in the castle with Bursky, you know, coming into my face, being mad about something, you know, and I did read, you know, Milt Larson's book, and I followed the proper protocol of the castle night thing, and I was just doing what I was told, but, you know, it was in my face. Was that racist? I don't know. And I don't care. But all I know, as a person, that was just disrespectful for me as a person.
Absolutely. Yeah. God, I mean, all the ways of thank you once again. Thanks, Lily, for watching. Kate, for all, and Shannon for all of your wonderful supportive comments. I will say that a lot of the stuff that I've experienced usually haven't been while I'm performing. I think the one big thing in recent memory that I have while I was performing was not because of my race. It was I was performing at the castle, and I was doing my straitjacket escape. Anyone who's not familiar, I escape out of a straitjacket while singing opera. It's usually my big closer. I enjoy doing it, and I miss doing it, because when I'm here in my in-home studio, I don't have an assistant to come and put me into the straitjacket. It doesn't quite work anymore. Anyways, but I'm doing the act, and as I'm being put in the straitjacket, and I'm going to say this was probably either 2016 or 2017. As I'm being put in the straitjacket, I hear one guy in the back chanting, "Lock him up! Lock him up!" And actually, I think, Daniel, you might have been in the audience for the show. I can't remember.
I was there that night. It was the show after the one I attended.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. Yeah. And so just hearing that, which isn't necessarily echoing an anti-Asian sentiment, but was definitely playing off of an anti-Hillary sentiment. And either they were a staunch conservative or Republican themselves, or they thought they'd use a very conservative viewpoint for the sake of a joke. And so my response, I probably could have responded better, but I believe what my response was more or less along the lines of me saying, "Sir, I just want to remind you that you are at the Magic Castle in the heart of very liberal Hollywood, and that there are a lot of people who, if they realize that you're the gentleman in the back wearing the white jacket, could find you later on and maybe have some words with you, and I hope that doesn't happen." And then I moved on with my act. Which is probably a little bit more antagonistic than I needed to be, but that's I have a tough time dealing with when my essentially my buzz gets harsh. Like especially when you feel like you're in the zone, you're having such a good time, and you're only there to entertain others. You aren't there for some large selfish purpose. You are there to contribute towards the positive mentality of everyone who's there. And now this person comes along and not only dirties up your intentions or assumes the worst of you and your intentions, but also ruins the experience for everyone else in the audience. And it's one of those reasons why when a heckler happens, like I just click off. Like I can't deal with it because I literally, my brain cannot reconcile why a human being would want to ruin what is happening for everyone in the room. Yeah.
Ego.
Ego, absolutely. I think ego has a huge part to do with it. And, we can trace all that to, and I got to tell you, most of the times that I experience this is at the hands of men. Men are the ones who heckle. It's the reason I literally stopped letting men put me into the straitjacket because even if it happened 1 out of 100 times, every single time it did happen, it was because a man was putting me in the straitjacket and did something weird or said something weird or creepy. And so, and whether it's, someone saying something is, now I don't use female assistants, but, when I was doing, Masters of Illusion, sometimes the only person who could come and help me out was because we had female assistants who were contracted to Masters of Illusion. And so they were sometimes brought on to help specific magicians. And sometimes you could just be like, oh, I need help during this one thing. And then the director or someone would be like, oh, so-and-so's available. And they would recommend one of the female assistants because they were already dressed up. And it looks appealing to have a female come out and help you. I didn't agree because when William Draven, if William's watching, hi William Draven, when Draven was on tour with us, I insisted that he be the one to come out and bring me the straitjacket. But things would happen where people, might whisper to me in my ears, like, I'd rather be putting her in the straitjacket. Or, it's just weird little tiny things. It was easier for me to have Draven on stage who knows how to handle himself, who can then whisper to me like, hey, X this guy. He's not, he's no good. Because he's a magician himself and he knows how to look for the right responses in people when their body language is shifting, when things are happening that are little red flags, and so I once again, I think a lot of this kind of falls back to the ego and a lot of toxic or fragile masculinity. And I think that has a large deal to do with some of this as well. But anyways, I digress. But yeah, luckily not too much has happened to me on stage that I felt has been anti-Asian sentiments, and the things that have happened, I've dismissed very quickly because don't let people live rent-free in your head, as they say. Kate does ask, have you ever felt unsafe due to the actions of your colleagues or audience? Anybody here felt unsafe?
No, I think the worst thing, I don't know, I not unsafe. Not at all, really. I think the worst thing I feel only concerned about is if some, like some heckler's going to come here and just,
right,
not shut up and just say, oh, look, it's under his arm or he's got a book or whatever. I don't know. That's probably nothing dangerous, but just so, that's always a concern, when you're going up on stage, is someone going to say something, but, or, maybe I do make a mistake and I'll make a mistake on stage and don't know how to correct it. That's the worst thing that I would worry about with the show.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that race isn't a concern when you're performing. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
And Shannon, speaking about the straitjacket bit is awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Kate Widman says, ew. Yes, thank you. Larry Horowitz, who I assume is a member of the cast, says, any story you made up may have been closer to truth than Milt's book.
Oof.
But you know what, Nathan? To address that, Milt himself will tell you that he exaggerated just a little bit on some of the parts, but that's what stories are made of, So,
absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, I like that. Thanks, Larry.
Yeah. Oh, by the but going back to where is that? Kate's question: have you ever felt unsafe because of your audience or co-performers?
No, as far as me, fortunately, and my act
Yeah.
is not as interactive as other people's are. So I think I'm usually in a mask, and when I engage the audience, I think they're kind of taken back a little bit and not sure what's happening, and by then I'm gone. After my act is done, so I have that luxury of not having to engage, the audience. But I feel for people whose act is interactive, because that's when a lot of issues can occur. I had one guy at the castle sit, and he didn't know my act at first, sit in the front row, and he says, "Tonight my job is to figure out everything you're doing." And I go, you could just kind of enjoy tonight would be a nice, alternative to that. But no, and you know what? I've had that, but nothing bad, in that respect. But I think it's because of my style of performance, But yeah, thank you for asking.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, someone is saying that our live stream may have stopped. Hold on 1 second. Let me address this and figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I think my, I'm watching right now, and I look pixelated, and I think it's me, but I'm not sure.
No, I'm still seeing it on Facebook, so maybe it's just their reception. Okay, Cecily says Facebook's still going. Okay, so maybe it's just individual reception is might be what it is. Okay, just checking, because we are talking about race, and Lindsay also says working here. Thank you for everyone chiming in, and so I just wanted to double check, because we are talking about racial issues, and so who knows, maybe Facebook is gonna say this technically qualifies as something, and your Shannon says live streams are good. Okay, good. So hopefully it's just on. Okay. I think it was just Denise then. Just checking. I did once post a comment. Someone posted a video of, I think it was like some Asian kid who did something ridiculously well. I was probably, not to sound racist, probably playing the piano. I think that actually might have been the thing. But it was something that he was doing really, really incredible, truly incredible. And I just commented saying, bleeping Asian people, very ironically, because I myself am Asian, and I got slapped with a warning saying, hey, this qualifies as hate speech. Don't do that. And I tried to appeal it, but they don't look at the fact of who I am. They don't look at, like tone or context. They're just like, nope, these exact words, problematic. I'm like, all right, let's ignore nuance. Why not? But yeah. I don't think I've ever felt unsafe due to the actions of my colleagues or audience. I was recently made aware of the fact that there is a magician. I mean, there are lots of magicians who are anti-maskers and are problematic in many other ways. But I was recently made aware by a friend of mine that there's a magician who I may work with on Masters of Illusion. I don't know, but he's a magician who calls it the China virus, calls coronavirus the China virus. And so I was like, okay, well, if I run into him on set, because she just worked with him on a TV show called The Go Big Show. And so, like, just heads up, this guy refused to wear a mask most of the times. And I'm like, all right, well, I know that we're filming Masters of Illusion this upcoming weekend, and there's lots of, like, you sign a contract saying, all right, you're going to get your negative COVID test, and then you have to self-quarantine, and you have to stay, all these things, only medical masks allowed, no personal mask yet, like, there's all this stuff. So if I run into this gentleman's the wrong term, if I run into this individual while I'm filming, I'm gonna steer clear of him, first of all. And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna go and talk to someone who calls it the China virus. That sounds like a great choice for me. But also I'm gonna keep an eye on them, because if they violate any of the safety precautions, they're not just risking the health and safety of individuals there, but this entire shoot could get shut down, if something like that happens. So so I'm gonna keep an eye on that individual. Nothing
the colleagues or audience, I'm trying to think. Not so much. I mostly feel really weird in everyday life, and this hasn't happened to me for many years, thank goodness. But I'll tell you now, I remember on several occasions white people walking up to me and going, "Oh, konnichiwa!" like in the most over-the-top voice box. I don't know if this has happened to any of you, but it's like, "Oh, konnichiwa!" and like deep bowing, and me just going, "The hell just happened?" Like, what is that? You know, like imagine if I just walked up to a random white person, "Top of the morning to you, how you doing?" You know, like how they're like, "Oh, crikey, g'day, mate." If I just walked up to a white person, it is like, why? They'd just be like, "Why are you doing that?" "Oh, I'm sorry, you looked Australian, so I assumed I tried to greet you in a way that you'd be more familiar." And you know, like, like what kind of ridiculous nonsense would that be? Larry Horowitz says, spoke to Gay today. She plans to follow ever protocol on set. Yes, I know she does. We joked about her going full Tom Cruise. Yes, if anybody would, it would be Gay Blackstone going full Tom Cruise, yelling, because it's not just individual safety. You know, like it's one thing. People talk about how it's like, you can't tell me what to do. And it's like, well, hold on a second. If there's a tornado warning, do you listen to the tornado warning? Do you hear the sirens go off? Here, there's a tornado warning. It says, government can't tell me to stay in my house. I'm going out because the tornado is probably a lie invented by the liberal left-wing media. No, you don't do that. But even if you do, all right, cool, you get killed by the tornado. Tornadoes aren't contagious. You can't bring a tornado home and kill your grandmother and her and all of her friends at the, you know, the retirement community with it.
I mean, not with that attitude, but...
How not with that? Thank you. Yes, not with that attitude. Yeah, that sounds like quitter language. You winning, son. To me, yes. So, Larry, thank you for that. Yes, if anybody would go full Tom Cruise, and I would be right there with her. You know, I'll probably as soon as Gay's done, I was like, I'm going to cough on you and give you coronavirus right now. Don't think that I won't. I just came back from Wuhan. I will totally cough on you.
Oh,
like I would just let them soak in that for a bit. Jason says, my old social services racial sensitivity training said it isn't appropriate to make fun of your own race even. That's an interesting discussion. Oh yeah, I think that's an interesting discussion too. That is interesting.
Yeah. Definitely, you know, if I could speak on that, I think you're kind of encouraging, you know, the whole the stereotype or what, you know, that you're encouraging people to make fun of it, you know, this culture, and usually people make fun of things that they're very unfamiliar with, and that's where it begins. But I think if you make fun of it, you're kind of giving people the okay to make fun of it. So that could kind of lead into is it racist? Then that's the question. Probably not. But it opens that door to that avenue where it's okay to make fun of, you know, the culture. You know, but I normally don't do it, not unless it's amongst friends. And I think there's an understanding. Like, you know, there's a famous comedian by the name of Joe Coy, and he does everything Filipino jokes and whatnot. Now that there's a double-edged sword to that, you know, some of that is true, and you know, but I don't think it was meant to encourage this stereotype, which normally happens. Is like, oh, I heard you have big spoons in your kitchen. Do all Filipinos, you know, carry knives? You know, I get that, you know, what, you know, they either think I'm a boxer, I'm a knife fighter, or, you know, something to that extent, because those are the stereotypes encouraged.
Interesting.
But, you know, but there it is. It's a double-edged sword.
Absolutely. You know? What I will say is that I was always kind of brought up in the school of comedy of, whatever the most obvious or the first thought that the audience is going to think about you need to address that first and get ahead of them. Yeah. And I don't think that's necessarily permission for them to make fun of so much as it is acknowledgement that I see what you see and let's address this. And so I know, like, when I was doing stand-up comedy, it would be one of those things where it's like, okay, if we have a morbidly obese comedian coming out on stage, he is going to make a joke about his weight first so that the audience knows that he is obese. Because he wouldn't know that? Like, it was interesting, but it was one of those things. It's like, I remember for the longest time, so for anyone who's not familiar, here's my history. I was born in the United States. First generation Vietnamese, born in the United States. At the age of 1, moved to Scotland with the family, lived there for 10 years, came back to the United States. And so, of course, by that time, I had developed, like a quite thick Glaswegian accent, that sort of thing, especially at the age of like 11, your voice is cracking because of hormones and things. Not a good combination. And then they sent me to Cerro Villa Middle School in the middle of Villa Park. White Central. Just so white. So white. And so went there. It was a California distinguished schools with uniforms and things like that. Went there. And I don't know if you've recently encountered like a 13-year-old. Like 13's about the age for like 7th grade. They're not happy people, and they take it out on others. Like, they are really, they make jokes about people being Hitlers. I'm not saying that, but they are lots of tiny, unhappy people. Hormones, and they went from being top dogs in 6th grade to bottom of the rank in 7th grade. It's just a whole bunch of things combined. Anyways, and so it was like, hey, I'm Nathan, it's nice to meet you. And they're like, why are you talking like that in Whitey McWhitesville? And I was like, and because I'd been practicing kind of like accents and stuff my whole life. And so I was like, and so I realized, ooh, all right, pushback. Cool. Nah, and so I just did an American accent. So much so that it became very standard in everyone in my family, American accent. And when I'm around, and so I just did that for many, many years. So that was probably from about 2000 till about 2012. In 2012, I joined the Magic Castle. And one day, I'm at the Magic Castle, and I wasn't officially slated to perform, but I was hanging out. I was in the lobby bar, and I was doing some magic because, you're just hanging out. People ask you to do magic, you do some magic. And what do people do when you show them magic? They buy you drinks as a show of appreciation. And so they bought me drinks. And this thing happens when you drink sometimes. I don't know if anybody out there experiences this. You regress sometimes when you drink just enough. An accent comes back. You can speak another language that you knew back in your youth. And so as I started drinking more, the accent slowly started tumbling out until at a certain point it became completely undeniable that this Asian kid before them who had not had a Scottish accent now suddenly had a Scottish accent. And they asked me about that. And I said, I grew up in Scotland. I must be very drunk. I apologize. Moving on. And they're like, no, you should just talk like that all the time. And I was like, okay, sure. Where did we start with this conversation?
No, this is a fascinating story.
Thank you. It is a fascinating story. I just forget where I was headed towards somewhere, and then my ADHD kicked in, and I forgot where we were going after that. Denise says she can speak Spanish after drinking tequila. You know what? I don't doubt it.
Because Nathan, I have like just from what you just talked about in the last 4 minutes, I have like 9 questions for you.
Ask them. By all means, ask them. That's fine with me.
So when
that's
you
fine.
grew up in Scotland, you're probably the only Asian guy in Scotland or family in Scotland. Is that a bad assumption?
There's actually pockets. There's small pockets.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the people that aren't Asian in Scotland, growing up, do you remember any incidents? So that's my first question. And then when you came to I guess the Bay Area or California, what was that like? There's more Asians, but we're still kind of the minority. So you lived in all these different places in the world. Where for me, I mostly grew up in Vancouver, Canada. So I want to know what that's like. And then did you just pretend to have an American accent the whole way through high school?
Yes, basically, yes, absolutely. I just pretended to be American. Because my first experience with it was being met with resistance and ridicule. So I was just like, scrap this. Okay, I'm gonna see how long the half-life is on this for the next 2 years in middle school, and then I'll go to a high school where nobody knows me, and we'll be fine.
So in Scotland, it's actually less. So overall, you're saying in Scotland there's less resistance. Experience in the U.S.
Not so much that. It was just that I was already there. And I was there from a young age. You know, when to be honest, my first language was actually Vietnamese. And I spoke Vietnamese till I was about 4 or 5. And then I went into the school system and didn't know a lot of English. And my parents were like, oh, yeah, that's right. English is probably a good thing to teach him. So they taught me English. And I like to joke that I learned English so fast I forgot all the Vietnamese. And which is my knowledge of Vietnamese very, very minimal. But you know, which is what was that?
Same here. My knowledge of Chinese is very little.
But like my first language till like the age of 4 or 5 was Vietnamese, and then I just plumb forgot it all. But I think part of it was also that first language of my ADHD just caught up with me, plus being drunk. My first language was Vietnamese, but my parents speak perfect English. My dad has the heaviest accent, and it's not really an accent so much as just like he struggles with words sometimes. But like on my mom's side, my grandmother worked for the American embassy back in Vietnam. So like she speaks perfect English, as does my mother. Literally no trace of accent. And then my dad, tiniest bit of accent. Grandpa, different story entirely. And so it wasn't like nobody in the family knew English to teach me. They were just like, oh yeah, he's around the house. We all speak Vietnamese. It's very comfortable for us. And then I had to learn English. And then things happened. Michael Stillman says, ultimate code switcher. Yes. And so it was, so when I learned English, and of course I learned it from my family with a bit of an American accent, but all my mates were Scottish. And so, you know, like I spent a lot of time around all these Scottish people, including my Uncle Jimmy, who was neither my uncle nor was his name Jimmy, who would come and look in on us from time to time when, you know, my parents were working or were, you know, out enjoying some social time. And so I picked up an Uncle Jimmy, you know, like if there's like a stereotype for people from Glasgow who kind of talk like this, and that was absolutely him. And so I had that in my ear. And so then, you know, moving back to the States and having this accent, the instant I met with resistance, and especially since in growing up a wee Asian man in Scotland, right, is also going to be met with some resistance. I'm not going to say nobody made fun of me, but once, and that was, I think, one of the reasons why I clung to performing or why I clung to being funny. Because if you're the kid who's good for a laugh, as they'd say, you know, they wouldn't make fun of you. They wanted you to be their friend. They wouldn't want to pick on you. They would, in fact, rush to your defense because he's the funny one. You know, he's the one who knows a magic trick or knows a joke or can mimic the headmaster's accent or whatever it is. And then you'd be defended instead of ridiculed. And so the instant I felt that kind of resistance, I switched to American because it's a survival strategy, you know, just like do what you can to survive. Anyway, so that's part of my story. Sorry, Daniel, you were about to say something. And what were you about to say? I apologize.
I was about to go off of the not making fun of your own ethnicity thing. The older I get, and I know I look young, but I'm actually 85. I just moisturize.
All as Asians, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But that's the joke. The older I get, the more I decide if you're gonna make fun of your ethnicity, don't have it be mean-spirited or something that a bigot could use later. And one of the jokes that I just stopped doing, it's body shaming jokes of Asian people. We have the specific body shaming joke in mind, probably, and I just think it's lazy. So now when I want to make fun of being Filipino, I say something like, you know, my family wasn't very supportive of me being a magician. As a Filipino, the acceptable jobs for them were in medicine, finance, and being the lead singer of Journey. And this may shock you. I am none of those things. Or magician pockets are like Filipino cousins. Mm-hmm. After a certain point, you just kind of need a chart to figure everything out. Hi, I'm your cousin Jerome. Let me guess. Vaguely brown, Catholic guilt, really into Journey. Yeah, sure, probably. Mathematically, you're probably correct. And I know it's a personal preference, but like to imagine that there's a lot more insight and, revisions for those jokes as opposed to, hey, you're a little not well endowed.
Yep. Uh-huh.
And I think really the best humor is one that you need to revise and rework. And I like to imagine that if you're going to make jokes about your experience, it's an exchange of empathy. The idea of I'm telling you about my life, my family, and my culture, and more often than not, the response is, wow, I went through the same thing, or I know someone who went through that. Tell me more, I want to hear all about it. Comedy is an experiment of empathy. And when it's cruel, it's not comedy, it's harassment and abuse.
Or as they say in comedy, always punch up.
Yes.
Which is another thing. And so Denise says, white comedians use that joke about themselves too. I'm sure they do, but there's not a stereotype about white people that says that they have, small penises. I mean, maybe white comedians. I don't know. I don't know any stereotypes about white comedians. I see that absolutely. Yeah. It is certainly.
The whole race issue is certainly it's complicated.
Yes.
It definitely is complicated. And I think more so now in this generation, we bring it to the forefront and it has become this issue to be addressed where maybe 10 years ago, it was common and acceptable.
Yeah.
People don't know that Filipinos in Northern California were not allowed to go in certain hotels.
Yep.
And,
there were literally laws about who we could marry and what we could do. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So, I think we're slowly getting and we're recognizing this history amongst all racism and stuff. And I think that's why it's become such an important issue now, that before it was all suppressed and oppressed to talk about it. And, and it was sort of taboo. But like I said, this whole issue it's never obvious. If it was, then, it would be, and there would be easy solutions to it. But I would even go, to say that some Filipinos are racist amongst their own, and not just white people or any other race against another race.
Yeah.
Our own race is racist on our own, and I've experienced that. In the Filipino culture, the darker you are, the more peasant you are, or a farm worker, or lower class. And in the Philippines, if you are more light-skinned, you're considered more upper class and more suitable for certain positions.
Yeah.
So there you go. I mean, not to bash on one race or the other. My own race is victim to that.
Absolutely. And I think part of it comes from, there's an irony here, because I think part of it, and by the way, Niners 510 says, being comedian in 2021 must be hard. Everyone's feelings get hurt so easily. I disagree, and I will tell you why in a moment. But I think that a lot of this is a weird, stark irony and contradiction, because on the one hand, being dark-skinned means that you get to spend time out in the sun, right? So that you can get tan. And people who spend a lot of time out in the sun in cultures, in Latin cultures and Asian cultures and in many cultures, means that you are a worker. You work with your hands, you work outdoors, so you don't get to work in the comfort of an office or that sort of thing. And so in that regard, you must be you are looked down upon because you do manual labor. And for some odd reason, manual labor isn't intellectual labor and therefore must be looked down upon. Some weird stuff like that, right? As opposed to, think about white people. White people love being tan because it means they can afford to vacation in the sun. Right? Isn't that weird? Donald Trump, for 4 years, painted himself orange so that he'd look tan because it looks exotic and like he spends time out in the sun and that his skin doesn't react with cancer. I don't know what that means. But, like, it is this weird, stark contradiction, this irony of if you are of a certain culture that is not white, the darker you are, the lower class you are because the harder you work outdoors. Whereas if you're white, dark skin means, oh, yes, we just came back from Ibiza and we spent time on the beach and whatever that is. And it's nonsense. There's a lot of really, really just weird, stark contradictions that exist. So, Niners 510, who is watching us on Twitch, thanks for watching on Twitch. Being comedian 2021 must be hard. Everyone's feelings get hurt so easily. No, that is not true. Absolutely not. We are recognizing when there are microaggressions, when we are being oppressed, when there's just genuinely uncool stuff being said about us, our mentalities, our subsect, our socioeconomic background. We are now just being emboldened and realizing we can speak out when uncool stuff is being said. I truly do not get offended easily. Anyone who's met me knows I do not get offended easily. And when comedians complain about the world being so PC, what that means in my head, oh, you're a lazy comedian. You write jokes that are low-hanging fruit. You aren't clever enough to come up with jokes that don't offend somebody. Because I do one opening act in my magic show. If anyone's seen my show knows, I do a quick opening act, and then I do, depending on where I'm at, anywhere from 4 to 10 minutes of stand-up comedy. And as far as I know, I don't offend anybody in those 4 to 10 minutes. There might be a little kind of self-digging joke in there somewhere, but I don't offend anybody for 10 minutes, and it's fine. There are tons of, tell that to all the stand-up comedians who are working nowadays, all the comedians who have specials, not just on Comedy Central, but Netflix, who are doing clean comedy without offending people. It is not difficult to do comedy nowadays, in so much that it isn't difficult to write good quality comedy, clever comedy. So I think, and Shannon says, I think Niners 510 means the audience get offended easily. I don't think audiences do. No. I think for the most part, audiences are quite intelligent. And if you don't spend enough time phrasing something correctly, you could get misconstrued, absolutely. But that means that you need to examine what it is that you're delivering and see how it can be done in the cleverest and best way. Michael Stumman says, no hard feelings, culture always continues to modernize and grow. Absolutely. Certain things that used to be acceptable are no longer as we mature as a society. Absolutely. Yeah. There are things, just because a joke, blackface used to be acceptable in the 20s. It's not anymore. Does that mean we're getting stupider? No, it doesn't. Sorry, was someone else about to say something? I heard someone sounding like they were about to say something.
Yeah, I think when it comes to people complaining about audiences being easily offended these days, they don't approach it from Occam's razor, which is, if it's the simplest solution, that's probably the solution. Mm-hmm. So what's more likely, that all of these people are easily offended but want to see comedy and relatively know what they're getting into? Right. Or that the joke didn't land, or you need to refine it a little bit. It's always easy to put the blame on someone else as opposed to self-reflect.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and if I could just add one more thing. Mm-hmm. We are okay with understanding that sometimes we can't sing. Like, we can't sing on tune or on key. And we're also okay with acknowledging that not all of us can draw really well. Comedy is the only thing where if you tell someone, hey, that's really not that funny, they take it personally. But being funny is serious work. You have to put in time and effort and be honest with yourself. But if everyone was funny, then no one would be funny. I like to imagine that we're entering an age where consumers are understanding this person put a lot of work into their stuff. I'm going to appreciate it. And if it doesn't land, I will respond accordingly, because they're an artist and we shouldn't have kid gloves to spare their feelings.
Absolutely, yeah. Jason Anderson says it's not hard to be a comedian just because people don't like hate speech. Yes, absolutely. I agree. Absolutely. It's we are progressing as a species, I'd like to think. And are there? I think part of it is also that for the longest time, white people could say whatever they wanted and not get any pushback. And now that white people are finally getting pushback, finally actually receiving repercussions or consequences for the things that they say, they're like, this is oppression. I've never experienced oppression before, and I've never experienced this before. Therefore, this must be oppression. And I think that is, to a degree, what is happening with some people, not all people, with some people. And so it's interesting.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point, Nathan. Sometimes we mistaken, bringing up these issues as being oversensitive. But like I said, we're progressing as a society. And so we've oppressed these issues for so long. I mean, 20 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, segregation was still existing in certain parts of this country. So it's not too far off. But now that we're actually talking about it and being sensitive towards it, people have hard feelings towards it. But that just shows our evolution as people and this society, that we're, at least looking at what we did wrong in the past. And I think in order to correct these issues, we have to look at it. And there's nothing wrong with being sensitive,
with respecting your own feelings and emotions.
Right. That's it. There's nothing. I always hear that. We can't say anything these days. Yes, you can. You could say anything you want. You could say anything you want, but so can the person that you're saying it to, And I think that's the great thing about this generation is that these issues, these taboo issues, are finally surfacing. Mm-hmm. And you know what? Whether our conversation is right or wrong, I think it needs to be voiced, because 20, 30 years ago, we couldn't have these conversations at all without repercussions. And I think this is a great thing that you're doing today, Nathan.
Thank you. It was a really, really, really last minute thing, and I'm honored that all of you came on board and agreed to do this, because I was just like, hey, come and talk with me, and you're all like, what? Huh? Am I doing magic? Like, no, just come and talk. Just hang out and talk and say whatever you want to say and drink, and let's just hang out and just happen to broadcast it, because I basically want this to just be a conversation that we would have if all of us just happened to get together, or we would have this conversation. But why shouldn't our voices be heard, especially on this day, especially during these times? Stacey Holmes says, you can say anything you want, but you need to deal with the consequences.
Yes,
you do. That's the reply right now. A lot of people are talking about cancel culture, and a lot of people are saying, you mean consequence culture? Right. Freedom of speech is not freedom of consequences, is the thing. Bren Fraser also agrees, thumbs up, and Lily Von Stupp also applause emoji. It is just it's a very interesting time, and I think we are making huge strides. And I'm glad that we are going through it, and I'm glad that I've got friends like you to be able to go through this with, to know
Cheers.
that I'm in good company. And yes, absolutely, cheers. And I hope you're all having a good time. And I hope that everyone out there watching is having a relatively good time. We're not getting too heavy. I'm trying to keep things relatively light, but also let us speak our minds and have a good time and do things. And I hope you're all having a drink too. And if anybody has any questions, comments, concerns, please feel free to post them, and we'll do our best to answer and address them. Yes, Kate says, what can we do to support other Asian performers as an audience or as a fellow performer? That is a good question.
Yeah.
Boy.
I got a thing I want to bring up since regarding Kate's question. So, do you guys ever get introduced as Nathan, you call yourself the Asian man, but does it ever happen where, this fellow is an Asian magician? Our next magician is an Asian.
No.
I've been getting introduced as an Asian. And how, does it bother you guys, or
It's never happened. No.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's interesting. No, it's never happened to me. I've been introduced. It's just Just the magician, not the Asian magician, but just as the magician, as it should be, I guess. If someone introduced me as that, I'd be really surprised. I just
I thought I heard it before. That's why I'm bringing it up. But that I'm just it's kind of like the female magician thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, boy.
Kind of like an Asian magician. So
What a load of bullshit
I
that
heard
is.
that before.
Yeah.
I was actually really scared of that happening when I got my first gig. It was at a certain country club of a certain past president in Palos Verdes, whose name rhymes with dump. But so I was really nervous. So immediately after that gig, I just dyed my hair green and wore crazy black eye makeup and said, "They can't call me Asian if I'm goth." That's the first thing they notice about me is that I'm really goth. They won't introduce me as an Asian performer because I would go back to the Philippines multiple times a year, and I was really nervous as a kid that I would get pigeon-held because of my race and the fact that I didn't want to admit it then, but it was a really big part of my life. Yeah. And I just love the logic of a middle schooler going, "If I'm goth, no one will know I'm Asian, despite all of this."
I'm glad you're over that, Dan.
Yeah.
It's good. It's glad that we can laugh at it now.
Porque no dos.
So,
Porque no los dos.
Kate's question, because I don't really know what the solution is, because sometimes I don't know when I'm performing for white people. Sometimes I'm in my own head. Like sometimes I'm like, oh, is this person judging me right now? Like I hope not. I'm gonna do my very best, but oh man, I'm so self-conscious right now, and it's in my head. So I don't know. I can't put a percentage in my head. Is it in my head or is it this person giving me a bad vibe? So I don't know what your guys' thoughts are, but coming into the post-pandemic world, I might be a little more self-conscious with anybody I meet. Like, oh, is this person gonna like run away from me because I'm Chinese? So I'm a little self-conscious, a little bit. So I don't know. I don't know the answer.
I think I do this a lot with friends, but I've been doing it recently with other performers who are disabled or people that I know need the extra funds. The idea of if I can't make a show or if I'm not the right fit for something, I will just tell them, I can't make the obligation, but I have a friend who is a perfect fit. I can send you their information, and I'd love for you to get in touch. And the best reason to do that is because a high tide raises all ships. And if one of us does better, we all do better. So,
yeah, I mean, like, for instance, Shin Lim winning America's Got Talent wasn't bad for any of us other magicians or even Asian magicians. Like, that didn't look bad for anybody. It's not like any one of us would walk into a gig and people like, "Oh, you're not Shin Lim. Wait a minute." Like, I mean, although with Daniel with your hair, wait a minute, that actually.
I was in Koreatown and a couple crossed the street, and I'm basically wearing this a collared shirt with a black vest and anime hair.
Yeah.
And they asked, "Are you Shin Lim?" And I had to explain, "No, but we dress the same, have the same cheekbones, have the same hair, have the same sense of humor. I'm just worse."
So I mean, yeah, exactly. When the tide rises, all ships rise. Or sorry, whatever the quote was. Sorry, I'm a few drinks in.
A high tide raises all ships.
That thing, yes, that's what I said.
Which was advice taken from George Lucas.
Ooh, all right, yeah. And so, yeah, I never complain about I don't mind being when other magicians succeed. I think that there is definitely a subsect of the magician population that is extremely petty and thinks that if some other magician does well, that means there's less work for me. Screw you. No, that's not the case at all. I can't tell you how many times I bump into people or talk to other magicians. They're like, "Oh, I'm from this neck of the woods and I've been making my living the last X number of years doing this in my market." And it's like, that literally didn't affect me at all. You're the #1 corporate magician in Bemidji? Great! That's fantastic for you! That's literally taken no work away from me. You are the best kids magician in I'm trying to think of a really, really weird name. Secaucus? Like, fantastic! That's good for you. That wasn't taking work away from me by any means. And so, yeah, you know, when one of us succeeds, we all succeed. And so, I can't think of any reason why lots of magicians feel differently. So, in order to support other Asian performers, I mean, yeah, you can refer work, absolutely. I'm busy, hire so-and-so, or to go and watch them, or to go out of the way to support them, or even if you hear so-and-so is doing a virtual show and you can't make it, buy a ticket, even if you can't make it. There's lots of things that you can do. Absolutely. Yeah. Lindsay Olsen says, you can do two things about those insecurities. If they're going to judge you, they're going to, no matter what. You can worry and get upset, or you can have confidence and move on, which is so attractive to other people. Random promo girl that speaks to so many people. Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay. Yeah, and Jason Anderson says, a Mai Tai raises all spirits, Nathan. No, all right, that's fine with me. Who wants to, let's have a Mai Tai. Let's do it. Stacy says, the very first time I watched Nathan perform was at Teatro Martini, and a heckler yelled Ching Chong at him in the middle of his performance. I do not remember this. Wow. Nathan, like I said, lots of times we block these things out, either because they're so commonplace or because it's just not worth us remembering. Nathan took back the stage and embarrassed the heckler for being a white racist. Everyone laughed at the heckler, and it was amazing. At the end of the performance, Nathan shook hands with the heckler in the parking lot, and the heckler apologized. It was one of the best ways I've ever seen anyone handle a bully. I don't remember that, but I'm so proud of myself. Because there are many worse ways to react to that.
I wish you remembered now.
God,
That's quite the story.
I do. Okay, I'm trying to remember. Teatro. So, for anyone not familiar, Teatro Martini was this great little.
Stacey, where is the first time she watched you, Nathan? Where was that?
Teatro Martini. Stacy says it was a very memorable first impression. Well, I'm glad it was, because it could have been the exact opposite. So Teatro Martini was this great little spot in Orange County, just north of Knott's Berry Farm. Like literally 4 blocks north of Knott's Berry Farm. Literally 1 block north of Medieval Times. If you know where Medieval Times is, there was in The Cable Guy. 1 block north of that. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. I remember that.
Great. Dennis Shue says, I saw him at Teatro Martini on New Year's Eve. Oh, great. And so 1 block north of Medieval Times is Pirate's Dinner Adventure. And Pirate's Dinner Adventure has several locations throughout the country. And usually they build in a secondary show. They do other things. And so Pirate's Dinner Adventure also has Teatro Martini, which basically there's this big kind of like, it feels slightly like Gaston's pub from Beauty and the Beast. It's this kind of like old European kind of like wooden feel. And then the pre-show happens in there. They take all the people who are seeing the pirate show into the main room that has this half of a tall ship and this stadium type seating that kind of digs down. And then they reset the room and they do this vaudeville variety show. Where you have like a hostess and comedians and then alternating specialty acts, and it's scripted and there's dancing girls in skirts and all sorts of things, and it's a wonderful, wonderful time. It was a bit lowbrow, but we had a lot of fun performing it, and that's what the audiences came to see. Anyways, so I was the resident magician for a very long time. Like, I was literally the first specialty act they hired. And I got to do that, and at first I was built into the show, because I was performing this character called Monty, who was also the maitre d' welcoming people in, and so I was like a scripted character. And then eventually I went, like, within 3 months of that happening, I got booked on Masters of Illusion Live for the first time. I was like, I gotta go, you guys. I gotta go. I can't. I have to go. And they're like, that's fine. We'll find a way to script around it. And so thank you, Denise. Yes, it was fun. And so I then went on tour, and I came back, and they're like, great, so we've built in these new specialty acts, so if you want to just be a specialty act, we can put you in as Monty. And say, no, put me in as a specialty act, because the problem with me being Monty is that I can't do my signature material, right? I have to be Monty. It has to work within these constraints of the plot, essentially. And so they let me in as Nathan, and I was performing there for a very, very long time, and that's really how kind of like I built up my chops, was doing anywhere from 2 to 4 shows a week for an adult audience, not only drinking but having dinner at the same time. You know, like that really, really informs you as to some of the audiences you got to perform for. Because anyone here who's done corporate events knows sometimes you're in a ballroom with terrible lighting and an audience that's not paying attention because there's a buffet in the back. And you got to get used to that really, really fast. And so I did that for years and years and years, and they only recently technically shut down. We got our official "you're fired" letters because of the pandemic. And so I would do that, and so we would have people drinking belligerently drinking, which is absolutely the right term. People who would literally get up and walk away from the tables to go to the back and order drinks. All servers setting down trays, people eating, snarfing down things, some people not paying attention. It was all over the place. It was bedlam. It was a mishigas. It was insanity. So in regards to Stacey Holmes' comment, I do remember one time when somebody, God, I don't want to say they said this, but in my mind, it was something akin to "me love you long time," like being shouted out in the audience. And I don't know for sure. It was something. Maybe this is the same night. Maybe I misconstrued that in my memories and yelling "ching chong" or whatever it is. "Me love you," something like that. That was definitely very inappropriate. And it was even more surprising because I found out later on that was actually the friend of one of the performers. And they had done Ren fairs together. And so what had occurred to me was like, it wasn't that they were racist, but they needed to be the center of attention. Like they were used to performing and being center of attention. That was the first kind of joke that popped into their minds. And so boy, if it was that, I honestly can't remember what I would have said that would have done that. But like usually when those sorts of things happen is... hold on a sec. Shannon Gale says, "Preach it, brother. Loud banquet halls, people drinking and talking and not giving a shit about the show." Shannon and I used to do murder mystery dinner shows together, and so we absolutely know what that's like. That's what she's talking about. And so it was this wild kind of thing of like, how do you get the audience back on your side? And I think that for the most part, when hecklers occur, you don't need to get, unless you've truly lost the audience, you don't need to. A single heckler, you don't need to get the audience back on your side. You just need to remind the heckler that everyone is already against them. And your job is done, which is very, very easy. Because the instant they shout something, you just have to remind them, I know you're having a good time. It seems like right now, your good time is coming at the expense of everyone else's good time. So just keep that in mind. And most of the time when you remind them of that fact, they'll simmer down. And they're like, oh, yeah. All right. Everyone paid like $60 a ticket to be here, and I'm the one asshole who's messing that up. Whoa, these people have hired babysitters. They hired a babysitter, and I'm pulling this shit. Oh boy, okay. Like once you remind them of that, they usually shut up real fast. It's a bigger surprise when one time actually, I can't remember what it was. I picked someone out of the audience to help me out because there's another Asian guy who was wearing literally the same color shirt as me. Anyone who's seen me perform knows I always wear this teal shirt, right? This was an Asian guy wearing a teal shirt, but this guy was like 6 foot and jacked. He was like the Hugh Jackman of Asians. Like he was, you know what? I pulled him up out of the audience because he's wearing the same color shirt as me. He was Asian. And I think I literally made the joke that was like, what is... You guys ever seen the movie Twins? Why do I feel like Danny DeVito right now? Why do I feel like this is what I would look like had I eaten my Wheaties? Like, I made these jokes and gave him all the credit for being an incredible physical specimen who was Asian and wearing the same color shirt as me. And then he put me in the straitjacket, and he was a jerk, and he was rude about it. And I was like, I made all the punchlines at my own expense? I'm the same race as you, and you still kind of treat me like a dick? All right. And so I kind of let things devolve from there. I may have said some things I wasn't proud of that luckily didn't get me fired, but yeah. Larry Horowitz says, did the Vietnamese descent guy that grew up in Scotland and now lives in Republican Orange County just say Mishigosh? Yes, because I have dated a Jewish girl. Or two. Maybe two. I can't remember.
Humble brag.
Humble brag. I mean, that's, absolutely. Shannon Gale says, I remember the guy you pulled out of the audience. That was so funny. Yeah. Anyways, having done, like, when you do these dinner shows, when you do these corporate shows, when you do murder mystery dinner theater, when you do these weird performing things that don't happen in normal circumstances, like when you're in a theater, oh God, those gigs are fantastic. You know, if you get to tour the country and do these gorgeous theaters, or when you get hired to do these great, performing arts centers, those are like the ideal. Magic Castle. Most of the time, those are ideal gigs. People are there to see you. And then when you go outside of that and you do other events, you've learned it's very humbling very quickly. And it's very interesting. Yes. I've been talking for too long. Someone else say something.
I can actually relate to what you're saying. I think the last gig I did before the pandemic, or the second last gig I did before the pandemic was a corporate function. So went well is combining both close-up walk around magic and then a show. So I was all prepped up for the show, but and then I don't know, maybe a quarter of all the guests were watching me, and everyone else was just there. Like you said, there was a buffet, and it was loud. So
Yep.
So I know. I think that was the only time that's ever happened to me. So sometimes things don't always go out as you planned. So I just did what I can, but sometimes situations like that happen.
It is certainly a unique and interesting performance world. There's all sorts of different performance things. Honestly, I think as Asian performers, there's so many other things to worry about first before the Asian component fits in. There's so many other reasons to be worried about, not just as a live performer in the performance arts, but also as a magician in general. It's like, what if someone sees me palming this in my other hand? What if someone sees the load, the whatever? What if someone is burning the wrong moment at the wrong time? Like, there's so many other things for us to worry about. It's that I feel like there are lots of other things that take precedence over being Asian. That's, I think, literally the least of our worries. But I do know that... Ooh, I dropped a thing. Well, don't know what I dropped. That's gone forever now. There are so many things to worry about as a performer in general that I think, luckily, we don't worry too much about being Asian. And lately, I haven't worried too much about being Asian on stage. So much as just walking out and going to the grocery store and just the wrong person having, a white guy having a really bad day. I believe what was it? Like, I think it was the police chief in Atlanta said he had a really bad, yes. Ooh, more drinks. Hold on, I'm out. Oh, is that what we're doing? Not to be outdone by Daniel.
Oh my gosh.
I'll do Daniel.
Don't judge me. I'm doing lemon ginger honey tea.
I don't judge that at all. I completely respect people who either can't drink or don't drink. That's absolutely fine with me. What were you about to say, Daniel?
To absent friends, present company, and a better world.
Absolutely. Cheers.
Cheers.
Woo! Yes. What could be better than $8 whiskey? Excellent. Oh, and Chris is back. I do need to excuse myself for a moment. I'll be right back. So someone take the lead and say something.
You sick.
You're
taking really
It doesn't have to be Usyk. It just whoever. Like, I will wait till someone says something, and then I'll kind of like feature them, and then I'll go take care of my business.
Yes.
So how are you doing, Usyk?
Not too bad. Just keeping busy or trying to. So that's good. Surviving, safe so far. And anyone have any?
So where's everyone from? So I'm from the Bay Area up north in California. Daniel, you're down south, right?
Los Angeles.
LA. And Kel, you're Vancouver,
Yeah.
and
I'm
you're
Vancouver.
and you're also Vancouver.
Yeah, we're about 30 minutes away from each other. So.
Oh, so you guys know each other actually?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. So it looks like, I'm just curious from my own perspective, it looks like my feed has now become
looks clear.
non-pixelated. Yeah, so
Yeah, looks better.
Looking
okay,
great.
good.
Good.
All this time I was like talking and there was like people are to go, who's this ghost talking about racism and stuff
Yeah.
like that. But you know,
Well, that would be so refreshing, because
Yeah.
usually ghosts can be pretty racist. So it's like a specter appearing, like, you should support the ACLU.
Right. Right. Well, you know what? In Hawaii, because I used to live there for a while. What is the term they used? Haole. Haole is a term to describe someone that's a ghost.
Wow.
You know, and usually it's referred to Caucasian people. But you know, it's funny that you mentioned that, because haole is a term for ghost. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny how Nathan brought us on here like last minute. I thought we were going to perform, so I was like, do I got to put the mascara
Yeah.
on? Do I got to
I was wondering about that too. Yeah.
right?
I was
So,
telling Nathan, like, I gotta better put on a shirt right now, really quick. It's like,
Shannon says that, hey, looking good. I can't pull up the comments, but thank you, Shannon. Now that my pixelation problems is okay. So
Good.
thank you. Okay, cool. But yeah, I actually thought we were gonna come on and do, and I saw Daniel on there, so I was, oh, he's gonna do a squeaky futons thing. So I was like getting ready, and then Nathan says last minute, he says, just no performing, just, you know, we're gonna talk about stuff. So I was like, okay, I'm good with that, you know.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah.
I told my fiance that I was going to be on this panel and that we were going to be talking about really important stuff. And she said, I'm really proud of you. You're going to wash your hair and shave, right? And I'm like, yeah, probably. I probably should.
So Jason Anderson says, so you guys need some illusions built. Okay, so anyone need any illusions built here? Actually, I'm a parlor guy, so, you know, but if anyone out there has mass, you know, that makes mass, I'm all about that. So, you know, but yeah. So
yeah,
is
I'm a guy as well. So that's mostly where I'm at. And I'm in the corporate. You guys were talking about earlier, but I'm in the corporate audiences, and where there's like bars. You guys were talking about the buffet, but the bar is my enemy more than the buffet.
yeah.
That's my experience, but.
So I think Nate, Daniel, you brought up, you know, earlier before we came on that the shooting. Where was the shooting at again? Was it in Georgia?
There's one shooting in multiple spas in Georgia.
Yeah.
And there was the recent shooting in Colorado.
Yeah, you know, that right there, it's just, you know, I think that's what prompted Nathan to do this panel.
Right.
Which I appreciated much, you know, and it is a scary thing. And, you know, it's just nice to have a group of people that we can just actually talk about it. Because, you know, race isn't something that I normally talk about with people in general. You know, I kind of take it for granted when someone insults me, even when someone called me a gook. You know, I didn't know what that was when it was called. But then, you know, I just took it as like this mean insult. And I think
exactly what it is.
Yeah. You know, and I don't think about it as being racist or not. I just know that it hurt me, you know. And that's why I say, you know, racism is not as obvious as people think.
Right.
But, you know, and I think all races can experience it, right?
Agreed. You know, growing up my whole life, my family has told me there are 3 things you should never discuss with anyone that you aren't living with or very close to, and it's sex, religion, and money. And I think in polite conversation, you don't just throw that on a complete stranger, but those things, if they were discussed, could really fill you in on their morals, because it's not that you shouldn't talk about them, it's that you should examine them regularly and figure out, am I going down the wrong path? And if I help someone close to me, am I going to be able to let them help me? I think it's rough. And when we don't have these hard conversations, people get hurt.
Yeah.
They always
Yeah,
do.
absolutely. I think some people are just, once again, I think lots of people are just not used to talking about uncomfortable subjects, or have never needed to talk about uncomfortable subjects. And so now that these uncomfortable subjects are coming out, they're like, I've never felt this way in my entire life. Why should I start feeling like this now? Because there are lots of people out there, particularly, white people who just have never needed to discuss something that really affected them that personally, have never felt a part of the minority, have never felt depressed, have never felt uncomfortable discussing race, because they've always been, more or less at the top of the food chain. And now that finally these other subjects are coming up, they're like, why do I feel weird all of a sudden? This isn't allowed. I've never felt like this before. You must be attacking me. It's like,
Well, yeah, that's true. I think overall, Nathan, that the whole subject is uncomfortable, which is why it's a subject to be talked about.
absolutely.
To get that uncomfortability out of there, I think, we can have an intelligent conversation about these. And that's why I'm glad we kind of brought this out, because, we're not trying to figure out a solution.
Or blame anybody. Find someone to blame, a scapegoat.
Right. And I mean, it's just worth talking about, I think, especially with the current events, because it scares the crap out of me. I can walk out here and just be targeted. And I did do that when I was in Reno, and I was watching my daughter's competition, her dance competition.
Mm-hmm.
I probably shouldn't have, but because of the current events, I felt like I had to kind of be more vigilant about my surroundings, about someone hitting me, and I know it's kind of crazy or being paranoid.
It's not. If someone told you that there was a rash of burglaries in your neighborhood, what do?
Yeah.
You become more vigilant. So
Right.
if someone tells you people with your skin tone, your basic ethnic background are being, subject to attack, you become vigilant. There's nothing
Yes.
wrong with that. And I think it's once again that whole idea of you're the model minority, you have nothing to complain about. Why would you complain about this? That is kind of coming back to bite us in the ass about this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wasn't thinking like, a certain race was going to attack me. I was just thinking
Sure.
anyone can attack me.
Absolutely, yes.
But I just hated that feeling because I couldn't enjoy where I was.
Mm-hmm.
And I normally am not like that at all, and it's just, it's just a weird time. And I'm glad that I'm able to tell you guys that, because I didn't tell anyone that, not even my family.
No, Chris, it's important. Like this reminded me, because you're talking about your daughter. I didn't know you had kids, but I got an inquiry about a gig. It didn't end up working out, but it was an inquiry about I guess a panel of Asian people coming together to talk about the issue of racism and how we should treat each other. Because what they're having problems with, and I'm not exposed to it, but what she was telling me on the phone was that there's racism amongst the kids in schools, where there's kids that are spitting on each other and throwing stuff at each other, and this kind of bullying is extreme right now in a young age, like elementary schools. So
Yeah.
You're worried about yourself, but I'm more worried about how's I'm going to be a father in July. What's my kid?
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, congrats. Yeah.
So what is my kid going to grow up to? And if it's like today, if it's anything like today, how are they going to how am I going to teach them how to survive? Like it's a big issue. It's not something It's not a small deal.
Kel,
I don't want people spitting on my kids
Yeah.
just because they're Asian.
Yeah.
Kel, I'm not a parent, but I want to let you know that the answer is probably you're going to teach it one day at a time.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a regular conversation with honesty and trust. I was followed by a car that threw food at me.
Yes, I heard
They-
it. I remember reading about this on Facebook. I was following it when out live. Yeah.
I was walking to the bank, and I will be honest, I really like looking like a wizard in public, with the cloak and the round hat with the point, and I wear Renaissance fair belts year round and glass bottles on my hip. So if I run into someone, I could take out a little like rolled scroll I can give them when they open it. It's a quest. A Mustang drove by, called me choice expletives and slurs, and threw food at me.
Well, hold on. If I might ask, can you at least come close to telling us what those expletives were, just so we can get an idea? Like, if a black person was like, they call me this, this, and this, we'd be like, thank you for telling us. I feel like Asians, once again, we feel uncomfortable explaining what words are being used.
Yeah.
So what happened?
I got called a chink faggot.
Woo! Oh, right. Well.
Which, when you hear that, you're just gonna give them the finger.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
because-
As well you should.
What am I supposed to do? Go like, you know what? Maybe they're right.
Yeah, like, what are you
Like,
supposed to do? Like,
It's
fair.
It's very instinctive. So
Like,
I
what do
gave
you do? Just yell at them like, you wish? Like, what do you say to them at that point?
I gave them the finger, and I went to the bank, and then they did a U-turn
Ooh,
and followed
no.
me into the bank parking lot.
No,
and just
I remember
sat,
this.
And
Yeah,
just
no.
sat there, waiting for my transaction to be over. And then they followed me. And when I tried to break away, it didn't work. Because the mall was closed, so I had to go out that exact way. And I started a live stream, and I came to terms. It's very possible this will be the last thing
Maybe.
that happens to me.
Yeah.
And when I told certain people in my life who are very conservative and make kung flu jokes and support politicians that want to hurt people like me, people like us, and people we love, it's really hard to have them go, why didn't you tell me? Because you support people who say things that this person yelled at me from a car.
Yeah.
Honesty. And when you are honest with people, you allow hard conversations to happen. And it's dangerous not to have these conversations because they need to happen regularly.
They
And
do.
if they happen one day at a time, it's good.
Yeah. But in case you can't see, Lily Von Stupp says, I'm so sorry. This is horrible. And
Thank you,
a
Lily.
little breaking heart emoji. And it absolutely is.
It's a happy ending in hindsight because all that happened was I got home safely.
Yeah.
I was very paranoid. I thought I need to lay low. Let me shave my head.
Yeah, I remember this
and
happening on
wear
Facebook.
my fat pants and
Yeah, Daniel. I never thought of just rolling on your phone and going on live stream as a defense mechanism. So that's good advice.
Yeah,
Yeah, actually,
great.
Yeah.
That's, if I'm in danger, I'm whipping on my phone.
I hear...
oh,
I read somewhere that if you have an iPhone, you say, "Hey Siri, I'm being pulled over right now," it'll automatically start recording. And I don't know if that's true or not because I own like an iPhone, but I don't use it. It's like literally I got it so that I could use iPhone functions. And so I hear that's a thing that you can do, and if that's the case, then fantastic.
I'm sure the commenters watching this on iPhones will tell us.
Yes, please. If you have an iPhone. And also, if you've never had to say, "Hey Siri, I'm being pulled over," congratulations, good for you. I don't blame you or anything. I'm just saying, good for you. You don't
probably
know
Siri
that this
would
is a
reply
thing.
like, "Stop speeding." Like,
You're like, well, be sure to comply with their instructions and stop speeding. Don't break the law. Don't do anything wrong. Do exactly what the cops say. You'll be fine. When we all know for a fact that just because you do what the cops say, that doesn't mean you'll be fine. The other things may absolutely happen. Because welcome to 2020 and 2021. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's like, on the one hand, is it the worst that it could be? No. Could it be better? Yes. And sometimes it feels wrong to complain about the things that could be better. But when you compare your experience to, the average white American, then it becomes quite salient and quite clear, the differences.
Yeah. Yeah, Nathan, you bring up a good point. I think that goes for a lot of cultures. I think,
Yep.
even with Caucasians, I think they experience a certain amount of racism. If they were to come to the Philippines, I can guarantee you that they're going to feel it. I always tell, when I travel with a Caucasian friend, to the Philippines or some other country, I always remind them, this isn't the West. And and they're going to treat you nicely from the surface, but life is cheap out here.
Yeah.
And they don't perceive democracy and rights and as the same. So we have to be careful. But going back to Daniel's story, it's hearing stories like that remind me why organizations come together and people and communities come together, like Black Lives Matter, and hearing stories like Daniel make me want to do something about that. And because it is important to bring that to awareness, because I think for so long we deal with these circumstances by ourselves,
Absolutely.
not saying anything to anyone. I know I've gotten called an effing Chinese guy, and I'm not even Chinese.
Yeah.
And many other things, from being called a gook, a monkey. My parents have been called monkeys. And, my grandfather would tell me stories back in the 50s and how he would try to call himself, he would tell people that he was an Italian Sicilian because a Filipino was called a monkey, and he wanted to hide that. He even went as far as changing his last name to sound more Spanish than Filipino. So, and growing up, these stories were just things that, were talked amongst the family, not as this issue of race. And so I think that's partly why people are bringing it up now. It's something that we never talked about. Had Daniel never said anything now, I would have never known him. And I've known this guy for years,
And
as
the
a
thing
colleague,
is, when focus is set towards fighting racism, we could always do more. And a lot of people who are left out of this conversation are the most vulnerable people in our society. It's disabled Asian Americans, it's LGBTQ Asian Americans, especially trans Asian Americans. It's Asian Americans who are low income and don't have opportunities. And it's Asian Americans who are stuck in financial distress. So if we're going to do this, it has to be for everyone, or it's for none of us.
Yeah. Well said.
Yeah, absolutely. I just was reminded of a truly bizarre situation that occurred to me while I was in high school. And I went to a very unique high school. I went to the Orange County School of the Arts. At the time, it was called the Orange County High School of the Arts. They have since, in those years, gotten rid of the H because they have also introduced 7th and 8th graders to it. But basically, we have produced so many artists into the world in a variety of different mediums, and it started at a regular high school. It was like an after-school program, and then they got their own campus. And basically, in order to go to the school, you have to audition for a conservatory for a particular subsect of the arts. And so we will feature people who are in things like production and design, film and TV, creative writing, dance, and in the dance there's ballet folklorico and all sorts of other things, commercial dance, jazz dance, and then acting, musical theater, or just acting departments. There's so many different subsects of arts that we support. And basically what happens is from like 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock, you go to school for normal school stuff, and then from 2:30 till about 5, you go just to study the thing that you auditioned and got accepted for. And it's a truly beautiful, gorgeous, amazing place. And honestly, I don't think I would have survived in a normal high school. And so I went, surprisingly, actually for creative writing. I auditioned for like drama and things like that. They didn't accept me. Went for writing. And it was a wonderful, accepting, beautiful place where people got to experiment with who they were and their identities and all sorts of things in the arts. Anyways, so as a writing student, I got to take an acting class because it's like taking drama in high school. I took a drama class. And I remember one time it was more or less kind of free time to hang around and chat and that sort of thing. And a student walks up to me, and boy, I can't remember what exactly they said, but I do remember at some point they called me a chink. And for anyone who's not familiar, chink specifically applies to Chinese people. And so I said, like, hey, you know, if you're gonna insult me, you should do it correctly. You should call me a gook. Which, by the way, side conversation, gook was a racist, offensive term originally created during the Korean War. So not only are they either misnaming me, but they're just using an old name for some other Asian people and calling me that, which is an insult all on its own, right? So I said, if you're going to be really accurate, call me a gook. And he says that because I'm Vietnamese, and he says, oh, that's right, you're Charlie in the trees. And he does that. This person said this to me. This I remember quite clearly. And immediately several friends looked at me, and one person actually held out his arm as if I was going to rush this person. And was just like, someone on Twitch says, hello, Nox Naman. And I took a breath, and in my ADHD brain, which processes many things, I was like, how do I respond to this really huge act of racism, which at the time I didn't take as racism. I was just like, well, this is fucked up, but I got to deal with it, right? There's the F-bomb. And so I kind of gestured to my friends, like, it's fine. I took a step back. I walked over to my mobile, old flip phone at the time, because this was 2003, 2004. Pulled out my flip phone, hit some buttons. Chào anh. Yeah. And then I basically just said a bunch of things. I said a bunch of Vietnamese sounding things. And then I was just like, I said some things, and at some point I covered them. It was like, hey, Jamie, what's your last name? It was like, chào em. Lại chúa, come on, chúa. Yeah. Jamie, what's your last name? And he was like, Fernando. And I was like, Jamie, yeah. Come on. Cho em 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come on. Hung up. And Jamie immediately said, I gotta go to the bathroom, and left and didn't come back for the rest of class. And so all my friends looked at me and said, who the hell did you call? And I said, nobody. Acting, bitches. And like anyone who speaks Vietnamese knows that basically all I said on the phone was really, really poorly. I said the prayer you say before you eat dinner. Like, hey, dear Jesus, bless this food we're about to eat. Thank you. And then I counted to 10 in Vietnamese, is what I did. But also broke it at some point. He said, what's your last name? And then he lied to me because his last name is actually Bernard. I just exposed him. Exposed a racist. Oh, heaven forbid. And I did those things, and like he disappeared literally for the rest of class. So like when people talk about racism, like have there been huge events that have occurred in my life? Maybe. But you kind of get you. That's the terrifying thing about racism. As a minority, you just kind of get really, really numb to them because either microaggressions happen all the time, or you're just like, what are you gonna do about it? Like that's actually more terrifying than anything else. Is the mentality of what are you gonna do about it? You know. Thank you, Victoria. Yeah, it was anyway. So that was how I reacted to that situation. And I have no idea what Jamie is doing right now. I hope he has learned from the error of his ways. But yeah, I absolutely 1000% did that during an acting class. And looking back, I'm like, I shouldn't have needed to do this. This shouldn't be a thing that I'm proud of. But you know,
it's a great bluff. It's awesome.
It's a great story, and I need to figure out a way to tell this on stage somehow, and be able, because it is a weird experience for a human being to have to go through, is this sort of thing. But
Maybe
yeah,
you just do it on stage. If anyone says a racist comment to you on stage, you go, "Let me make a phone call."
hold on 1 second.
Right.
That is way better than. So I knew this kid who was named Jamie and racist, and I need you to deal these cards in 4 piles for me in order for the story to progress.
Nice one.
Why you're dealing 3 rows of 7 cards? I need you. I'm gonna tell the story. Oh my god. Yeah. Anyway, so once again, everyone, my name is Naathan Phan. I'm not saying we're wrapping up, but I just want to let everyone know that I'm Naathan Phan, and some of these other wonderful magicians may disappear because they have other things to do, and which is absolutely fine if they need to leave. But once again, these are also Asian magicians, and we are talking today because of many things. First of all, if you weren't here earlier, it is the 103rd anniversary of a white American magician who was pretending to be a Chinese magician, going by the name of Chung Ling Soo, was shot fatally on stage during the Bullet Catch Act, his version of the Bullet Catch Act. And it is also, we wanted to talk about just our experiences in the entertainment industry, as well as just things in general, and how, anti-Asian sentiments are growing in the US right now. And so we are just here talking about that. And if there's anything you want to ask any one of us or all of us, feel free to let us know in the comments and questions. This is going out on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube right now. So anyone is more than welcome to ask a question. And unless they've shut us down for hate speech or whatever, please be more than welcome to say things. But Lily Von Stupp, this has been wonderful. Thank you, Lily. Always a huge advocate and an ally. I know that some of you were saying that you need to go. If you need to go, this feels like it would be a good chance for you to take off. And if you got to go, then that's fine.
Well, I've got to head out. Thank you, Nathan. And if you take away anything from this talk tonight, I hope it's that these difficult conversations need to happen, and there's always room to grow. And the second thing I hope you take away is this joke I used to tell at the Magic Castle that I haven't been able to tell anyone because I've never been around other magicians this whole pandemic. If I have like 30 seconds, it won't get me an ethics hearing if it helps. And if it does, I'm not a member anymore. So, the Magic Castle is a really interesting place, but there are some celebrities that are members, and some celebrities that are interested in magic that you may not know about. Do we know Jason Alexander, George Costanza from Seinfeld? He's actually a magician member of the castle, and he won Parlor Magician of the Year once. He's amazing. You should see his show. It's on YouTube. It's fantastic. And are there any nerds in the audience? Any fans of Neil Gaiman? He wrote books like The Sandman, The Graveyard Book, but American Gods, the main character, Shadow, is a coin magician, and Neil based those routines off actual coin magic books. It's fantastic. And are there any Ernest Hemingway fans out there? He had an absolute killer bullet catch routine.
Jesus.
It was really mind-blowing.
Oh my God.
And I understand why I'm no longer a member of the Academy of Magical Arts.
Daniel, Jessica Watts says, bye, Daniel. And Christine
See you
Shannon
later,
says, thank you.
Daniel.
Stay
Daniel,
safe.
thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Yes. Was there anybody else who needed to take off?
Yeah, I'm going to sign off as well.
I have to too, yeah.
Everyone else has to leave. Okay, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I was gonna finish my glass, then go. But whenever you guys think,
You know what? Tell you what. If you finish yours, I'll finish mine.
How about that? You wanna do that?
Yes, let's do that.
Let's take it to the head, Nathan.
Absolutely. Here's to good friends and bad choices. Cheers.
There you go. Cheers.
Yes.
Woo! Everyone, there's Chris Heron as Faust. Check him out. Wonderful performer. Thank you so much. And let's see, Kel, did you have to take off as well? Yes?
Yep, I have to take off. So, Nathan, good luck next week on Masters of Illusion.
Thank you. Thank you. There's Kelvin Ng, everybody. Yes. And then Yusik has to take off as well.
Yes, thank you for having me. Yeah, it was interesting. Thank you.
You are absolutely very, very welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Everyone, my name is Naathan Phan. I'm actually going to stick around. If anybody has any questions to ask at this time, feel free to ask them. I'll stick around for a bit longer. If it seems like interest is kind of petering off, then I will sign off. Otherwise, I'm going to stay on and just talk about things. Victoria says, thank you guys. Love you all lots. That is absolutely fine. There was something to be there. Larry Horowitz says, I'm going to kudos to all of you for intelligent conversation and thought. Absolutely, yes. And Lily Van Stupp says, thank you again and cheers. Nox Naman from, I don't know how to pronounce it, please correct me if I'm wrong, Nox Naman from Twitch says, do I hear an Irish accent? You are very close for most Americans. I grew up in Scotland, and so I have a Scottish accent. Granted, I've been living. No, that's absolutely fine. Don't apologize. It's absolutely fine. It is absolutely a Scottish accent. I grew up in Scotland. I spent 10 years in Scotland when I was a child, and so that's a thing that happens, especially when I've had a few to drink. And that is one of the things that makes my life experience different than other Asian magicians' experiences, is that at least for me, I present, like, physically I look very Asian, but the instant I come out and I open my mouth and I start to talk, people's heads kind of start to tilt a wee bit to the side. And this is part of my opening stand-up comedy. For anyone who's not heard it before, I tell people, like, I know that a lot of you are probably asking a question right now, about the unique discrepancy between the way that I look and the way that I sound. So allow me to answer that question in your minds now. The answer is yes, I am indeed Vietnamese. Good. Moving along. And I do a whole stand-up comedy bit about it. Yes, so anyone who has any questions for me right now, or if there's any other, let's write, it was Asian magicians. If there are any other Asian magicians who want to come and join the conversation, you're welcome to. Or even if there are other Asians in general who want to kind of join the conversation, that's welcome too as well. But in the meantime, I'm going to talk for just a bit longer, or we will kind of call it a night. But it's been a very interesting last few days for me in particular, and for many Asians across the country. Victoria Pamleni says it is such a good introduction piece. Yeah, and I was a stand-up comedian for a long time. Not a long time. It's not like I was an old weathered veteran of the stand-up comedy stage, but I got into stand-up comedy when I was very young, and the instant I was old enough to, I would go to open mics and things, and I would start doing stand-up comedy. And then I got into magic, and I was like, oh, you know what, let's have a magic trick in the back pocket just in case something while I'm doing stand-up comedy doesn't quite play well, and at least then I can go and do some magic and they won't hate me. So I created a whole ton of pieces, some of which were about me being Asian, some of which were about me being Lindsay says very old, very weathered. Yes, that's right, I was quite an old and weathered comedian back in my day. And so it is. It is absolutely what it is. But this has been, for anyone who's just kind of tuning in now, I know some people are petering off, and that's fine. We are hitting the 103rd anniversary of a white American magician posing as a Chinese magician being killed on stage, or at least being fatally injured on stage during the bullet catch that happened just today, 103 years ago, March 23rd of 1918. And then I had a bunch of magicians on here talking about our experiences, because in honor of that, we had a Canadian magician, we had a Korean Chinese magician, and then I had 2 Filipino-American magicians talking with us. Naathan says, just wondering, do you know Enrico de la Vega? Yes, Filipino magician along with his sister from the LA area. Yes. Hold on one second. I definitely know his sister. Enrico, I think I know Enrico as well. I don't know. It's one of those things in the magic world. It's surprisingly small, and so it may be one of those things where like you know of them, but you don't necessarily personally know them. But yes, I definitely know his sister. Oh, what's her name? It's gone right out of my head right now, and I apologize. But yes, I do know her, and I think by extension him. Yes. So once again, if anyone has any questions for me about being an Asian magician, or just being an Asian American, more specifically a first generation Vietnamese American, because my parents both came over to the United States around 1975. My dad was a bit older, my mum was a bit younger, and they met here in the United States. They met, I believe, in Oregon. If anybody has any questions about that experience, being one of those first in the family to be born into the United States, Chris Harris is responding to one of Micah Kovar's comments. Please feel free to let me know if anybody wants to know anything or wants to see any magic or whatever. I'm going to hang around for a bit more and wait. Otherwise, I will be more than happy to call it a night. I won't overextend my welcome, but I will say that right now is a very interesting time in the United States. And once again, a lot of that, honestly, to know that there was a president of the United States openly calling the coronavirus the China virus or the Kung flu was just absolutely mind-boggling to me, because I know that some people out there are like, well, I mean, it did come from Wuhan, so it was technically a virus from China. Yes, technically, that is absolutely accurate. How would you feel if, I'm trying to remember this gentleman's name. How would you feel if I were to refer to, say like, oh, you know the Wisconsin cannibal? The what? Yeah, there's the Wisconsin cannibal. It depends on what is your intention by saying that it's the China virus. Is it for edification's purpose? I can almost assure you it's not. If I were to, every time I were to talk about Jeffrey Dahmer, who is a cannibal, who was from Wisconsin, if I were to say the Wisconsin cannibal every time I talked about Jeffrey Dahmer, you'd be like, well, why are you saying that? Well, he was a cannibal. He's from Wisconsin. Yeah, but not all people from Wisconsin are cannibals. Yeah, that's not my fault, but this one cannibal who originated in Wisconsin absolutely was a cannibal. So to call Jeffrey Dahmer the Wisconsin cannibal is absolutely accurate. Are you afraid that's going to color you against people from Wisconsin? Or even if I were to go from a larger sense and say the American cannibal. Jeffrey Dahmer. He's the American cannibal. To associate American with cannibal in that sense, you can see how that would be harmful. And yet, when many people say the China virus, the Wuhan flu, to think that that isn't harmful. Absolute folly and worst racism. Absolutely. Let's see. Naathan says, how have you adapted as a magician during COVID? I adapted relatively well. Luckily around January of last year, I moved out of Las Vegas and I moved back in with my parents, actually. I've always had a very close relationship with my parents. And two out of 3 siblings still live here at home in Orange County, California. And so I was working on cruise ships a lot. So much so that it didn't make sense. Like, I was literally gone 6 out of every 8 weeks. Maybe even 7. I didn't spend a lot of time on land. I was constantly bouncing back and forth between cruise contracts. And so I said to myself, you don't need an apartment. You really don't. You're gone all the time. So back in January, after I'd been doing cruise ships for about 7-8 months, I was like, I'm going to move back in with the parents. And so I got rid of the apartment in Las Vegas, and I moved back in with my parents in Orange County. And then, of course, in March, things changed. And so luckily I was back at home. My brother, Hugh, is an IT guy who works for a few different companies. And so I was like, hey, can you help me soup up my in-room computer situation? And he was like, yeah. And so he took my old laptop processing software and souped it up and put it into a tower, and then wired a router out to me so that I could be directly connected to the router, so I wasn't working off of Wi-Fi. Help set all these things into motion so that I could easily do these virtual shows. On top of that, luckily, I owned a DSLR camera, which is what I'm on now. This is a Canon EOS Rebel T6i. And then I've got all this. Right now I'm working off of my... this is a Yeti Nano. Oh, sorry, Yeti. Blue Yeti. A Yeti Nano is this other one I've got up on the shelf. So I'm working off of a Blue Yeti right now. But I've also got a wireless transmitter for a Shure system. I've got a sound mixer. I've got all sorts of things. And then I started adding acoustic foam, and then I started adding in a backdrop. Right now I've got 4 different backdrops. I've got a sea foam backdrop, a navy blue backdrop, a blue screen, and a green screen. So I just started building a studio in my home. Yes, nice. It was quite nice. And so I lucked out, very privileged in many, many ways. And so I just started creating a studio in my home. And then I started, luckily, I have a bit of a name in the magic community. I'm not famous by any means, but I've been on a lot of different programs that feature magic. Masters of Illusion, Penn Teller Fool Us, America's Got Talent, Wizard Wars, Hollywood Christmas Parade, all these things. And because of that, I could, and I had a lecture that I'd been doing for several years. It was relatively easy for me to book lectures across the country, actually across the world. I've lectured now in Israel and South Africa and the Philippines and all sorts of places, virtually. And so I started lecturing from this setup across the world, and doing virtual gigs. I just did one for a local college, and I've got one coming up now for what is it? Harvard has a thing called the American Repertory Theater, and they are doing something called the Conjurers Club, and they reached out to me to be a part of that. So I'm doing that, and I'm doing all these other things. So as Nox Naman asks, have you adapted as much into COVID? I've done pretty well. Could it be better? Absolutely. Could it be worse? Absolutely. And so I've done pretty well adapting, doing these virtual things. If anyone's interested in coming to see my virtual show, I've got a show coming up April 3rd, as a matter of fact, just in case anyone's interested. April 3rd, where is the button that shows off the thing? There it is. Oh, that's the wrong thing. So, anyone who's interested, I do a monthly show. That's not the right thing. Hold on one ruddy second as I go in and switch out this image because that's not the latest one. The first Saturday of every month I do a show now where I do a 45-minute virtual concert, and then I do a 45-minute magic show, and it changes from month to month. The virtual concert will range from things from it'll be, sometimes it'll be musical theater, sometimes it'll be, there it is. Sometimes it'll be, my signature standards, that sort of thing. This upcoming month, I've got a showing up that's all impressions. I'm doing celebrity impressions, singing, That'll be on Saturday, April 3rd. The concert happens at 7 p.m. Pacific time, and then the magic show happens at 8 p.m. Pacific time. And the ticket that you buy is good to get you into both of those shows, or you can just come to one or the other. It's called The Music and Magic of Naathan Phan. And if you go to my website, magicasianman.com, there are absolutely a link that will take you to buy the tickets. And if you use the promo code FBFAN, then you will save 25%. A regular ticket's $25, and a VIP ticket is $40. And a VIP ticket allows you to be on screen. I pick you for the show, and you get to come and be part of the private Zoom conversation. You get a virtual photo op, and a whole bunch of, and also I send you a souvenir in the mail. So it's a whole bunch of things. Anyways, so sorry to plug that. I was not intending to plug all that, but it happened. So yeah, I've been adapting fairly well. And then next week I'm going to film Masters of Illusion, which is a television series that I think will be my 7th or 8th season appearing on. So I've been very, very fortunate, very, very blessed. So, yeah, that's been the thing. Oh, Nox Naman says, do you interact with the audiences like a Zoom meeting? So I have been previously doing my shows on Zoom. I'm not in love with it, so I'm trying to find other ways to kind of do it. I do interact with the audience. There are things you can do at home, or the things that I will bring people on screen to do. So yes, I absolutely interact with people. And then, oh yes, I answered the question. Yes, so I do invite people to come in and be a part of the thing, and to help out, and to be a part of it. So yeah, excellent. Once again, everyone, I'm Naathan Phan. I was earlier talking with 4 other wonderfully talented Asian American or Asian magicians, because we had 2 from Canada and 2 from the United States. If there are any questions about what it is that I do, about experiences I've had in the last year or so, or even longer, let me know. Denise says, congrats on Masters of Illusion. Yes, thank you. I've been a part of the Masters of Illusion family for quite a while now. But it is always great to be asked to come back. And so there, once again, Masters of Illusion will be returning to your televisions on the CW network this summer. Same network that does The Flash and iZombie and a bunch of other series. So come and check that out. And then there will also be a holiday special we're working on as well. Nox Naman says, aye. I don't know what that means. Ooh, aye, right. I'd like to learn more about that magician whose death anniversary we were talking about. What was their name? Yes, their stage name was Chung Ling Soo. Let me go ahead and make a little tiny thing about this. Their actual birth name was William Ellsworth Robinson, a.k.a. Chung Ling Soo. There it is. William Ellsworth Robinson, a.k.a. Chung Ling Soo. That is who we were talking about earlier. They were an American magician from the East Coast, born of Scottish heritage, but who were known as a magician for, a great deal amount of time. But then later on in their career, they kind of stole the thunder from a German magician by the name of Outzinger, who was doing an act as like a Middle Eastern character, and not only stole 2/3 of the name, but also stole about half or 2/3 of their act, and performed as that for a while. And then after that, they heard that someone was looking for an act of magic in the Folies Bergère in Paris, and then took a lot of the act of a Chinese magician by the name of Chung Ling Soo, and then cleverly came up with their name as Chung Ling Soo, and then decided to do a lot of their act in France and in Europe. And so that's what we were talking about earlier. And this day specifically is the 103rd anniversary of they used to do this act that was akin to a bullet catch. They would have several people come up with guns and autographed bullets, and they would catch the bullets in their hands and drop them on a plate. Well, this night the act went wrong because of the way that their act worked. William Ellsworth Robinson was shot on stage in front of an audience, and they broke character and spoke English in public for the first time in ages and said, "Oh my God, something's happened. Lower the curtain." And then they died the next day on March 24th of 1918. So that was one of the big inciting incidents behind why we were kind of all talking today. In addition to just the way that the world is right now. So William Ellsworth Robinson, look him up, because to say that the worst thing he did in his life was pretend to be Chinese is one thing. Because then you're like, oh, well, you're just saying that because, you were offended by what he did. But this individual not only stole a Chinese Magician's Act, also stole a German Magician's Act who's pretending to be Middle Eastern or Indian. And then on top of that, cheated on several of his significant others. Not only just his wife, but also his mistress, who he cheated on his wife with. Noxnaman says, was it? No, that he wasn't actually Chinese. Among the magic community, yes. Among the American public, no. Because whenever he was in public, he would pretend to speak Chinese. He had a Chinese wife / assistant who was actually another white person pretending to be Chinese. And then he also had a translator with him because in public he never spoke English because he claimed to not be able to speak English. So he would speak fake Chinese, and then he would have a fake Chinese translator translate what he was saying. So it wasn't publicly known, but among magicians it was known. Even among the magician Chung Ling Soo, who he stole some of his name from and some of his act from. Chung Ling Soo knew he wasn't Chinese. And then he was the original David Carradine. Are you talking about David Carradine from the Kung Fu series? Kind of, in a way, yes. But David Carradine didn't, as far as I know, claim to be Asian. He just existed because I think the series was called Kung Fu, right? And he just was a character in this world that kind of was a transient character going from town to town. I think that's what you're referencing. I could be wrong. IMDb. I will look it up right now. But yeah. Yes, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, David Carradine played a character. It was kind of like the lone gunman character who went from Wild West to Wild West town, except he was this character. He was this white savior character who went around from time to time knowing a bunch of like martial arts and stuff, and it was another thing entirely. Yeah. I'm not here to say that white people have always been kind to Asian people. I'm also not here to say that white people are out to totally screw over Asian people. I'm just here to say that things have been done. Things have been said. And I don't think they're all great. So yeah, it's just a confluence of things. Absolutely. Once again, I'm Naathan Phan. I am an Asian magician living in a world of 2021, talking about the life that I've experienced and the things that some of my other cohorts in the Asian world have experienced. They've all since left me because I go to bed early, which is absolutely fine. If there's any questions you'd like to ask me, please let me know. Once it starts to die down, we will absolutely call it a night. And I'm hoping to keep this informative as well as relatively optimistic and upbeat, as it were. I will say, I think it's time for me to have another drink. And since I grew up in Scotland, I think now is the perfect time to have some scotch. What am I having? This is good stuff. There's Aberlour Abuna. a Highland single malt Scotch whiskey that is 120 proof. This is 59.9% alcohol by volume. This is truly delightful. And that's what I'm going to have right now. Denise says, Kwai Chang Kang was David Carradine's character in Kung Fu. I think he was supposed to be half Asian. I didn't know that. That's news to me. I will have to look this up. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just saying, oh, I thought it was like a Last Samurai situation where it was just some white guy who happened to have, really, really clung to Asian aesthetics and upbringing. I'll have to look that up. Yeah. Also, another thing to look up, white savior complex, or white savior, kind of the trope. Another thing to look up. It's very, very interesting. Anyways, so once again, folks, my name is Naathan Phan. If you are caring about anything at all that's happening right now, we are here just kind of talking because of the recent uptake in anti-Asian sentiment. We have had you can look this up, there has literally been a decrease in hate crimes, but an increase in anti-Asian sentiment and crimes. Not least to be said, the recent murder of 6 Asian American women in Atlanta, Georgia, that happened recently. And if you yourself either experienced something because you're Asian or have witnessed something that happened at the expense of someone who's Asian, what you consider to be a hate crime or just any kind of a sentiment, a transgression action, feel free to visit www.stopaapihate.org. It's a wonderful foundation, and you can also report anti-Asian crimes and actions. I was thinking about reaching out to them and doing a benefit show in the near future, and I'd like to do that. I just don't want to appear like I'm trying to cash in on something that I'm not, that untimely, and so I'd like to do that, but I've got all these things coming up this week, so we'll see. If unfortunately the culture is still right, if it's still timely, if it's still applicable, in the next few weeks, I'll absolutely plan some sort of a fundraiser or something for one of those organizations. But it has been a very interesting time to be an Asian in America lately. And I know not all white people are to blame. Absolutely not. However, there have been a lot of transgressions. By white people that seem to be at the expense of Asian people. And so that's why we are here tonight. Once again, I'm Naathan Phan. If you have any questions about my experiences in the industry or as an Asian American in general, first generation Asian American, it's I forget that sometimes. People were talking about all sorts of things, and I mentioned to them, I just remembered I'm a first generation Vietnamese American. My parents literally spent time in camps, I guess you could say, when all of the Vietnamese were coming in. And my mom's side of the family had it wasn't like people sneaking onto boats. My grandmother worked for the American embassy for a brain trust. Taught my mom perfect English. They had a first-rate ticket out of Vietnam when all the things went down. And still they were put into these camps. And my grandmother says to this day, this is one of the best times of her life because it was the first time ever that she didn't know what was going to happen in life. The future was anything she wanted it to be. Denise Soo has a thing that she's listed in the comments, and I'm trying to find a way to copy it and paste it. I don't know how that works. If you can, Denise, send it to me personally. Nox Naman says, as an Asian magician, do people in the industry assume your act to be Asian? You know what? I gotta be honest. I don't think most people assume my act is going to be Asian because, to be honest, most of the Asian acts have been performed by white people. Luckily, that hasn't happened for a great deal number of years now, other than the act of using small Asian props like Chinese coins. To this day, a very popular prop are Chinese coins, and they're usually just like $50 sized coins that have random arbitrary Chinese symbols on them with a hole through it. And that's a Chinese coin. And so they use those for acts. But I don't think anyone nowadays expects my act to be Asian. I just kind of show up and do my act. And it is what it is. Hold on 1 second. I have a friend calling me. Give me 1 second. If you'd be so polite. Give me one. One second. A friend was so generous as to give me some food. So just give me one moment. Oh God. While I go and pick up this food, I'll be right back. Give me one brief, polite moment. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna create a new thing. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. I'm back. Hold on 1 second. How do I get rid of this? Let's play again. There it is. All right. Hi there, folks. How are we doing? I had a lovely friend send me some food because they're like, you should eat. And that's fair. I should eat. I've not eaten a lot today. As an Asian magician, do people in the industry assume... Oh, yeah, we had this question. They don't, as far as I know. At least as far as I know, no one has come to me and said, you know what the problem with your act is? It wasn't Asian enough. And no one said that to me, thank God. And I think a large degree of it has to do with the fact that I don't physically present as white, but I emotionally and spiritually present very white. People see me and they instantly hear me talk like, oh, this isn't a normal, this isn't like an Asian magician. This is a guy who happens to be Asian talking about things. I had a friend send me some food from Del Taco, which they know is one of my favorite things to eat when I've had a bit to drink. And I have no idea what they sent me, and we're going to find out. So once again, everyone, my name is Naathan Phan. I go by my website, my Instagram, and maybe even now my Twitter. My friend might have figured out a way to get me that Twitter account of Magic Asian Man. And so, your food. Yep. So once again, my name is Naathan Phan. My website, my Instagram, a whole bunch of things are Magic Asian Man. And I think it would be very appropriate now to talk about being an Asian American in 2021. I recently had a whole bunch of friends on the live stream. If you weren't watching before, then you can go back and you can watch it. But I had I had a Korean magician from Canada, or a Korean-born magician who lives in Canada, and then a Chinese magician from Canada as well. I had two Filipino Americans, and myself, Vietnamese, Scottish American. Yes. Jason says, I have acquired the Twitter account for you. Yes. He says he found a way for me to own that account. And so I'm going to look into it and see if that's the case. And if that's the case, I am totally going to own Magic Asian Man on Twitter. Because I own it on everything else. Why not? Jesus says, don't ask how. I won't. I know better than to ask, how is this possible? It is possible. It is happening. Enjoy it. Excellent. Once again, thank you, Jason Anderson, for potentially the new Twitter account and the new... Oh my god, I think he just kind of ordered me all my favorite things. And this is going to be a very long and interesting night. So, once again, if anybody wants to ask me anything about being an Asian American or an Asian magician in the world today, feel free to ask me. I am here to answer all your questions. I know some people, it's getting a bit late for people if they want to take off and go and enjoy their nights. It's absolutely welcome. Get sleep. If you could get sleep, get it. I wish I could get sleep. I'm up till 5 in the morning. If I fall asleep by 5, I consider myself lucky. 5 in the morning. I consider myself lucky. Yep, this is one of the things that I enjoy. Absolutely. I'm trying to use some hot sauce. It's coming very slowly. I have a question. Adnan says another late night with Nathan. Yeah, absolutely. That happened. Denise Hughes says, good night, sweet dreams. Thank you so much, Denise. We appreciate you tuning in. Absolutely. And Nox Naman says, and now for my next week, I will make this burrito disappear right before your very eyes. Yes, this burrito right here, it's just going to disappear. It's absolutely 100% going to disappear. I'm not saying you won't know how it disappears. I'm just saying it is going to disappear. Yeah, it's been a very interesting time for us, particularly as Asians in any industry. Once again, I think that a lot of it boils down to us just kind of being... Just kind of saying, well, this is just the way the way that life is, so why complain about it? Yeah. Victoria says, my brother completely forgot his first language Hungarian as soon as he learned Swedish at the age of 4. I, on the other hand, have kept my Hungarian fluent. The only difference was that he felt sounding different was a bad thing, while it didn't bother me. Would you say that you felt speaking Vietnamese when being a kid felt stigmatizing, hence not remembering it? You know what? I was very young at the age. I was probably 5 or 6 at the time. So I can't speak as to what 5 or 6-year-old me thought. But that sort of thing wouldn't surprise me. Especially considering the fact that when your first language is something foreign to what everyone else speaks. So my first language was Vietnamese. When I in a land of people speaking English. And so to be that person, it could absolutely be very, very formalizing in those years to not speak English when everyone else did around you, so quite possibly. Yeah, it might absolutely be an interesting factor. Oh, Noxnaman. Oh, was the thing showing? This is Scott. Yeah, I didn't mean to be that person, but this is absolutely Scotch bonnet pepper hot sauce. This is kind of modeled after product of Jamaica. I remember when I was, as I've said, I'm fortunate enough to be a cruise ship magician, and I was sent out to, God, where was it? I was sent out to a Caribbean place. Haiti? It might have been Haiti. Haiti. And I went to a place and they gave me some Scotch bonnet pepper hot sauce, and it was so delicious. One of the best hot sauce I've ever had in my life. And I came back and I literally bought a bottle off of them. I bought a bottle off of them and I brought it back home with me. And so I introduced it to my family. Like, this is great. And we've been trying ever since to find a hot sauce to compare to that, whether it's Jamaican or Caribbean or whatever it is. But a lot of them are Scotch bonnet in origin. And it is so delicious. Oh, Nox Naman says, my favorite hot sauce. If it is, yeah, it's great. For a reason. It's good. Like, it's hot, but not too hot. Excuse me. Flavorful. It's wonderful. Jason Aaron says, is that a bottle of highlighter you're putting on a burrito? It does kind of look like that. It's very, very bright yellow, orangish. But it's not. It is a Scotch bonnet hot sauce. It's delicious. This one is a product of Jamaica. Only the finest ripe Jamaican Scotch bonnet peppers. That sounds like a contradiction, doesn't it? Jamaican Scotch bonnet peppers are used in this authentic hot pepper sauce. Use sparingly to spice up all of your favourite foods. Sparingly is too little. I use a lot of hot sauce on things. Then again, I guess you could kind of boil that down to Vietnamese people using a lot of hot sauce and things. I don't know how much many of you know about Vietnamese culture. There are lots of things about it. One of them, like many Asian cultures, we love hot sauce. Noxtamon says, in the 4th grade, during the 80s, my family moved to the US Virgin Islands. Back then, they weren't exposed to Asians in real life. The only exposure they got was from the Kung Fu classics they'd watch on daytime TV. Everyone called us Chinese. It sucked as a kid, but I attributed that to ignorance. Yeah, that is a thing, isn't it? As an Asian person, you just kind of get used to it. You get used to the explanation of, they're ignorant bastards, aren't they? So don't take it personally. They don't know any better. Whereas nowadays, we know that that's not an excuse. If you know better, do better. If you don't know better, there's so much technology and the internet and all these things. Like, it is so easy for you to learn more about any existing culture. Like, if I literally met someone who spoke a language that I didn't speak, like if I met someone who spoke Greek or Farsi or anything, I didn't know what they're saying, I could easily pull up an app that would at least halfway translate what they were saying. And that didn't exist 20 years ago. And so some of those people get a bit of a pass because 20 years ago, that didn't exist. But nowadays, that exists. It is, you have to be very intentionally ignorant, in my opinion, to not understand or cooperate in any way with someone who comes from a different culture as yours. Different culture, different continent, different country, different anything as yours. And so, right? Because anyone comes up to you and starts saying words. I once was in Las Vegas. And my friends dragged me to a nightclub. I do not like nightclubs. So many things about them I don't like. Least of all, the overpriced beverages. But we were hanging out. A friend of mine pointed out, like, that person looks miserable. I went to try to speak to them, and they did not speak English. And I was like, oh. And I heard them speak. It's like, I think that's Portuguese they're speaking. I think that's Portuguese. And so I pulled up an app. I literally pulled up Google Translate as an app. I spoke into it, and then it would translate into Portuguese in text, and they read it, and then I would hit a button, they'd say it back to me in Portuguese, and then it would translate roughly to English. And we got along for a while. Absolutely. Because that's how awesome technology is. You can absolutely communicate with someone who doesn't speak your language, at least to a degree. Because if someone spoke something you don't speak and then showed you text that you kind of got, you'd be able to go, oh, okay, good. This. And you'd be able to respond. So yeah, it's the thing. Nox Naman says, my mother still lives there, and things were just different back then. Everyone is like family now, especially in the small community. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, back in the Virgin Islands or back in where have you? But yeah, absolutely. The world is getting smaller and smaller, which is why, yes, back in the Virgin Islands. Which is why it surprises me that we don't have a more universal language and a more universal time frame. It still surprises me that to this day, there are places that do honor daylight savings time, and there are places that don't. And it happens at different times. It surprises me that to this day, when the world is connected by Zoom, Skype, Facebook, all these things, that there isn't a universal or at least global standardized time. That we are all not working off of Greenwich Mean Time, Greenwich, England. That is, if you look at the time frame that wherever you live, the time is based off of, you'll usually see a plus or minus a certain number of hours. That's because the international standard is Greenwich Mean Time. Me, I'm 8 hours behind Greenwich Mean Time. Unless it's in daylight savings, then I think it's 7. And the fact that now we all have Zoom and Skype and things like that, that we don't have a standardized time is wild to me. If you're having a meeting at noon, or let's say even 1 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time, that's easy to figure out because your computer will calculate that for you. With just a 2 minutes of calculations, you can figure out what that means. The fact that they're like, we're having a meeting at this time, and then you got to figure out what that means to meet with your Chinese investors and also the people in Wales who are halfway producing what it is that you're doing. Like, that's just madness. That's absolute madness. If a meeting's at noon Greenwich Mean Time, that means that it is 4 a.m. But also you have to realize that that means that your sleep schedule, everything you do is going to be adjusted based off of that. Yeah, I think that there should be a globally standardized time. Because we're getting to the point where we're not just talking about a television broadcast, we're talking about people being awake and doing things at these times. And as long as you know what time you wake up and what time you fall asleep, you know what time that's going to happen or what time you need to fall asleep so that you wake up in time for it to happen. Noxtaman says it's going to be interesting to see how virtual meetings, streams, etc. will be affected when COVID is gone. Well, will these things be affected? Absolutely. I don't think they're going to be affected as much as many people think they will. I think that, to a large degree, things, now that we realize that we can do a lot of work from home, in the future, moving forward, people are going to say, why? It worked fine when we were in lockdown. Why doesn't it work now? So I think that, I'm hoping that the new normal is not a proper normal. It's not what we accepted as normal beforehand. I'm hoping that moving on, many meetings and many things will happen. And they will be permanently affected by the way things were established during the pandemic. Jason Adler says, when COVID is gone, I don't remember the before time. Yeah, who knows? I don't remember what the before time means. Does the before time, excuse me, or something else entirely. And I honestly hope that we never get to normal times, because there's so much about the normal that exists now that we're just permanently broken, that should not have existed. And once people were forced into, oh, this is the new normal, they were like, oh, okay, well, in that case, that's fine. But before that, before 2 years ago, they say, like, I want to work from home. And then the owners of the company were like, that's privilege. That's not healthy. You can't expect that. That's another thing entirely. So I hope that really the world does change for the better. And I know that at least all these things that happened leading up to these. Jason got me all the things I wanted. A bean rice cheese. Oh my god, that's so salty. BRC burrito. Some fries apparently. And oh, I think there's some tacos in there. That's a taco. Oh, it's slightly soggy now. Yeah. There's so many things that have happened in recent years. And so many things that we need to acknowledge happened. But of course, some people just can't accept feeling guilty or feeling weird. Yeah. Pick a fry, any fry. Yeah, we can do that. Let's do a pick a fry, any fry. Hold on a second. Pick a fry. Oh, wait. Nope. There are two. Oh, alright. Or we'll use this one. Alright. Pick a fry, any fry. This one, great. Alright, here we go. Tiny. It's very salty. It's very salty. Alright, here we go. Here we go. It disappears. Madness. How did that disappear? You see that the fry disappears and comes back. Amazing. Incredible. Gone. Where did it go? It was in my mouth. That's it. It was in my mouth. That's where it went. Jason says, I sent all the things I wanted to eat. You know what? I'm more than happy to eat the things that you physically cannot eat. And if you want, I will tell you all the things. I will tell you how it tastes all the way along the way. Jason, by the way, for anyone who's curious, Jason Anderson is a phenomenally talented builder and human being. Check them out at Bad Crumble Effects on Instagram. And they are currently helping me build something that would literally revolutionize the magic industry. And we're working on something right now that was based off of like a drunken idea we had one time. And he was like, no, we can make that happen. Hold on a second. So that'll be hopefully coming out in a few years. But yeah, here's a taco. They sent me fries, a burrito, 2 burritos, some tacos. Oh, yeah. Noxamon says, can you type it out? I'd like to check it out. I assume you mean Bad Crumble Effects. Check out Bad Crumble Effects. I think I just typed that out. It should go out on all the things, but I will also do one on here. Check them out on Instagram. Bad Crumble Effects. Fantastic. They helped me build. Ooh, I have got a thing that they build right here somewhere. Give me one moment. Hold on. God, I am drunk, aren't I? Somewhere around a year ago, I was going to be home just in time for Halloween. And I said, oh, let's go to the Magic Castle for Halloween, because the Magic Castle at Halloween is a grand time. It's a fantastic time. I was like, oh, let's go to the Magic Castle. Like, great, we've been building these costumes, and they are like these it's like costumes from the Nostramos. It's all characters from Alien. I said, oh, that sounds great. I don't have anything like that. That's fine. And they built me this, which was a shirt with patches from the Nostromo. Here's this. You can check this out. The Nostromo. And then they built this, which is they 3D printed me a chest burster and painted it and did all the stuff, and it comes bursting out. When you wear it, it looks like it's just sticking straight out of your chest. It's fan-bloody-tastic. Let me turn down the light just a wee bit so you see it a bit better. But there it is. I want you to see the detail that they did. They 3D printed and painted this. And so I walked around the Magic Castle in this thing the whole night. And then, let's see, Victoria walked around dressed as Harry Dean Stanton. And then my friend Jason walked around dressed as someone with like in a space outfit of the Nostamo, and it was just incredible. Oh, what the yeah, absolutely, it was absolutely mental. The Bad Crumble Effects also have built props and pieces for the relatively recent production of Little Shop of Horrors at the Pasadena Playhouse. They truly are gifted builders, prop makers. If you are producing a play or a movie and you need a specialty prop produced, I can't recommend anyone as highly as Bad Crumble Effects. Noxaman says, sounds like the guy for the movie Effect. Jason, Victoria, have you seen Effects? This movie from the 80s with an Australian actor in the lead. It was about a guy who was hired, I think, by the mob to fake somebody's death. Because they were, like, they did special effects in movies. And they were hired to fake somebody's death. But then it turned out that person actually got killed. You have it. Jason says he hasn't seen Effects. Oh my god, Jason, we need to watch this. I will end this live stream right now so we can watch Effect. Victoria, however, says, yes, I love that movie. It's great. You gotta see it. It's great. It is literally about this guy, this Australian special effects guy, who, there was a sequel. Yes, there was an FX 2. Not quite as good as FX, but different in its own way. But it's literally about a special effects guy who was basically kind of co-opted by the mob, being told he would fake the death of the head of a mob, and then it turns out they were actually killed for real. It's a whole thing. But yes, that is absolutely a great movie. Yes. Victoria Pemleni says, thank you, being compared to that in his honor. They could, Jason and Victoria could replicate that and way more. Because they just know how to build things, and they're wonderfully talented and gifted and create beautiful things. Once again, everyone, for anyone who's still watching, I'm Naathan Phan. Thank you so much for sticking with me. If there are any questions you have for me about being an Asian American magician, or just being an Asian magician, or anything in the culture today, please feel free to let me know. If not, we will probably wrap this up relatively soon, because we started this around 9 p.m. and we've been going about 3 hours now, and the last hour's just been me kind of chat with people, and I love chatting with people. Very glad to do it. But also I had friends send me food from Del Taco, the same friends who I went on a walk with, a 6-mile walk with earlier today. So once again, if anyone wants to hear anything, ask anything, let me know. If not, don't worry about it. Nox Naman says, do you plan on streaming here on Twitch more often? I hit that follow button. Okay, so here's the thing about Twitch. I do want to stream on Twitch more. The thing about Twitch is that they're a bit more strict when it comes with the licenses and regulations and copyrights and things like that. So the only reason I don't stream on Twitch more is because I do stream regularly. I stream on YouTube and Facebook quite regularly. But there are stricter regulations on Twitch. And two of the things that I do on other things, every Monday I do an online open mic on the internet, and on Wednesday I do a karaoke night. Now the problem with those are, if I do when I do karaoke, all of those tracks that we sing karaoke to are copywritten. And on Twitch, they tend to... Twitch and YouTube, actually, they tend to shut us down really, really fast. YouTube's a bit more loosey-goosey about it. And the other thing is, when I do my open mic, I have magicians, comedians, writers, burlesque artists, ventriloquists, jugglers, all those sorts of people. They perform acts on my open mic. And sometimes they use music that is copywritten. Because normally when you go and you perform in a theatre or on a ship, wherever it is, the venue that is featuring you pays for those rights. And so it's fine. And so a lot of those acts, like even me, some of the acts I perform to copywritten music. I sing it and I perform it live, but it is technically copywritten, especially if I'm using a karaoke track from someone who's established. And so that gets shut down on YouTube and Twitch really, really fast. So, knowing that I don't always broadcast to Twitch, knowing that I don't always broadcast to YouTube, but usually Facebook is safe. So, come and check me out on Facebook, if that's the deal. Magic Asian Man, look me up, Magic Asian Man or Naathan Phan. I should pop up straight away. And so I do want to Twitch, but usually when I do these conversations, and if I know that no one else on the open mic night is going to use copyrighted music, I will stream on Twitch as well. Because I'm using StreamYard. StreamYard is nice because it broadcasts on several networks or channels at the same time. So I can literally, this stream right now is going out to my personal Facebook, two of my professional Facebooks, as well as my YouTube, my Twitch, and one other thing. So that's what's happening here. And Jason says, should have made it a telethon. Yeah, absolutely. If you feel like donating, by all means, go and visit stopaapihate.org and donate money to them. Absolutely. You can also report hate crimes. Anti-Asian or Pacific Islander hate crimes you can report on this website. stopaapihate.org. Absolutely do that thing. And once again, as we were saying earlier on in the comments or in the discussion, we were saying that many times Asians don't feel like they have any right to complain because we are a model minority. By the way, does anybody know why Asians are a model minority in the United States? I'm going to go off on a wee bit of a diatribe here, on a tangent here. I was watching, there's this wonderful series called Adam Rude's Everything, which is kind of like Penn and Teller bullshit, but just a little bit more friendly. And I learned some great things from that series, both series. But the thing about anti-Asian sentiments is this. For a long time, Asians were viewed as lazy, deceitful, opium-addicted fiends. For the longest time. In fact, you could look up the term, I think it's yellow... Hold on a second, I gotta look... Yellow peril. Look this up. You can go on Wikipedia, look up yellow peril, or yellow fear, yellow terror, or yellow spectre, is a racist color metaphor that represents East Asian peoples as an existential danger to the Western world. And you could see all sorts of really, really hateful, offensive, cringy propaganda, including stuff that Dr. Seuss drew and animated. It's true. It's just a literal fact. And so, for the longest time, from the 1800s to the 1900s, imagery of big ol' slanty-eyed Asian people and other things would exist. And so it just happened. And it wasn't until about the Cold War when Russia reached out to China and said, you know, these Americans, they do not seem to like you very much. So, you know, if you want people, us communists here in Russia, in China, other places, we like you very much. Please, by all means, come and join us here on the red side of the Cold War. And a lot of China and Asia were like, oh yeah, people who don't hate us and think that we're opium-addicted fiends and are terrible human, spiteful human beings who mean poorly to white people. Yeah, that sounds great. And then all of a sudden America started catching on, saying, whoa, 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 whoa. No, listen here, babe. Asia, China, babe, East Orient, babe. Let me tell you, we don't hate you. In fact, we're going to start this new program where Asians get special passports and green cards and acceptance to America. Send us all your intelligent human beings. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we'll accept really intelligent, educated, successful Asians, and we will gladly give them green cards here in America. And so then a bunch of Asians were like, yeah, absolutely, that sounds great. We'll submit and we'll apply for green cards, and because we, the people who qualify to be successful and intelligent, that sort of thing, in America. And then all of a sudden, America went from being a place where Asians were lazy, opium-addicted, deceitful fiends to being intelligent and smart and all these other things. And to go from that stark shift, all of a sudden all the Asians you knew were intelligent and smart and successful and aspiring and good at STEM and things like that. And so then Americans like, oh, well, I guess we were all wrong about Asian people. They're all smart and successful and wonderful. And that it went from that stark shift, and that is part of a large reason as to why Americans view Asians as model minorities, because they went from being vilified to the only Asians we'll allow in this country to be above a certain standard. And then, surprise, all the Asians who entered America were above a certain standard. So why wouldn't you think that they were all smart and successful and good at maths and sciences and things like that? Yeah, so that is a thing that happened. If you want to, you can look up Adam Ruins Everything. It's the episode where he talks about sitcom tropes. And that was very eye-opening, not just for Asian Americans, but also for African Americans as well. They talk about why black people have the stereotype of being bad at swimming. And it's really eye-opening and really horrifying. Yeah. So check that out. There we are. Once again, everyone, I'm Naathan Phan. I hope you're having at least a marginally good time. I am having some food, having some alcohol. We had a few other guests with us earlier today. But I don't think anyone else is going to join us in that regard. So if there's any other questions, please feel free to ask me as an Asian American in America today. Or about the industry that I'm in, or being on TV. In fact, I'm going to be on TV again this summer. I am literally in 3-4 days from now, I'm going to go to LA and film a TV series that I've been on before, with a lot of COVID regulations. And I've been fortunate enough to be on national television fairly regularly for at least like the last 8 years. I was on America's Got Talent, and then Wizard Wars, and a whole bunch of other things. So if you have any questions for me, let me know. Otherwise, I think we're probably getting relatively close to wrapping it up, because I had a wonderful friend send me all this food, and I've not eaten a lot today. I went on a 6-mile walk. I've had a bunch of drink, and I haven't had a lot to eat. so I'm probably going to eat relatively soon. But what this has been Cocktails and Conjuring Conversations. For anyone who's not familiar, a few years back, I developed a show called Martinis and Magic. And then some guy in Las Vegas was like, hey, I own Martinis and Magic. I invented that. I was like, you know what? Sure. Yeah, you invented that. Great. But when I did my research, you weren't doing anything with that name, and I'd come up with it independently, so I thought it'd be fine. But if you care that much, go ahead. Because this guy, literally his last television appearance was probably in the late 90s. So I was like, yeah, you go ahead and have that. I had my own show in Vegas for a while called Martinis and Magic. He made a big stink, and I was like, all right, fine, whatever. So I just kind of shifted everything over to Cocktails and Conjuring, which is essentially the exact same thing as Martinis and Magic. So I created Cocktails and Conjuring, and I have a thing called Cocktails and Conjuring Experiments, where I make a cocktail I've never had before and teach myself a magic trick I've never seen or rehearsed before. That's the thing. What the last episode came out on about a week ago, on the 17th, for St. Patrick's Day, where I made a new cocktail and taught myself a new drink. And then now I'm doing Cocktails and Conjuring Conversations, and occasionally I do Cocktails and Conjuring Show. Noxamon says, how did you get into magic? My grandfather. That's actually a very easy question. My grandfather introduced me to magic when I was about 5-6 years old. He was a military man back in Vietnam. He taught at something akin to like West Point, but in Vietnam. And he showed me a magic trick, and I fell in love with it. And he supported me getting into magic. And he passed away about 3 years ago now. But he was a huge supporter of me doing magic and things like that. And yeah, that's how we got into magic. Yeah. That's about it. Grandfather. Sounds very boring. But my grandfather got me into magic many, many years ago. And so it's also a complicated situation because he admittedly was not the best human being in the world. Did not treat a majority of my family well towards the later years of his life. But to me, he got me where I am. If it were not for him, I don't know if he'd be in magic now. And if I were, I'd be several years behind what I'm currently at. So it is a very interesting kind of conflagration of events. But that's how I got into magic. My grandfather got me into magic, showing me things here and there with like balled up napkins and plastic cups, decks of cards and things like that. So yeah. Once again, everyone, we've been on the air now for about 3.5 hours. If anyone has any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we're probably going to call it a night soon. I'm Naathan Phan. If you haven't seen me before, I am on. I was recently featured on Penn Teller Fool Us, America's Got Talent, close to like 9 years ago. And then also the big thing was Masters of Illusion, which I've been on now for like the last 7 years. And we're just talking about being Asian American, Asian magicians in general. I had a few other friends join me earlier, and we're just answering questions. Noxnaman from Twitch says, did you pursue it primarily, or was it like something you did aside from having a real job? That's actually a good question, and that's actually something that applies to a lot of people in the performing arts, is when you tell people, hey, I do this, I do musical theatre, I do magic, I do hypnotism, I do juggling, I do singing, I do acting, I do writing, whatever it is, a lot of people ask me, cool, or ask people in general, cool, what's your real job? Which is at the very least a microaggression against someone in the arts community. So my original intention was to pursue psychology. Because that was like a real job. When I remember being in high school when I got introduced. I was very young when I got introduced to magic, but if you were told, magic, go do that, you'd be like, there's no way I can make a living doing magic. And so I got into magic when I was about 5. I got into musical theatre and acting when I got into improv when I was about 13. I got into doing magic a little bit more seriously years later on. Like, I got into magic when I was, like, honestly about 5 or 6. But you don't think when you're 5 or 6, this is a thing that I can make money doing. I can make a career out of this. And so when I was in high school, I got a little bit more into magic, but also into acting and theatre and things like that. But I thought to myself, there's no way you can make a living doing this. So I intended to apply for like a degree in psychology in college. Psychology. And so I went into that. And then it wasn't until I was about 19 when I was walking through a mall with my best friend in the whole world, and I discovered a new kiosk that was selling magic tricks, that I was like, ooh, hey, someone doing magic. And I gave them my business card and said, hey, if you need help, let me know. And then they hired me to work at the magic shop. And then they sent me out to kids' birthday parties. And that was about the age of 19. I was like, oh, you can make a living doing magic. You're just not going to be, like a national sensation like bloody David Copperfield. Which is fine. There are so many working magicians, professional full-time magicians in the United States and around the world that you've never heard of, because they have unique niches and unique demographics that they perform for. But they make a full-time living doing magic. I was one of those magicians for a very long time before I even went on national television. I was performing at children's birthday parties throughout California. Like, people contact me, it's like, we want you to do magic for our 6-year-old's birthday party. Great, it's going to cost you this much. And eventually it went from being $100 for a half-hour show to being $600 for a 45-minute show. And people were like, we want you to perform at this kid's birthday party. I was like, great, be $600 for a 45-minute magic show. And they're like, okay, that sounds good, because you've been on these TV shows. I was like, okay, sure. And then I started doing those. And so I personally didn't have to have a real job, because from the age of about 19 onward, I either worked in magic shops or I was working at kids' birthday parties, being paid a fairly healthy amount. And of course, it started much smaller, and then it got to a bit more. And so I, thankfully, have never really... The closest thing I've had to a real job was working at that magic kiosk, working at Disneyland. I worked at Disneyland in their magic shop for about a year and a half, from 2010 to about 2012. And that's about the closest thing I've had to a real job. So I personally didn't really have a real job. I pursued it mainly, but only because around the age of 19, I lucked out, and someone was like, you got the good kids. Go and do Timmy's 10th birthday party. And that's kind of what happened. Adnan says, and I'm back. Adnan, hello. Welcome. Welcome back. You missed me chatting with 4 other Asian magicians. But I also know you, Adnan, are an Asian and magical in a slightly different right. And if you would like to come and join the conversation, you're welcome to PM me. We can make that happen. But yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out now and answering questions about being Asian nowadays. Adnan, by the way, folks, is a commentator for many wrestling events. I'm trying to find the right way to phrase this. But also, Adnan has the unique distinction of being half Korean and half Pakistani. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Adnan. But basically being, I think, half Pakistani and half Korean, which anyone who's been alive since 2000 knows is, that's a hell of a distinction. So, Adnan, if you want to come and hang out with me right now, hold on 1 second. I'm going to go and find you on Facebook and send you the link so that we can talk about this. As I mentioned, Adnan is absolutely Asian, but earlier we're talking about solely about being Asian magicians. But if Adnan wants to come and chat with me right now, that is absolutely fine as well, because he has his own unique experience. Because imagine being half Korean and half Pakistani in recent years, and how much that would mean for your everyday life. Like, imagine every time you go to the airport, just being, hey, you've been randomly selected for a check. And you're like, yeah, random my ass. So there was that. He says correct, so I think I got it right with Korean and Pakistani. Adnan, I just sent you a private message on Facebook. What am I drinking right now? This isn't right. What is this? That's water. Boring. This is scotch. Oh yeah, that's 120 proof scotch. I see there's still a few people watching, so if you have any questions for me on these most interesting of times, please feel free to let me know. I'm not here for the attention. I'm here to enlighten and educate, and to answer all the things you've always wanted to know about Asian Americans. Adnan has absolutely joined. Hello, Adnan!
Hello there, the magic Asian man, Naathan Phan, with 2 A's.
Two
motherfucking A's.
With 2 motherfucking A's.
2 motherfucking A's. I got 2 A's in my name, too. But they ain't next to each other, like Mr. Naathan Phan. In fact, when you consider the other one, there's 3. 3 A's in his name. The fuck, man?
Everyone, this is Adnan Qureshi. Adnan, tell everyone a little bit about yourself.
So you can, so as Nathan put it, I am in the professional wrestling industry as a commentator, a referee, a manager, but primarily known as a ring announcer, where you can catch me every Friday night on NJPW Strong on njpwworld.com, 999 yen a month. Sign up for that. This Friday night will be the second week and wrapping up the Strong Style Evolve Tour, as well as every weekend on Championship Wrestling from Hollywood or Championship Wrestling presented by West Coast Pro Wrestling or wherever the hell your market indicates, because we have various different versions of the show on different markets. But I am your primary ring announcer. You can find me on pay-per-views such as Primetime Live. You can find me on some old Impact. Like, I've done a lot in the time that I've done somehow. But that's what I am. As we put it before, Nathan, we've discussed this, how I tried to really unique myself, and I was like, I guess you could say that I'm the only Pakistani, Korean, Asian, Middle Eastern ring announcer on television, period, probably ever in the history of time. So there you go. That's
what social media? Is there a website or a social media handle that people can find you on?
You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at @TheDashingAdnan, TheDashingAdnan. If you want to book me for something, bookhandsomevoice@gmail.com. And soon, if you check watermaneuver.net, I'm waiting on a design. I will have a T-shirt you'll be able to buy. There you go. Twitter and IG.
Is that right? Twitter and IG, the Dashing Adnan?
Yep, you got it. I did a thing for, I don't know if you know Dimitri Pereira, but he had my tag.
I do know Dimitri Pereira.
Yeah, he had the handsome Adnan the whole time. And so I got no followers out of that shit. God damn it. Fucking Dimitri. Anyway, but yeah, soon, hopefully, on whatamaneuver.net, I will have my first T-shirt out, hopefully within the next coming weeks. So you'll be able to buy that, too. That's my first piece of merchandise ever, which, is dope. But I'm waiting on the design before that happens. What are you eating, Cheetos? What the fuck are you stuffing your face with?
I literally had a friend send me Del Taco. I literally didn't order this. A friend of mine was watching this broadcast and said, Nathan needs food, and sent me a Del Taco, and it's amazing.
Okay, I feel like the last time I was on one of these random late night streams, once again past midnight, it was you. We were talking about you possibly getting Del Taco, and whether or not you did that night, I don't know. But now you literally are putting a macho combo burrito in your fucking face, and it's fantastic. And I'm glad that this finally has come full circle now. Yeah, exactly. Everything that's happened. I needed to pick me up. You know what I was doing when I entered the stream and then I left the stream is I just finished watching Joker for the first time, and now I'm horrifyingly depressed. That's the kind of movie.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah.
Did you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League?
No, because I intend to. I'm just trying to figure out when I want to divert 4 hours of my life from playing Yakuza 4 to watch a movie and not be active in the process. Which is probably why I don't watch a lot of movies compared to other people's, because it's a passive experience compared to an active experience of playing video games. And that's a lot of time sink. Like Harley Quinn got a lot out of me because that was a hell of an entertaining show. But I'm not totally. Yeah, I will watch the Snyder Cut, but I watched Joker and I plan on watching Aquaman before I watch the Snyder Cut. Probably.
You haven't seen Aquaman yet?
No. I haven't missed a Marvel movie, but I missed those two as far as DC movies.
All right, that's fair. No, that's fine. I'm not judging you. Yeah, I did happen to I'm not a huge DC Universe fan, but it just so happened that these things came out and I had access to watch, these things, and so I did. I watched the Snyder Cut. I think the day it came out, not because I'm a huge fan, because I had nothing better to do. I've been in a depressive slump the last week or so. And that's the thing that defines depression, is that it's not for any good reason.
Yeah, right? Isn't that a bitch?
That's the real son of a bitch about the thing. That's the thing that makes you not willing to talk about it, is that there's no real proper reason why you feel depressed. And all I know is that I did a great event a few days ago for Golden West College, which is in our neck of the woods, right?
Yeah.
And so someone reached out to me from Golden West College saying, hey, we're doing a thing that it's an after party for our current students and prospective students. Mm-hmm. And we want you to do an hour-long show. How much would that cost? And I sent them several prices. And they're like, great, this one. And it was nothing to balk at. I personally don't want to mention prices out loud, but it was a solid amount of money.
Well, whatever amount they pay Nathan, I am also willing to take the same amount to say names into a microphone.
Exactly. Yes.
Anyway,
that's a good way of putting it. Yes. Know what you're worth. Absolutely.
Yes, exactly.
And so I did the event and I finished, and literally one of the last things I heard before I checked out of the Zoom call was the guy who booked me came on and said, everyone, that's Naathan Phan. Please give him a huge round of applause. Thank you to Nathan. Thank you to the students who recommended him. He was worth every penny, was one of the last things that they said before I clicked end meeting, which was an amazing thing to hear. But still, at the same time, I left, and the rest of the night, I just felt depressed. I had no godly external reason to feel depressed. Someone had literally just said you are worth every penny we paid for, which is not an insignificant amount of pennies. And I still felt depressed. The next day I did another event benefiting people with Down syndrome. Still felt depressed. I woke up feeling depressed. There was just I just felt depressed. I've just felt depressed there's no other way to put it, for the last 3-4 days. And that's, I guess, kind of like the epitomes of depression. It's that hey, you feel this way. There's no reason why you feel this way. You just do.
I'm sure you were talking about it earlier, is that there's a lot of exterminating, I don't have
extenuating circumstances?
Yeah, Nathan actually paid attention when we went to school, and I was just...
No, I just watched a lot of law dramas.
Oh, you mean there's semen here? Like every other crime scene?
Gross! Moving on.
extenuating circumstances regarding people like us, as you were discussing earlier, and I'm sure that might partially be weighing on. The world itself is still in a state of depression that we're starting to lift out from, but there's so much around that it's hard to figure out what is, there could be, it's just outside factors that you can't put your finger on also, it's not helping matters, I'm sure. Although you've actually been vaccinated, at least once. So
how dare you? Yes, I have been fortunate enough, and that was one of the few instances in my life where I'm like, ooh, is this what privilege feels like? No wonder white people like it.
I like how you were saying the plane thing earlier. I'm like, yeah, I know what that's like. Fucking
yeah. For anyone who is wondering what we're talking about, once again, I am Naathan Phan, the Magic Asian Man, and I'm chatting with Adnan Qureshi, who is the handsome voice of wrestling, who is half Korean and half Pakistani. The next time you feel real bad about your life, imagine going through an airport being half Korean and half Pakistani. Cheers.
And this is like, we're talking about shit like that. Like, I forgot if we brought up, especially the airport thing. It's just like when 9/11 happens, that's like one of those times where I'm like a fucking, I'm not even a teenager yet. I'm like a preteen, and just like my world fucking changes like radically.
Yeah. Like literally every time you walk through an airport, it's like you've been selected for a random a security check. Like, random, you say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the bullshit way our world works. But look on the bright side, Nathan. From our neck of the woods, we're probably the two most successful Asian people in entertainment. We'd have to be.
I don't know if the most successful, but definitely among the most successful.
In our neck of the woods, I'm saying specifically. I'm trying to narrow this down so we are the most successful. Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah,
exactly. Listen, I don't want to give any credit to anybody other fuckers who didn't deserve shit, okay? I don't know about, I'm just going to air grievances here. I don't know. Past grievances that don't fucking matter anymore in the aspect of, there we go. Get the tags up. Follow us.
Yeah, let's get the tags up. Yeah, why not?
I feel like when we went to college together, I don't know why, I feel like there was a lot of fake motherfuckers that I've reflected on back. I'm not even joking. It's like I talked to you, and
we went to college in Fullerton. There were a lot of white people, all right? So,
True.
Yeah, a lot of fake motherfuckers. Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I talked to Ryan, and he's white as fuck. It's one of my
he's one of the good ones.
He is. But
if I may reverse the phrase on white people, he's one of the good ones.
He's one of the good ones. Anyway, so anyway. So I've just randomly, it's not even something recent, but I've definitely randomly reflected on man, I don't give a fuck about 99% of the people I met during that time. It feels like it's just I was there for that time, and I realized they didn't give a fuck about me. Fuck these. It's just that's the people who I've kept in contact with were the real people. If you look at my Facebook friends, those are the ones that I'm that are still there. That's oh, cool. Those are the ones I didn't fucking realize that I probably despise now. And it's not even necessarily for good reason. It's just more I think I've realized I probably hate you and you and you and you
and you and you and you
because you guys probably didn't fucking respect. Well, I think I'd heard that a lot of people talked about my because I wasn't a gossiper, but I guess some people had talked shit behind my back about me, and I'm like, what the fuck did I do?
Really?
Yeah, that's what I heard, hearsay from someone else, and I was like, what the fuck did I even do? I didn't do shit.
That's the other thing about being a minority, specifically being Asian, in my experience, is that, we tread really, really softly because we're the model minority.
Yeah.
And then you turn around and you hear that no matter how softly you tread, someone's like, did you hear that so-and-so did fucking so-and-so? And you're like, what the fuck? I played it so safe! This is bullshit. Yeah, absolutely.
I guess Joker also puts that into perspective in that the world is just kind of bullshitty in a lot of... Just so many bullshit people.
Huh?
Yeah, right?
The world is full of bullshit? What?
The world is full of bullshit. I'm pretty sure that's how that song from Frozen went. I never saw that fucking movie. I don't know.
Which movie?
That Frozen ass movie.
Oh yeah, It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
The world's full of bullshit. Yes, that is exactly how the song goes.
Sure
Yes,
that's how it
continue.
goes.
Continue.
But-
Yeah.
But no, it's just a trippy thing to just like think about like fucking many years down the line when it doesn't matter, and I'm like thinking about like I'm like doing the Super J Cup, and I'm like in the middle of the J Cup, and I'm like, fuck most of the people from high school and college because they didn't do shit like I'm doing. Fuck them. Like,
You know what? I was having this thought earlier today,
yeah,
and I was thinking about how the Asians are the model minority. That, you know what, you have no right to complain because all the stereotypes against you are really positive stereotypes, right? And I guess that all depends on what your definition of the word positive is. So what if, just say,
yeah,
all of a sudden there was a prevalence of positive stereotypes against white people who are like, well, you're all successful at either Wall Street brokers or politicians or Supreme Court justices, and you're all really successful and extremely privileged, and like you live great lives, and anyone who is white who isn't successful must be underachieving, must be lazy. Like, what if that same logic then got applied to white people? So many white people right off the bat, it's like, wait a minute, that's not fair to say. Like, I am a white person, I'm not a Wall Street broker who makes millions of dollars a year, and that doesn't mean that I'm underachieving. And then you get to just throw that right back, and I was like, same thing goes for Asian people, god damn it.
yeah.
What makes you think it's okay to say this about one group of people and not yourself when literally the exact same things could be applied? You have, it could be argued, every advantage working for you as a white person. So why can't we say you're underachieving when you're a meth addict? Oh, all of a sudden if you're white and a meth addict, then addiction is something that is a disease and can't be helped. But if you're black and, you know, homeless or a meth addict or Latino or any other thing that is what you consider to be underachieving, all of a sudden means that you know, that's just the way that the people are. That's just the way that the people are. Like, it blows my mind that this is a thing that is a double standard in white people's
It's a societal thing that it's been baked into American society for 300 years now. So, oh God, Nathan's gone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that Nathan is gone from the Magic Asian Man channel, let me go ahead and announce myself as the brand new.
I apologize. Sorry, I
damn.
hit a button. I hit a button. I'm so sorry.
I was supposed to take your fame, and then people would book me, and then I
Do
wouldn't
you
do any
consider
magic.
what I have to be fame?
Yes.
All right.
Only because more people know you than me. More than likely.
Do they though? Ellie Stanley says, please don't use race for political propaganda. You know, I do agree. I 1000% agree. Do not use race for political propaganda. But if that goes for Asian people and brown people and any other people, don't let it work for white people. So yes, I absolutely agree.
Yeah, we had protests about these things last year when it was the Black Lives Matter movement, and it was important. And this is just like, I'm looking at Stop Asian Hate, and it's Black Lives Matter Part 2. We didn't listen the first time. This is what I've like. It's that listen like.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter 2, racist boogaloo. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of.
Yeah. This is the sequel I didn't want.
This is the sequel I hoped we didn't need. Yeah, absolutely.
No, but like, we just as a human race, we still don't know how to take care of one another, and then you are full of crap. Well,
I don't know what that means. I hope you're joking, but if you're not joking,
no,
then you haven't been paying attention for a large part of this conversation. For anyone like Ellie Stanley, who is just tuning in now, we're not Democrats. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Oh, okay. You're absolutely not joking. If you are truly joking, please let us know. But it sounds like Ellie Stanley is not joking. We're talking about so many things.
It's a matter of like, we can't take care of each other. And that's something that literally the last 365 days have taught me, is that we are fucking shitty. Not just white people, not just Democrats, Republicans. That as a human race, we've generally been really shitty at taking care of one another. And the last 365 days are absolutely proof of that.
Yeah.
You know? And this is just more of the same of just like, what was it that, because I've never seen it, but No Country for Old Men is one of those type things where people realize that, like, as you get older, right, that they're like, the world is so shitty. When did the world become so shitty? It's like, no, the world didn't become shitty. The world has kind of always been shitty. It's just as you get older, you realize more and more how shitty the world is, because your parents tried to do the right thing and tried to shelter you and shield you from the shitty things, because that's in their mind the right thing to do. And there's nothing wrong with that, honestly. But you need to kind of, now we're at that point where we kind of need to educate the youngins about the world is shit, and you need to be the reason it's not shit. And not just you, but the person sitting next to you of your age, and the person sitting next to him. Because when we instill those values onto kids not being shitty, then the adults later won't be shitty. Good night, Jason.
Good night, Jason. Thank you.
It's a matter of, I don't know why it's so hard to just not be shitty to other people in general. But then again, who knows? I have my shitty days just like anybody else.
We all have shitty I've had a handful of shitty days. And here's the thing about the last week that I've had. I don't know if you were on the air or when we were talking about this, but like,
I don't think so. I was in for a brief moment earlier, and now I'm here. So
yeah, my depressive moments have really hit kind of a high in the last week, and which is like, that's kind of the epitome of depression, is that there's no good reason why you're depressed. You just are depressed. Like, I think part of the thing is a lot of conservatives like to argue that people get offended for no reason. They are just sad for no reason. And here's the thing. I'm sad. I'm depressed. I feel certain things despite achieving success.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance, this Saturday, I am going to film for my 7th or 8th consecutive season of being on national television for a show called Masters of Illusion.
Oh, nice. Congrats.
Thank you. No, this wasn't a plea for approval.
No, this is just me being your friend and saying, I love you, buddy.
Thank you. I love you too.
I know it
Thank
wasn't,
you.
but
I
this is the
appreciate
first
hearing that.
you've
Thank
told
you.
me. Anyway,
Thank
go on.
you. And then 2 days later, on Monday, I will film for the holiday special of Masters of Illusion this upcoming year. I've booked some pretty solid gigs in the last week. I just performed for do you know Golden West College?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did $1,000 gig for Golden West College, all virtually. And then I also booked a gig for Harvard with their arts department called the Arts Repertory Theater, where they're doing a new series called Conjurers Club, where it's all magicians doing a multitude of magicians doing sets, and it rotates every week. Like, I have been booking some really awesome things. That doesn't change the fact for the last 4 or 5 days, I've woken up saying, fuck this. Life is shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that is kind of the epitome of what depression is. You know, it's like people talk about Robin Williams. Like, Robin Williams had achieved so much in his life. That didn't change the fact that he still felt depressed. Ultimately,
it's crazy. It's crazy that, like, I saw a quote that's at least something I think Robin Williams said. That's like, from a man who suffered from depression, was people don't fake being depressed. People fake being happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what depressed people do.
Are there some people who pretend to be depressed? I'm sure there are, but it's also the same thing as rape victims. Like, are there people who claim to be rape victims? yeah, I guess. But the number of people who hear about them talking about being rape victims, being raped, are gonna way outnumber the people who are lying about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at the end of the day, who lies about that sort of thing?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like we talked about, shitty people.
So few people.
Few people.
Yeah.
It's you know, once again, shitty people.
Yeah.
And it's another thing I think about, like, you know, the people who are talking about, like, you know, how any of these issues aren't supposed to be like a thing that we should be talking about. And I think about, well, have you ever been in that situation like you or I have been at some point in our lives where literally it's just like, oh, because of how I look, I'm being treated a certain way. Because that's the shittiest thing that you and I have both experienced at some point in our lives.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've never asked you about it specifically, but I can tell, like, just because I don't even need to tell. It's just that I know that there's some point in your life where you went, oh, this is happening because I'm this way, you know, and it has nothing to do with who I actually am. It's just because of what I am perceived to be because of my race, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead. No, go.
It's just, you know, it's a thing that, like, you know, don't know. Everybody who is in this position, everybody deals with something, but no one chooses to try and understand. They just choose to judge without figuring out this is what they go through, or they don't have the concept of being able to understand for whatever reason. And that's, you know, but there shouldn't be a judgment passed because you just can't, like, get, like, you refuse to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not looking at all sides of the coin, you know? You have to look at everything before you make, you know, an argument that makes, you know, logical sense because you've pieced it together. But nobody does that. That's literally the time that we live in. We live in the age of the most information and the people talking knowing the least amount about this information. Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
Yeah,
it's like it's like the meme going around where it's like people who have done research about, like, pandemics and virology, and it's like a picture of a person doing science, and then people who've done research against vaccines, and it's some person on their toilet looking on their cell phone.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely. I totally understand that. It's a really, really interesting time right now where facts are equivocated with emotions. And hey, you know what? If your emotions are being hurt, I'm sorry. However, you do have to look at the root causes of why your emotions are being hurt. If your emotions are being hurt just because your emotions have never been hurt before, just because people with your skin tone have never been prejudiced against before, I feel like so many white people, not all white people, so many white people are like, you are judging me just because I'm white. You think that I mean the worst possible thing because I'm white. And, motherfucker, welcome to the rest of humanity.
I forgot what comedian said it, but it was always one of the funniest things that, like, was the truest things. Like, I can't wait till all the races start fucking, and then we all just end up the same grayish color in like 100 years. Because
I think that might have been Rick Overton. There was a comedian named Rick Overton. Yeah.
It was all like, you know, and then it's like, you can't be racist then. It's like, she's like, hey, gray, who you calling gray? And saying, and then you can just start hating people for the people they actually are.
Exactly,
you know?
not the skin color. There was a comedian named Rick Overton who used to do this bit very similarly about how we're all blending. We're all blending together right now because when you look at, like, the newscasters in any given region, like, they all talk like this, and eventually we watch this television, we're all kind of start drifting towards this, and we're going to reach a day one where it's like, hey there, how you doing? It's like, I'm doing great. Hey, by the way, are you from China? Yes, I am. I thought I detected a trace of an accent. And, like, it's just going to all kind of eventually one day kind of become that. And I was like, that's kind of a legitimate point. Yeah, absolutely.
That just reminds me how the invention of television, people thought that people were going to lose their accents because then you were broadcasting the way people talk, and then everybody was going to start talking like that. And it didn't happen. You know, obviously people still have their accents.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like, with the proliferation of like phone calling and the internet and stuff like that, and so many people hear other people talking, but it hasn't really affected the way people speak, too much.
I will say that there is a way in which it affects people with the way that people speak, but that isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think that there are people who grow up in certain regions who no longer talk in the purest sense that people from those regions talk. Like, you will, all the time, if you watch a lot of BBC shows, you will look up an actor and be like, ooh, who's this person? Where are they from? And their accent may not necessarily say that they are from, Swansea, Wales, or whatever it is, or they're not from Newcastle upon Tyne, or whatever it is. There are very unique dialects from very unique places, and there are lots of actors who are from those places who no longer sound that way. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that it's a fact that they the fact that it's the same way with America, Hollywood, in the heart of Hollywood, in the heart of Los Angeles, this is where people go to be discovered. So you can be an actor from Wisconsin, or down in Mobile, Alabama, or New York, fucking New Jersey, whatever it is. Like, all these people travel to Los Angeles to become discovered,
Right.
and they spend years auditioning and living in this area to be discovered. So if their accent or their dialect dies or is softened a bit, that's to be expected, and there's no problem with that happening. But it still does happen. Same thing with over in the UK, BBC. A lot of the action happens either up in BBC. I think it's Cymru. There's a big BBC, a studio up in Cymru, Wales, or in London. There are big studios. And so if you want to make it in the industry, you got to move to one of those places, and yeah, your accent's going to dilute or change slightly. There's so many actors who you will hear talk, and they are not the epitome of where they grew up in. But it has evolved, and that's not a bad thing. That's just a thing that exists.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. And it's not a good thing, it's not a bad thing, it just is what it is. And it's when you claim so much of, like, there's nothing wrong with being proud with where you're from. But when you think that being where you're from is better than being anywhere else you're from, or anyone who's not from where you're from isn't as good as you, that's when there's a problem. There's nothing wrong with being proud with whatever heritage it is you have. But the instant you say, but where I'm from is better than wherever it is you're from, like, that's when we start heading towards the master race and all that.
Well, we're very territorial creatures, and in general, and that's just part of that. It's also like the idea, the theory that, like, the only thing that's really truly going to bring us together is if we're attacked from outside of this planet. Let's just say that aliens do exist, or such. Whether you believe it or not.
They definitely do. Yes,
I am personally also in the favor of yes. It's just that literally that we'll never reach them, at least in our lifetimes. Most likely. We'll most likely be dead before we make any sort of contact. But let's just say we make contact and the race ain't peaceful, right?
Sure.
And then we end up in war. Guess what? Humans are going to be united as fuck because they're going to realize, oh shit, we need each other because we've always needed each other. We're all essentially on a great big desert island called Earth right now, and we're ready to eat each other at any moment.
We laugh at shows like Gilligan's Island, but guess what? We're all living on Gilligan's planet.
This is fucking Gilligan's planet, yeah.
And sometimes fucking someone like Trump is Gilligan. It's the worst because he doesn't wind up saving everyone in the end.
Well, I also like thinking about, have you ever watched an anime called Cowboy Bebop?
I really want to. I have yet to start watching it. I am aware of what it's about. By the way, Naathan Phan says, I don't think we'd still be united, lol. Even if we had... You know what? Fair.
Pessimist, but at the same time, who's to say he's wrong either? I don't...
Yeah, absolutely. The alien is here right now. It's the form of COVID. All right. I mean, the COVID is COVID, if you do enough research, is like, it's a zootropic pandemic disease that has occurred, a virus that has occurred. It is its own thing. And is it alien and is it strange? And yes, absolutely. However, what you need to do. Oh my God, Crystal says, Nathan, you need to watch Bebop.
You do.
I know. I
seminal.
literally. You know what happens every morning when I wake up? I tell Siri, not Siri, but the other thing.
Yes.
Good morning. And when I say good morning, you know what happens? The lights turn on, and it literally starts to play bebop jazz, because that's what I've told it is what I want to hear in the morning. So yes, I know I need to watch Cowboy Bebop.
It's seminal. It's stood the test of time for 20 years.
And I love Welsh corgis.
It's got a Welsh corgi. It's cool. It's jazzy. It's noir. It's space. It's sci-fi. It's amazing. But anyway, what my point with that was just going to be like just the fact that it takes place in a future where nobody lives on Earth anymore, because people still live on Earth, but it's like Earth is just trash at this point. Most of like society has moved to Mars, but like Earth is like where we keep the homeless people, which is fucking sad, because that's exactly like what I'm feeling like. It's just Earth is just going to be a trash planet at some point.
Crystal says the Cowboy Bebop theme is actually my alarm.
That song is called Tank. It's a great song. It's fantastic.
Yeah, my alarm is actually Doctor Who, the Doctor Who theme. I think from, it's David Tennant's, specifically his Doctor Who theme, which is slowly slightly different from Peter Capaldi and oh no, what's her name? Oh, her name just went right out of my head.
See, I've never watched Doctor Who, so there we go there.
Oh no, it feels so bad that her name went right out of my head. I swear I'm not sexist. But
no, you're just drunk. There's a difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I'm gonna expect you to remember anything or the conversation that we had tonight.
Yeah, I'll remember a bit of it. I don't know what I'll remember, but I'll remember some of it. Oh no, I feel so bad that I've forgotten her name, because I actually really liked her as the Doctor, and so many fanboys are like, "A woman doctor, man." I'm like, you need to shut up.
It's one of those moments where like you forget how old you are. Like in those moments, you're like, "How the fuck old am I again? Hold on here.
What's my age again?
What's my age again?"
Exactly. Oh no, I feel so bad that I can't remember her name, and I won't be able to forgive myself until I remember. Jodie Whittaker. Jesus, I can't believe I couldn't remember her. Jodie Whittaker.
There you go. See, you haven't lost all your marbles, just like a lot of them.
Just some of them. Chipper Lowell says Doctor Who. Yes. And Crystal says everything Tennant is the best of Who. Okay, so here's the interesting thing about Doctor Who is that the very first episode of Doctor Who I ever saw was a Tennant episode. But the first time I started regularly tuning in to watch Doctor Who was Matt Smith. And so the very first full episode I ever saw was Matt Smith when he first took over as the Doctor. And yes, she's Jodie Whittaker. Thank you for telling me. I just could not remember her name for the life of me.
You have your Doctor Who fact checker there, it seems.
I know. I need a corner of my card is gonna get clipped.
What, has anyone here played the Yakuza games, or am I the only one? Come on. Jodie was great.
Chipper says Jodie was great, but the scripts for her seasons were pretty crappy. You know what? I kind of get that. It's the same way with a few other shows, and Crystal says agreed. I get that, and I totally agree in many ways. It's like with Peter Capaldi. Some of it, his overall arc wasn't great, but some of his individual episodes were amazing, and sometimes that happens. Like in the episode of the Zygon inversion. One of the best monologues ever was during the Zygon inversion, where Peter Capaldi was like, all right, hands on buzzers, fingers on the buttons, all right, who's going to live and who's going to die? And he has this amazing speech about people living and dying, what that means, and it's an incredible speech. And his overall arcs weren't the strongest, but some of the individual episodes were so good. So yes, I hear what you're saying about Jodie. Absolutely, and it bums me out that it wasn't stronger.
When you say, like, because I was thinking about when you say that, you know, she was good but wasn't given good material, you can then, because you watched the Snyder Cut and I haven't, but I saw the original version of Justice League.
I've seen both,
Batman,
yes.
And Batman versus Superman. And my example of that personally is I think that Ben Affleck is a good actor who was given bad material as Batman and Bruce Wayne. I think that, like, you know, the Batfleck, my personal problem with it wasn't Ben Affleck itself. It was the script he was given as Batman. And I went, who the fuck wrote this? And how much Batman do they know of what this character is? Or did we just kind of go, let's not do anything that Batman really should be? But at the same time, I haven't seen the Snyder Cut, so I don't know if that's fixed that particular issue or no.
Watch the Snyder Cut. I'm not going to say Joss Whedon is to blame, but I will say there were some, and Chipper Lowell agrees, Ben in the scripts. Absolutely. Yeah. I will say, check out the Zack Snyder Cut. There are a lot of people saying the Snyder Cut isn't worth the additional hour and a half of material or whatever it is. I will say that I watched the original Justice League. It was fine. But then so many years went by.
Yeah.
And then I literally forgot everything about the original movie. And then I watched the Zack Snyder Cut. I was like, that was good. I like this. I like this. I like this. I like this. And then there were a few times like, oh, this wasn't in the original cut. Or, oh, you know what's missing is this. And I don't miss the fact that it's missing. Mm-hmm. So check out the Snyder Cut. I definitely think it's worth watching.
I mean, it can't be worse because I recently just watched not just probably the worst superhero movie I've ever seen, but I thought about this long and hard. It's probably the worst movie I've ever seen, period. Because you ever watch movies, and even if they're bad, they still give you something that they offer you to think about, or they're enjoyable because they're but they still, even a bad movie, you should get stuff out of where you're like, okay, yeah, gotcha. This is like a bad movie that I can learn from, or it offered something. Where I just watched a movie that was so bad that it offered like nothing and was such a nothing movie and was such a turd. And what I'm talking about is Fant Four Stick, or yeah. Have you seen it?
Yes.
Wasn't it just a nothing piece of shit?
You know what? Because so much expectation had been built about how terrible it was, I usually wait. If I hear a movie's really bad, I wait.
Yeah,
and
okay.
so because so much time had passed, I was like, oh, this was all right. This is fine. Like,
Okay.
it wasn't as awful as a lot of people were saying.
Well, literally nothing in that movie happens until the last 20 minutes.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
And then only about 5 minutes of stuff happens. It's love me. Yeah, there are good bad movies. Fan Four Stick is not one of those good bad movies.
This isn't The Mummy. The Mummy is an incredible movie that is regarded many times as bad.
This isn't Super Mario Brothers. This isn't Street Fighter with Raul Julia. Those are good. Those are good bad movies.
Are they though?
They are, because I'm entertained and like, what the? They're so cheese and like there's enjoyment. Fan Four Stick has literally no life in that movie. There's
at least you're
joy.
gobsmacked by how literally incredible this is.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Fan Four Stick. I saw that a long time ago. And then
I saw it this year, buddy. I saw it during the pandemic.
Okay,
I had a trial at Disney Plus, and I hit up a friend of mine and went, "You want to watch this with me? Because I don't know if I could watch this alone." And so he played it on his.
Was it Ryan? Who was it?
No, it was my friend Rudy. So he played it on his, and I played it on my TV at the same time, and we're both just like, yeah, we couldn't have sat through this if we weren't on the phone with each other.
Yeah, this is something else entirely. This is, yeah. And for anyone who's just tuning in, my name is Naathan Phan. I'm an Asian American Scottish magician, and this over here is Adnan Qureshi, who is a
Pakistani Korean professional wrestling ring announcer.
Originally, this was all magicians talking about life, and it has devolved because you know what?
Because it's gone on for 4.5 hours, and this is exactly how every Naathan Phan stream goes. If you've paid attention.
Damn, baby, be cool.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's 1 a.m. and you're shoving a taco deep into your gullet because this is exactly what I expect out of a Naathan Phan stream. Otherwise, it's not a Naathan Phan stream, okay?
This is true.
See? I ain't doing nothing but telling the truth, baby. But no, good bad movies. We should talk at least because Van Forstic is not. But I will swear that Super Mario Brothers is a good bad movie.
Super Mario Brothers is amazing. Oh, Chipper Lowell asked a magic question. Did you guys talk about Ali Bongo's character and act? So,
please enlighten me. I don't know who Ali Bongo is. Is he Prince Ali Bongo? Famous is he? Bongo Prince Bongo.
Unfortunately, in the magic world, there was a really long culture of magicians doing acts in the vein of certain cultures. Ali Bongo's one of them. Oh, God, I have to, look up Ali Bongo because I haven't seen one of his acts in a long time, but I remember. There are times where it's like, oh, I'm going to put on this outfit and do this thing. And then there are times when you're like, whoa, this is not cool.
It's not kosher. Yeah.
This is not kashrut.
Mm-hmm. I have a similar thing that just kind of came to light also. Well, not came to light, but just kind of was being talked about again in the wrestling world. I'll tell you about this after you tell me this Ali Bongo thing.
Miro, go ahead. Sorry,
well,
I'm looking at the Ali Bongo thing.
Okay, so everybody knows what the WWE is. Obviously, it's the biggest professional wrestling promotion in the world. And they have their own streaming service, the WWE Network, right? So I don't know if you heard about this piece of news. In the last month, NBC has their streaming service, Peacock. They bought the WWE Network. And so the WWE Network is essentially being phased out in the U.S. So now you just have to subscribe to Peacock and you're going to get the WWE Network.
Right, yeah.
So one of the matches from WrestleMania 6, when they were moving it over, NBC went, we can't have this match on here. Which is completely understandable. As a wrestling historian, it sucks that it's not there, but it's also completely understandable because it was WrestleMania 6. It was Rowdy Roddy Piper versus Bad News Brown. And I don't know if you know this or this match or the promo that Piper cut or anything during this, but Roddy Piper was in half blackface for this match. So that match is not on Peacock. So WrestleMania 6 is effectively missing a match because of that.
There's a lot of... I don't know if I'm alive. I don't know how many streams are going to shut me down for showing it. I'm going to try this.
Oh, no. Here we go.
Not shut me down for racist reasons, but because I'm literally showing footage from a national TV appearance.
Oh,
so
right.
Maybe because of that, I'll be like, it's not allowed.
If you can do it backwards, maybe it won't. Maybe it won't flag.
Not. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can... Oh, God. Share the screen. Oh, no. Hold on one second. I forgot to share. Give me one moment.
Now I know what it's like to be an Asian magician in 2021. That's me.
Let's see if I can do this.
Okay.
Can you hear this?
I can.
Okay, good.
I can also hear myself.
This is a white guy performing as Ali Bongo. Can we just think about the next time we get a close up on his face? Can we just acknowledge the glasses and his mustache?
Jeez.
Da 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 da. Very stereotypical Native American already.
Is this supposed to be Native American?
No, I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to be. It's just not white. That's what it is.
Some weird Persian fucking guy.
Crystal says, "Oh boy." Yes, "Oh boy" is right, and Triple says, "Yeah, I'm showing a YouTube video." So if YouTube shuts me down, someone else is already showing this on YouTube. There are so many examples of white magicians full on just Jesus. Not only just like co-opting cultures, but just going above and beyond and being super offensive. Silks! Oh, what else could come from the Orient Trail but silks?
I mean, you can't say the routine's not good at least. It's about all I say.
What? Did he just shake salt on it? What the fuck is that?
I'm being this is somewhat in like the India, Pakistan, Persia area.
Crystal says this is the epitome of Oriental. So fucking vague. Yes, absolutely. That's what a lot of these acts were.
I have never once looked like this in my life. Not one time.
He's wearing tights and fucking genie shoes. What?
I do kind of want the genie shoes though. I'm not gonna lie.
Alright, a little bit. Noxtaman says, lol. Yeah, lol's one way of saying it, sure. And Crystal says, spices from the Orient. Yes, he who controls the spice controls the, what is it, the universe?
Isn't that a thing from Clone Wars or something?
No, it's from fucking Dune. People are applauding this. Look at this hat he's wearing. It's got this weird diddly bop on top of it.
Oh, that's a weird hat.
Is he shaking? Is he shaking MSG on top of this? Like, what is happening?
Madison Square Garden? Yeah.
The dashing Adnan saying he's never looked like this in his life. I can't tell if he's being sarcastic. Yes, he's being sarcastic. You think the dashing Adnan has ever commentated a wrestling match wearing this weird blue wizard sleeve outfit with genie shoes? What do you think Asian people wear?
Oh God, stop drinking on flour, please.
What is happening? If it were MSG, this act would be better. Yeah, that's true. Yes, fact. Crystal, thank you. And Chipro says, when I was growing up, magicians would rave about this act. I finally saw it at Magic, I think, and it's just appalled. Yeah, absolutely. This is... Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
It's still going, Nathan.
I am aware. There's 5 more minutes, by the way. There's 5 more minutes in this act.
Give me context. What year is this?
Oh, that's a good question. Hold on, I have to look this up.
Oh, man. I know it's not. It'd be hilarious. You're like, oh, this is 2 years ago.
He was born in 29 and died in 2009. But
so this has to be like 70s.
This was probably Paul Daniels he was appearing on, and this was probably in the 70s, 80s, something like that.
I hope not the 80s, but it could be the 80s. What movie was Peter Sellers like some big Asian person?
Oh, that was Murder by Death.
Oh yeah. I love that movie.
And he was playing a parody of, his heyday wasn't from the 50s to the 80s. But his act, yes, Chipro. But the movie we're talking about with Peter Sellers playing, it was basically a parody of, the Asian detective. Fuck, the Chinese guy. Chan. Charlie Chan. He was playing a parody of Charlie Chan in a movie. And this was Murder by Death.
Well, I mean, you also think about more white people saying Asians. I mean, Nathan, you have to be aware of a movie that killed John Wayne. Literally, not figuratively.
The one with him playing Genghis Khan?
Yeah.
I'm aware of it. What was it? Yeah, John Wayne at one point played Genghis Khan.
And literally killed him and most of the cast because apparently was like not shot not too far away from the nuclear site.
Chipolo says he was parodying the actor. Yes, he was parodying, Peter Sellers was parodying any of the actors who played Charlie Chan, who was also white, yes, and his son was actually Asian. Yes. Back in the day, Charlie Chan, the very first time Charlie Chan was played by a Japanese actor, and then it didn't sell, and so they cast white actors to play Charlie Chan, and then it did better. But they were like, his kids were played by actual Asian people. And so they parodied that in Murder by Day, which is its own thing entirely. Uh-oh, what happened to Dashing? There he is.
I was trying to take my face off.
That's fine. This act is still going. I want to say, what? Is this more MSU? What is happening? Oh my god.
It's still going.
Who's fired a gun at it? What's that?
Nathan, this act is going to go until you're dead. It's going to go on that long.
What?
A little prop comedy.
So much prop comedy.
Now the song sounds vaguely I Love Lucy. Hear it?
A little, it's probably about the same era. 50s,
Yeah.
60s, it's probably about the same era. Crystal, I don't know why he needed a thought bubble. Prop comedy. Oh, grabbing a rabbit by the ears. Yeah, that's totally fine. You know, this is just, it's so much WTF. Like, so much just like, what is happening? And then Union Jacks? What?
Oh my.
What? Why is that a part of this act? What is...
There's the Union Jack for some reason.
Again?
I mean, was the act done in?
You know why they're applauding? Because they're a British audience. And therefore...
in memoriam. Fucking that act.
Yeah, so there's because he's British, yeah, because he's British and he produced a Union Jack in front of a British audience. That sounds about right. Anyways, everyone, I am Naathan Phan. Crystal says colonialism. What was that line from Black Panther when Martin Freeman woke up and started walking around, and then Shuri said, like, "Don't scare me, colonizer!" And you're just like, that's such a good line. That's such a good line, yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, anyway, so once again, I'm Naathan Phan. I am a Vietnamese, American, Scottish magician, Naathan Phan. And this is Korean, Pakistani, professional wrestler announcer Anand Qureshi, also known as the Dashing Anand. And originally, this was a conversation with just magicians, and now we've expanded beyond that. If there's anyone else who's Asian who'd like to weigh in on the times that we're living in, by all means, message me, let me know, and I'll admit you in. But we were just kind of hanging out and chatting, and Adnan was like, "Hey, I'm free." I'm like, you know what? All the magicians are gone let's chat about your unique experience. Tell me about some kind of prejudices. Have you noticed any unique things in the last year than any other year?
I've thankfully not been out too much in the last year. Not too terribly much.
Uh-huh.
Yes. So generally speaking, with me, not too terribly much. Also, like, I'm in a really good, circle of people, as well as the people I'm around in pro wrestling that I am around.
Good night, Chipper. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for not being racist. That's all that matters, really.
I mean, at the end of the day, yeah.
The last year, thankfully, hasn't, affected me, because I feel like I both border on looking and not looking Asian enough to not have that particular issue as much. Especially now that I have facial hair. Now I definitely look Middle Eastern, so now it's more like, I'm a terrorist and I'm going to bomb you, So yeah, and the people I'm around a lot of, thankfully where I am as far as pro wrestling, it's very diverse too. I'm around a lot of people of a variety of different, like, colors, so to speak. You know what I mean? So that also helps. I've not to say, yeah. So as far as like general so far prejudices with this specifically, I'm so far one of the lucky ones, but I know that not everyone's one of the lucky ones. It's like, because I've seen one of my friends who is a wrestler and she is Asian, like having to share her experiences about like, trying to get booked on a show. It's like, oh, we can't. We already have an Asian on the show, and it's like that's a fucking thing. Literally,
what?
It's like it's an attraction. Keep in mind, that Nathan, that wrestling.
No, I get it, but I'm still just in awe.
Yeah, it's that wrestling is still a carny business. It's still the fucking, the carny kind of. There's still carnies in this fucking business. You know what I mean?
Do they speak? Oh God, I forgot the term of the Kizarnasi.
They used. Well, we still have a thing. Well, in Kizarni is like the old carny language. Pro wrestling, there's its own thing called kayfabe. That's a little different.
Oh, okay, but it's along similar lines?
Sort of. Like, okay, have you ever heard the term, and it's a kayfabe term that I'm sure a lot of people, have you heard baby faces and heels? Do you know what that means in kayfabe? You don't. Okay, baby face. So here's a little thing. If you ever hear people talking about wrestling, they talk about a baby face. A baby face is the kayfabe term for a good guy. And the heel is your kayfabe term for a bad guy.
Okay, yeah.
So that your baby faces and your heels. That's what those, it's like. So that's like a kayfabe term, for example. Yeah. So that's kind of the language that we do. So there's a lot of things. I'm not going to go too far into divulging like everything, but like but you can find shit if you look up kayfabe stuff. But that's the language of pro wrestling. And it's funny because I did even before the pandemic started. I don't know if you saw. What I was doing that I haven't done in over a year now because of the pandemic. But, I also have a heel manager persona. Where I was Kai the Supreme. And it was my idea, but I did lead a group of Asian wrestlers. And we called ourselves the Dominations. So it's a thing where stereotyping, like I wanted it to be not a thing where I wanted to stereotype that, like using Asian stereotypes itself, but I wanted to group us together and in a way be like, we're here because we've been held down. That was the idea of the story, is that like you guys choose your heroes, but we're not your heroes for whatever reason. It was that was the thing when I was doing this character. And part of it was anime villain too, when I thought about this, It's a portrayal of characters that we do in everything, whatever character that you do in life. Like we go through life, we're fucking characters. You really have to, we're all wearing masks in everyday life, whether you admit it or not. But that was the thing. I did a group of Asian wrestlers and I really liked the idea. And I thought it would also get us more exposure because I felt like it helped bring more light to the fact that there are, plenty of Asians in pro wrestling right now.
Sure.
And there's probably more than ever. And also like Viva, who is the one who was discriminated. She's, the first like Vietnamese, like pro wrestler in the US or something. I forgot. She has something that's unique to her. I forgot how I'd have to look on her social media, but she's, getting a lot of like, word of mouth because of it.
but she's probably deals with the most discrimination out of anyone I know, as far as like wrestlers that I know that are Asian, and I know probably Kodo. I haven't asked directly, but Kodo and Manny probably face that a lot. But so far, knock on wood, I feel like it's helped me, which is almost weird to say that like I've brought diversity to the products that I'm on, that you don't like, you watch the United Wrestling Network stuff and I'm a different colored face.
Right.
But I mean,
Yeah.
but I think United Wrestling Network's done a really good job of trying to be diverse with like, those kinds of things. And it's trippy because I don't think they're like New Japan Pro Wrestling wasn't one you'd see someone like me at the desk, for example. It's a
Right.
weird thing, it's always be a Japanese person or a white person, it seemed. But,
Yeah.
I just like being able to add to the diversity in my industry, because it gives us more exposure in that aspect, and the kinds of people the kind of person I am, I hope is, I've been positive enough on how I act in general in life and on social media, what I tend to try to do, that I'm trying to, just make a difference in my own way and just being a not shitty person that's doing all these good things,
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally. Speaking of being, being a little something different, we've got Crystal, who's just now joining us. I'm going to add them in there. Hello, Crystal!
Hello.
Crystal, give us,
She had
tell
all
us.
of those comments.
I know.
Now she's
Crystal,
here.
Crystal, tell us about you and who you are.
Yeah, I am a Korean, Chinese, Hawaiian, and white sword swallower.
Dang.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Damn. Yes, continue. Yes.
So, I feel like our worlds share a lot.
Yeah, actually, there are. Yes.
We're all Asians in entertainment, so please go on.
Yeah. No, I just like I was getting so involved in the comments. I was like, can I just like talk? That'd be way
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
It's way
absolutely.
easier than typing, I'll tell you that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially since there's like that lag. But yeah, no, it's been really interesting. I've been watching since the very beginning tonight.
Jeez, 4 hours and 45 minutes. You're a
4
trooper.
hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I was
That's
like,
a lot of Nathan, man. Jeez.
That's more. That's
It's
more
been
Nathan
really
than my girlfriends
miserable.
get. I'm just saying that is a lot of Nathan.
it's been
go on,
really
girl.
funny watching the descent into drunkenness.
Hey, you know what? There's a time and a place to be drunk, and now is the time and the place.
That was the time and the place. I figured as much.
Yes, absolutely.
Go
Um,
ahead.
yeah. Diversity, I think, is where you guys were at, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
It's where we're always at. Let's
Well,
be honest. Yes.
absolutely. Let's be real. No, I think it was cool that you were bringing up being like a diverse face, even though it's really more your voice, because I think people have certain ideas, not just what Asians look like, but of what we sound like.
Yes.
So, and Nathan, you challenged that too with your Scottish accent. So it's like it's not just about our faces necessarily being out there. Sometimes it's your voice.
Yeah, right.
So,
Absolutely. Anytime you can show a white person you don't have a typical Asian accent, their minds are blown.
yes.
And like Annie's like, oh, you don't like where are you from? No, but where are your people from? Like anytime you get that question, you're just like, Jesus.
Oh yeah, I always go like, I'm like from California. No,
Yep.
no,
Like,
where
no, but where are your
parents? Like,
people from?
oh,
You're like,
my father is from Pakistan, and then my mother is she's Korean.
Korean.
Yes. Anyway, go on.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I can't tell you how many times, and I'm sure it's the same for both of you. Like I've had to have that conversation, and I'm at the same point where I was just like, I'm going to answer the exact question you're asking me until you figure what is wrong.
What's the question?
Right, your semantics are wrong.
I know what you're trying to ask, but you're not asking it properly.
Exactly.
You should be asking, what is your racial background, or something like that.
Ask what you want to ask. Yeah, by all
not
means.
Where
like,
are you from? I'm literally from down the street. What the fuck else do you want to know from me?
Yeah, what else? When I get asked, like, so where are you from? There are times when I want to be cheeky, and there are times when I just like, which question are you asking? Are you asking, where are my parents from? Where is my accent from? Or where am I from? Because those are three separate questions. And you need to ask that question. I won't hold it against you to ask any of those questions, but you need to specifically ask the right question.
You just need the right semantics, for the love of God.
Exactly. And so when I say that to people, I say, like, great, okay, are you asking where my parents are from? My parents grew up in Vietnam and moved to America in 1975. If you're asking where I'm from, ostensibly, I grew up in America for a very long time. If you're asking where my accent's from, Scotland. Those are three separate questions and three separate answers. Ask the question you mean, and I won't get offended. And this is coming from a generation of people like, people get so offended nowadays when I ask them questions. Like, no, just ask what you mean. Ask what you mean. And if it's offensive, I will let you know. I will let you know if the question you're asking is offensive. But otherwise, just ask what you mean. And then we'll answer that question. And then we'll try to answer what you actually mean.
Yeah. Have either of you ever had the experience of having the person asking the wrong question getting offended at you for answering their question instead of the one they're meaning to ask?
Give me an example. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Give us an example.
So, I've had this experience multiple times where someone has been like, "What's your nationality?" And I go, "American," and they're like, "Okay, well, where's your family from?" And then I go, "Well, my dad's family's from Washington. My mom's family is like, my mom was born in LA." And they start to get actually like angry, like, you know what I'm asking you, why don't you just answer? And it's like,
I don't know what you're asking because
you didn't ask
the right
it. Yes.
fucking.
Continue. Yes. God
damn it.
No, it's just, I think it's so weird that they get angry.
Right.
When it's like, we're literally just answering your question. And yes, maybe I'm trying to make a point, but maybe instead of getting angry, yes, feel your feelings. But like I think you said earlier this evening, Nathan, like, observe those feelings and ask yourself, why am I feeling them?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you asking the things you're asking the way that you're asking them? Absolutely. Adnan, have you ever been asked something like that?
Yes, all the time.
I mean, that's kind of a dumb question to ask.
It's literally,
like
come
us,
on,
yes.
Man. Like, it's literally, if you look at me and you look at my name, there's no way that doesn't come up to people who just, are curious and just don't know how to word things right. I mean, have you been with me?
By the way, if you're all not drinking, you're breaking the rules of the game.
Oh shit! Let me get my wine.
Let me get my water because I'm lame.
This is part of my cocktails and Conjuring conversation. If you don't drink alcohol, that's absolutely fine. But if you do, drink up, motherfuckers.
No, I can't. Yeah. It's like, Nathan, have we ever been to a restaurant together where we put my name down and we never put my actual name down?
I don't think I have, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's because I literally, every single time I would go to a restaurant, it was always, can we get a name for the table? And it'd be like, Adnan. It's like, what?
Like,
Adnan. What? Adam. Just fucking Adam. God damn it.
Adam. Just say Adam.
Yeah. Because I literally stopped at some point because I was sick of just nobody understanding what my name was. And every time I have to legally give my name for some shit, it's always Adnan. How do you spell that? A-D-N-A-N.
How does that sound like it's spelled? Adnan.
A-D-A-N? Motherfucker. I literally spelled the shit out for you.
God.
I do not understand.
Spell it out.
I'm not Odd Job.
I'm not Odd
like,
Job.
This isn't...
Where's
I'm
my
not
Odd
Israel. The ukulele player from Hawaii, Israel
Now I'm
Kawama Oko. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but yes. And you're like, this. I didn't say something really impossible. Adnan.
Yes. But no, it's the hardest thing.
5 letters.
It's literally fine. But literally, I just say my name is Adam at any restaurant or anything. Like if it's not legally required for it's not like I'm at the DMV or some shit. It's just it's Adam. Don't fucking
Adam. Yeah.
But or actually, you two I would say have relatively easy names. You know, Crystal and Nathan. Granted, you have the extra A.
Sure.
But I also have to deal with a lot of times when because nobody knows what the fuck Adnan is. And there was a part of me too, because, in wrestling, so many people don't have their real name as their shit. You have whatever character that you're doing, even as broadcasters or commentators, they use a different name. And I contemplated for a long time using my real name or coming up with another name. And I've had other names, and obviously my manager character isn't my actual name, kind of Supreme. But when I remember, in general, I'd meet people throughout life. It was either when I was working or just outside. It's like, oh yeah, Adnan. It's actually my favorite one is somebody asked like, oh yeah, so what's your name? Well, it's Adnan. Oh, what do your friends call you? Adnan, because it's my fucking name.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's literally what my response was.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, it's my fucking name. It's like, do you have a nickname? No, because it's my fucking name.
Yeah. It's like if your name were like Walter, and you met someone maybe from a community that didn't have L's in their parlance, and he's like, hey, my name's Walter. Like, oh, can I call you Walter instead? And you're like, no. Like, a white person's like, no, Walter, because that's my name.
Right.
Like, if an Asian person were to say to you, Walter, too hard to say. Can I call you Walter instead? A white person's like, no, my name is Walter. I'm not going to change my name for your fucking tongue.
Yep.
And yet, when an Asian person says, my name is Inichikuriba or something like that, it's like, oh, that's too hard. Can I just call it Ini? It's like,
yep.
No, my name is the thing I told you, Inichikuriba, or something like that. Like, that, all of a sudden, that's too much to ask for a Western person?
Bro,
to say your name the way that it was intended?
There's a sketch it's a very short sketch. YouTube something right now for me and put it on.
Yes, okay. What is it?
Look Please up Pro ZD, PRO, and then ZD, and then Asian names.
Pro PROZ
ZD. Yeah, and then look up Asian names.
Okay.
Let me see what you're looking at.
I have a... Hold on, let me move this over here. Ooh.
He's a Korean dude, wears glasses, if you can see
Having a non-white name?
Yes, that one. That's the one.
Okay.
That's the one.
Hold on 1 second. I
remember watching this going, that's my fucking life.
Share screen.
It's like, I don't know, it's like 30 seconds long. It's not even that long of a sketch.
Got it. All right, this one?
Yep, go for it.
All right, hold on a second. Here it is.
Hey, Sungwoon. It's Sungwon. Sangwon. Sungwon. No G at the end, or any of those other sounds. Singwan. Sungwon. Sungwoo. Sungwon. 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 Sangwon. Sungwon. Do you have an English name? Bitch! Okay, it's like the 2 English words. I sing, I sang, I have sung, and then the past tense of win is won. Good. So combine them together, you get Soonj win. What is wrong with you?
That's my life. That is literally my fucking life.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, I guess I'm blessed to have a name that isn't trouble for people, but I do have a lot of friends, some of my closest friends, even really in easy names. My best friend in high school is Indian. Her name is Tusby. 2 syllables.
Tusby?
So easy, right?
Tusby.
People couldn't get it. They'd call her Taz. Which she picked. Which is fine if that's something she identifies with, but there's really no need. Tusby.
Yeah,
it's easy.
It's easy.
Have you guys watched Waffles and Mochi yet?
Waffles and Mochi?
Waffles and Mochi.
Waffles and Mochi. I would love some waffles and mochi. When are we getting some? Let's do it.
Are they chicken flavored mochi? Hold on.
Oh, let's do that too. That's even better.
Waffles and Mochi is a new Netflix show, and it's gonna sound like almost like an acid trip.
Is that Michelle Obama?
What?
So,
What?
okay, let me explain. So there is a half Yeti, half waffle monster. I'll let that sink in for a second. And his or her best friend, who is a literal mochi.
I've just been watching Adventure Time for the first time, so nothing's going to surprise me. So go on.
Oh yes, you are in the right frame of mind for this show. So they're best friends, and they live in like the land of frozen foods, and they want to be chefs, but all they have to cook with is ice. So they hitch a ride on a grocery truck to Michelle Obama's grocery store, where they gain employment.
Good, I wasn't being racist and just saw a black woman and said, "Is that Michelle Obama?"
You're right.
Thank God.
And
weight off my shoulders. Continue.
So they become employees at her store, and because they want to be chefs, they use this magic shopping cart to travel the world, talking to chefs all over the world and people who work with food in one way or another. And they learn about the food and they learn about the people. And it's a really wholesome show, even though it's like a really trippy concept. And they have this really weird thing that they repeat a lot. And it's just totally nonsensical, and I just have to accept that that's what it is. They always say, listen to your vegetables and eat your parents. But in any case, I highly recommend, especially like as a mixed kid, like
Yes.
it, like Mochi, for example.
Yes.
Mochi is essentially half Asian and half white, right? And I mean, to make it relatable for kids, it sounds really silly, but like Mochi is from Japan and ice cream is from the West, right? It's England. So they actually have an episode where they like go into Mochi's like family tree, and like, can you imagine as a kid seeing yourself represented just even in such a strange way? Like that never would have happened when we were kids.
Yeah.
Sure.
So it's cool that it's starting to happen, and like the diversity in the show is amazing.
Ooh, okay.
Like I've already watched it twice through.
I gotta check this out. Yeah, Waffles and Mochi, I'm definitely gonna check out on Netflix.
It's a super easy watch. But the reason why I brought it up is because they had this moment. I forget what they were talking about. They were talking about, I think he was like a French man. And they have this very cute little black girl, and she's obviously reading off of like a cue card, and she's trying to say his name. I think it was Antoine or something like that most white people would think is a very easy common sense name, but she's struggling with it. And it was so refreshing to see it reversed, like, yes, Antoine, like when you're reading it, is a complicated name. Right, like it has
Antoine.
Exactly.
Yeah, here's like Antoine.
There's so many different ways you could sound it out, right? But people can't fucking say Adnan when they look at your name.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Nope. No, they can't.
So like,
by the way, for anyone unfamiliar, Adnan is spelled basically like short of it being Oddnon is so simple. Adnan, because if you said Adnan,
if people say Adnan, I totally get it. That's
you're like,
fine.
Adnan. You're like,
but
Adnan.
Oh,
and then you'd be like,
Adnan.
oh, yeah.
I tell people it's spelled Adnan, but pronounced Adnan. That's how you pronounce it. Like, I totally get it. But I get it so many times, substitute teachers, right? Adrian. Nope, it's Adnan.
What? Adrian?
Because they look at the N as an R and an I. Adrian is the most common one. I got people of reading it. Like Adan, and I'm like, you're missing an N there, or like
you're literally skipping entire things right now, and I don't understand it. Thank you for assuming things, microaggressions, and all that jazz. What's that sketch with Key and Peele where they're just like, they're just calling all these preposterous names.
Oh, you're talking about the East-West Bowl, one of my favorite sketches of all the football
no.
players.
I'm thinking about the one where it's a guy going to teach at an inner city school.
Oh.
Or no, he's an inner city teacher teaching at a normal school. And he says, Trayvon, what is it? He says...
There's so many good ones. I forgot. I haven't watched that sketch in a while.
It's just all these names that he's
instead of Aaron, he goes, hey, Aaron!
Hey, Aaron.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah,
and then he goes through all these names, and he says, go to O'Shagnassie's office. It's like, O'Shaughnessy's? Get out of here. It's like, all right, one more name. Aaron, present. And you're just like, see, like, it's just like, it's wonderful. Yeah. So, anyways, once again, everyone, for anyone who's just tuning in, my name is Naathan Phan, and originally it started as a conversation with Asian magicians in 2021, and now we're just talking with Adnan Qureshi, who is Pakistani and Korean, and we're talking to Crystal Curio, who is Chinese. Sorry, say it one more time.
Korean, Chinese, Hawaiian, and white.
Woo!
That's just an abbreviation for amazing. That's all that is.
That's just it's a lot.
I've been called chop suey.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wake up, grab a brush and put a little makeup.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyways, so I'm just having conversations with these people now as a result of everything that's been happening. From a magical standpoint, today is unique. We are now on to March 24th of 2021 in my time zone, and it's unique because today is the day that a American white magician by the name of William Ellsworth Robinson, who is performing under the stage name of Chung Ling Soo, was killed during a bullet act. Yesterday, the 23rd, he was shot on stage fatally, and it wasn't until today, the 24th of 1918, that he actually died from a result of those bullet injuries. And that's what kind of sparked this whole thing. But then, you know, all my magician friends had to leave me, which is fine because, you know, they got things to do and I don't. I have nothing.
I will be right back because I don't want to be on my phone much longer with this because it's getting hot as fuck. Yeah, so I'm going to go brush my teeth and get my laptop and then I'll be around for a little bit.
Go. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, you'll see me back in the stream. So
let me know if you need the link again. Yes, go.
I should be able to access it through my Facebook. I'll be fine.
Great. All right, fantastic.
I'll be back.
Adnan's going away for just a moment. That's absolutely fine. And right now, I'm here with Crystal Curio, who was recently featured on the Go Big Show on TBS. Right? Yeah. Was that right? Was that all right?
Yep, that was correct. Absolutely correct.
You know what's crazy is, so I thought I didn't know what I had auditioned for a few months ago. I auditioned for some series where it was all about, like, you were going to do your talent, you're going to go and present yourself, and people have to guess what your talent is.
Yeah, I almost did that too.
Yeah. So that's the thing that I auditioned for, and I didn't know what the hell it was. And then Go Big happens, like, oh, maybe this was it. And then it wasn't until recently that, like, here it is, the talent game show or whatever it is, the talent show. And then they're like, oh, that was the thing I auditioned for. You never know. As an entertainer, especially anyone in a weird performance art, because if you are an actor, singer, dancer, very common things you're usually asked to do. Yeah. As anyone in burlesque or magic, ventriloquism, juggler, any of the allied arts or weird associated performance arts, you have no idea what they want you to do. And it's really weird. And so both of us were asked to audition for this thing. And I went along, and honestly, I think the thing that worked against me the most, I'm not trying to brag, but they were just like, hey, we want you to basically come out, stand there, people have to guess what it is that your talent is, and then you do your talent. And I think the biggest problem was that I'd been on too many shows.
Probably.
Honestly, and it's not a brag, it's just, I think honestly that's what worked against me the most.
Yeah, no, it's an absolute reality. And sometimes it has to do with your contract, sometimes it doesn't. Like in my case, when they first called me about it, I actually got it approved by Go Big. But I guess somebody else from Go Big also was in the running, and their producer said no. So they just nixed both of us, even though I was so close. I was like 2 days away from filming. They actually called me on a Friday night and they were like, you're good to go. We need you to drive to Venice Beach right now and get your COVID test. You're going to be in rehearsal on Sunday, and then you're filming on Monday. And nobody even told me that they like cut me. I had to ask them what was
Why would they?
Oh my god. But in any case, yeah, no, that's reality. And then also there's like the thing you guys were talking about earlier when you were talking about wrestling, where, you know, sometimes they feel like, oh, we already have like a couple Asians, so you know, there's too many of you now, which is hilarious because, like, how much of the population are we?
Yeah. We have too many Asians. How many is too many Asians? 2 out of 100? Like, I just want to know what a number is. Like, I'm not judging you. Tell me what that number is too many of, so that I, in my mind, know how many too many Asians are.
Yeah. And, like, even just looking at, like, the demographics of Go Big Show, right? And this has become, like, super... I don't want to say important, but like it's been at the forefront of my mind all of today. Not exactly contentious. Hold on, I'll get there. Right. But it was overwhelmingly white. We had, I think, 3 Asians. I want to say 3 or 4 Black people, and there were 36 contestants to begin with. And it's just that, and then just one Mexican man. Yeah, and it's like this is not represented, and it's marketed as this like American show. It's like representing America. So today, and I've already shared a little bit with you about this, and you mentioned earlier that one of the other contestants, and I'm going to say his name, Ben Black.
Yes, we were talking about him earlier, yes.
He posted an advertisement, like a promotion for the tour that he's currently on, Hell's a Poppin', and in his comment and or caption, he said China virus.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
So I am like enraged. I'm exhausted because all of us have been dealing with this like heavy shit. I mean, realistically for hundreds of years, right? But like intensely for the last week, because a week ago, some dude decided he was going to go on a systematic rampage to like multiple locations to specifically hunt Asians and mostly women. So like, I can't speak for you, but I've been going through essentially what is like a grief period, even though I don't know these people that died. You know, it's like they look like my family. And even though I'm mixed, I have still experienced racism. Like, not that long ago, I got stalked out of a fucking convenience store because of the shape of my eyes.
Because of your almond eyes? What do they call it nowadays?
Almond eyes, shaky eyes, those are the things.
Yeah.
Probably.
But and so like it's been hard for me. And
it's been 1 week since they looked at me.
I thought the same shit, but I wasn't gonna say that. God damn it. You beat me to it.
Because usually that's me.
Continue. Sorry.
You got to make light of it, right?
Yes, absolutely. Because if you don't laugh, you cry. Yes, continue.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's been hard, and it's a year. We've been doing this COVID thing for a year, and we've been telling people, please stop calling it this for a year, and I'm still saying it, and I'm saying it 1 week after these people were brutally murdered for just existing. And so my first thought was like, well, good. Thanks for letting me know you're a racist. And I wasn't shy about saying that.
Thanks for being direct about it. Thanks for not beating about it. And thanks for at least openly admitting you're a shitty human being. Thank you. Yes.
I wasn't screening my profile, but if you're just going to screen it for me, I'll just go ahead and accept it.
Yes.
It's fine.
But my second thought was like, okay, who can I count on? Who can I go to to like engage with this person in a way that I can't for so many reasons. One, because I'm way too fucking angry to do so in any sort of a reasonable way. Two, because I'm not a white man. Like, he's probably not going to listen to me.
Oh shit, you're not a white man? End the stream,
Wait,
Nathan.
what?
She's
Okay,
not a white.
I gotta leave. I gotta leave. She's not a white man.
Yeah, we're done. We're done. We're done. It's over. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Anyway, go on.
So I go.
I'm still listening. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'm still listening. Yes.
So
Yeah, he's
I
got
go,
his wireless earbuds.
so fancy.
I know, right?
So I go into our group chat. And at this point we have two, because a couple weeks ago, some other dude decided that he was going to post YouTube videos of footage that he took of us without our consent. So we kind of like had already fractured a little. But so I go into the smaller, what I felt was safer group. And I was like, hey guys, and I shared the post with China virus in it. And I was like, hey guys, it's come to my attention that Ben thinks that this is an okay thing to say. I'd really appreciate if you guys could either engage with him individually or comment or share something saying that this is not okay. Any kind of allyship would be much appreciated. And then it was like silent for hours. And the first things that anybody responded were like, I don't see what the problem is with this.
Oh God!
And why don't you talk to him? Why are you asking us to do it? And so
because it should come from people who understand and sympathize. Because if it's coming from the ones who you are literally kind of saying the bad shit about, it's like, well, of course you would say that. Like, okay, it's not always gonna reach somebody when it's somebody who looks like us.
Exactly.
If it's somebody who looks like the same person, then maybe it'll get through a little bit more, you know? Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was a very important point. So at first I was like, I'm not explaining this. Can somebody else please fucking do it? Nobody did. And they kept going. So I made it like very short. It's like, this is encouraging the violence that happened last week. And their excuse was like, oh, well, I didn't see that. That sucks for those families, but like, there's nothing wrong with it. And it wasn't until like, I think 12 to 15 hours later that one person finally spoke up and said something. But then even after that, they started whining, not this person, the other people in the group, they started whining like, oh, why do we bring politics into this? And like, oh, I'm so sad to see this conversation. Like, just because I say it's the Chinese virus doesn't mean I hate Asian people. And it's like, legitimately, all I need you guys to understand is that when you say this thing, that it is telling hateful people to associate this thing with me and people who look like me and my family, and we get hate and violence for it. And it's really not hard not to say Chinese virus or China virus and say COVID instead. It's actually shorter and easier. And it's also really not hard to ask somebody else you hear using that not say it. And you know what? That one simple act makes my community so much safer.
When people say, well, this isn't a racial thing, this isn't a political thing, and they say it's the China virus, like, okay,
you've literally said,
why do you call it the China virus?
Yep.
Well, because that's where it originates from. So, and I'm sure you heard me say this earlier, Crystal, so if I call Jeffrey Dahmer the Wisconsin cannibal, you don't think that that would color people against people from Wisconsin? If I called fucking any of the serial killers from America, which is a lot of them, and called them the American killer, you don't think that would color people across the country, across the globe, against Americans, against white people?
Yep.
Then by all, if you agree that doesn't color you against people from America, North America, from a certain specific state, especially Wisconsin, if you call Jeffrey Dahmer the Wisconsin cannibal, and you don't think it's going to color people, like, why would you call someone the Wisconsin cannibal? Clearly only to color people against people from Wisconsin.
Yep.
People from Wisconsin would immediately disagree with that. So to call someone, to call it the China virus, the Kung Flu, all these things, like, that is clearly only to prejudice people against these regions.
Yep.
There's
Well, and
literally
even
no
then,
other reason.
even then, right? When you're using like China virus as the example, right? How many times have we experienced, right, where, like, just for example, we're all three of us are actually three different Asians, right? But we are also
Wait, are we
categorized
Asian?
in.
Fuck!
Oh shit!
Oh god damn.
shit! Oh damn!
Should I be drinking soju instead of wine?
You know,
I
you
nearly
can add
spit
it
out my
to it.
water. Sorry, continue.
But so we're all three different, varieties of Asian. But like using, say, the China virus, nobody, like white people or just anybody, like when you talk about racist people, Chinese refers to every Asian according to that person. You know what I mean? That's also a thing that it just colors in. It's just like not all Asian people are Chinese.
But
that's another thing.
Chinese is the Asian people everybody knows.
Yeah, it's literally like our default, like the default racist Asian is Chinese accounts for all of us, apparently.
I one time received so I was working at the magic shop at Disneyland for quite a while, and at one point we received a letter saying, "Hey, I was recently in the store and I was talking to this young, it wasn't even Chinese magician, just said, I was talking to this young Chinaman or China magician." And I was just like, I
almost spit my water onto my laptop.
Yeah. And I was literally the only Asian magician working at the shop at the time. So I'm like, we all know who that means. Continue. It's like, I was talking to a young China magician about this trick or about this whatever it was, and it's like, if it's one thing that you look at my name tag and you don't know what specific Asian I am, all right, but to just assume I'm Chinese is like, that's just something else entirely.
Oh, yeah, there are so many different kinds of Asian, and it's like, I mean, Americans are kind of bad with world geography.
In general, how many times do you think I've
general.
gotten the Asian magician from Ireland, the Asian magician with the Irish accent? I'm like, that's literally my. Hold on, we'll get right back to you, Crystal. Hold on 1 second. I just need to say this. Literally, my own agent, my manager. My manager, 2 days before St. Patrick's Day, calls me and says, "Hey, Nathan, St. Patrick's Day is coming up. Can you do a video where you sing 'O Flower of Scotland'?"
What the fuck?
And I say to him, I'm sorry, what? And he's like, "Yeah, can you sing 'O Flower of Scotland' for St. Patrick's Day?" And I'm like, "Okay, first of all, there is no national anthem of Scotland. 'O Flower of Scotland' is the unofficial national anthem, and you realise that St. Patrick's Day is widely regarded and respected as an Irish holiday." And he's like,
"Right,
yeah." And I'm like, "So you can understand how singing the unofficial national anthem of Scotland on what's regarded in America as an Irish holiday is not appropriate." And he was like, Oh, okay. So is there something you can do though? And I was like, you know what I can do is I can shoot a quick video where I'm making a cocktail, like an Irish cocktail, because it's based out of like Irish whiskey, and then I can sing something like "When Irish Eyes Are Smiling" or "Tula Rula Rula," an Irish lullaby, that's the best I can do. And he's like, "Oh yeah, that'd be great. If you can film that and send it to me before then, because it's in 2 days, that'd be fantastic." And I was like, yeah, okay, sure, I can do that. And so I shot a long video, and then I cut a short portion of that where I was like, "Hey everyone, I'm Naathan Phan. I grew up in Scotland, but in honor of St. Patrick's Day, I'm gonna make," because this was honestly a thing I wanted to do anyways. "I'm gonna make an Irish cocktail that I've never had before, and then I'm going to do a magic trick I've never done before while drunk off of this Irish cocktail, and that's going to be the thing." And then in the full video, I was like, "Hey everyone, I'm Nathan." yeah, this is what's happening, and then like it was like it's like a 10-minute video as opposed to like a 3-minute video. And it's like,
Yeah.
don't like, I know what you're thinking, Nathan. Why are you doing a St. Patrick's Day video? Aren't you, Scottish? And just let everyone think what they wanted to think in that moment. Anyways, so like for an American to get those things wrong, it doesn't surprise me because my own goddamn manager didn't know what the hell the difference was between Scottish and Irish. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Like, if you told me you didn't know what the difference was between Laotian and Taiwanese, like, yeah, right, those are two subsects of things, but you're
Here's
white,
the thing.
and you don't know there's...
There are people who will watch this and go, what the fuck is Laotian?
Yes, there absolutely will be.
Because I'll be quite honest, when I was growing up and I met somebody, a friend of mine growing up, like, who was Laotian, I was like, what the fuck? Because my brain didn't comprehend it, but I was like
I don't
12.
know what Laotian is.
Yeah. So, but like, I'm sure a lot of people right now, like, if they, would just be like, what the fuck is Laotian?
It's kind of like Cambodian, but not. I don't know what to tell you, people.
Yeah.
Sorry. Crystal, what were you going to say? I'm so sorry for interrupting you.
No, it's okay. Actually, just in case anything like that happens again and you need a new idea, the first thing that comes to my head is, have you seen Darby O'Gill and the Little People?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Sean Connery, a Scotsman playing an Irishman. Yes, of course.
Yeah. Oh. You could sing Sean Connery's song that he sings about the pretty Irish girl. In any case, that's one of my guilty pleasure movies. Like, there's so many things, but childhood.
I feel the same way about the Extraordinary League, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yes.
Which has the great thing where the immortal gets stabbed. What are you? Complicated. That was my father's favorite line from that movie.
Oh man.
And also, as long as your guilty pleasure movie isn't Fant Four Stick, what we were talking about earlier, I think you're doing good.
I've never seen it, so maybe I
good
at this point.
You're good. You're good.
No, my
Unless
guilty movie is The Mummy, so I don't even feel that guilty about that.
I don't even know if that's a guilty. I don't even know if that's really a guilty pleasure movie.
It's not.
Movie.
Listen, the second one's got The Rock in it, which is even better because he's The Rock. Anyway, go on.
And that's the last one. There aren't any more money.
There are not anymore. Yes.
In any case,
yeah, we're gonna ignore the Mummy movie with the Asian person. Come on, what the fuck?
It was really bad.
Fucking
I didn't
Jet
see
Li.
it. I didn't see it.
And then we'll
That's a
ignore
testament to
the one with Tom Cruise. How dare you? Sorry.
All right, go on. We've interrupted you enough from your.
So we were talking about how Americans are really bad at geography to begin with, right? But especially when it comes to identifying like the different kinds of Asians, like the different nationalities, they don't care to try to understand. They don't even care to ask most of the time. And, unfortunately, and I think some people have this like misconception of how cool America is. And
I didn't mean to laugh there. I'm sorry.
Problem. No, please. Absolutely. Like, they don't think that this is a problem because they don't have to think about it. But I mean, just a couple days ago, if I'm not mistaken, there was a Korean man attacked in Koreatown here in LA after someone yelled, "Go back to China." Yeah. They don't
In
care
Koreatown, of all places?
Yeah,
Jesus.
exactly. They don't care where we're from because, I mean, like everything... Sorry, my brain just short-circuited because I'm getting angry again. But, they don't care where we're from. They just classify us as not one of them.
Yeah.
That's it.
Not American.
Yeah. I
go ahead.
think all of us were, well, Nathan, I forget, were you born here?
I was, yes.
Yeah. So all of us were born here.
Yes.
And people treat us, even me, and I'm half white. Like when this guy chased me out of Rite Aid, he was saying interesting eyes, but he was saying it threateningly. Like he was an old man saying, "Get off my lawn."
Interesting eyes?
Yeah.
Interesting eyes.
Shit.
Yeah.
Like me chasing someone and saying, "You fucking Rice Krispie treat, motherfucker! Get out of here!" Like, what
Jesus
the fuck
Christ.
does that mean? Like, what does that mean?
Yep.
Tell me what that means.
Well, it means like you're not my people. You are
Yes, that's what it means.
and like don't get off my
I
lawn.
cannot identify with whatever it is that you are, and I won't even bother to learn what it is that you are.
I feel I was thinking about this earlier. I feel like it was when you were talking about the waffle and mochi thing, as far as like media in general, right?
Mm-hmm.
About how I think about this, and it was when we were talking about just us in general being in entertainment, but the importance of what representation means, not just to what we're doing here, but to the general public, because it's almost a weird thing to it normalizes us to some degree when we're more so in the eye, and I remember having this argument I just remember there's like a referee I know who doesn't really who doesn't understand, and he's not even white, and that's also the weird thing. He's Hispanic, and it's just like who doesn't understand what the fuck the important thing is about representation. Like you don't get it, like you don't he's also older for some odd reason, doesn't understand literally what something like Black Panther meant to so many people, however when it came out, and what the importance of that particular movie was as far as superhero films, right? Yeah. And I thought in general, my favorite, when we were talking about DC stuff way earlier about shit, when we were talking about DC, I was always thinking about my favorite Green Lantern is the newest Green Lantern, who maybe people who don't read comics know is Simon Baz. And Simon Baz, if you don't know, is Muslim, and he is the current he was the newest Earth Green Lantern that was added, and he has in Urdu tattoo, and such like that, and he's a Muslim character. And I remember a friend of mine, asking me, it's like, oh yeah, that'd be really cool if they made him into a movie, if they used him as the movie Green Lantern. I'm like, yeah, that would be cool, but it's never going to happen because this country is never going to focus on a Muslim superhero in a big budget movie. Maybe it would happen in the animated where there's less risk, but in a big budget movie where you're trying to do this whole thing or whatever that everybody's going to watch and try to make in all this money, you're not going to put a Muslim character at the forefront as the hero for an American movie. It's not going to happen. At least I don't see it happening. Rather, it'd be awesome if it did.
Yeah.
But it's and even if it did, right? Let's just say they took the chance on it. There would be, like we were talking about, this backlash too from the people who don't understand, why do I have to go see this movie? Why would DC or whoever in charge make this towel wearer a fucking main character of a fucking, shit like that? Yeah. It's literally the shit that's gonna happen, when this shit happens. It's the same concept, same principles on why us being in the positions that we've been in the public eye to some degree, even as small as it is at the scale that we might be at, is important, because it exposes and normalizes what we are in general as, whatever race we are, but we're just fucking people, just like anybody else, just like anybody on the fucking street, just like the person working at the gas station, just like the person sitting at the desk. We're the same we're all just the same. Like I was saying earlier, we just have this problem about trying to care about one another for some odd reason. And the last year is just, the last 365 days is just further proof that for whatever fucking reason, we just can't care for one another.
Yep.
And it's fucking sad.
Yep. And they will consume us as much as they want.
Oh yeah.
It's like they loved Crazy Rich Asians, and they love, I forget his name. What is it? Like Jimmy Woo?
Oh, in the new Randall Park in the new Marvel series, WandaVision. Yes.
Yeah. But they just want to fetishize us and objectify us. They want us to stay
on their terms.
Yeah, they don't want us to actually share their space.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you have amazing movies my favorite rom-com of the last 10 years or more is Always Be My Maybe. And
I haven't seen it yet. I've heard about it, and I want to. I haven't actually sat down and watched it. Was it good? It was.
I thought it was amazing. Like, first of all, rom-coms have just like kind of sucked for the last decade or so.
Sure.
Just like how I feel like the world's lacked action comedies since the Rush Hour movie stopped.
Yes.
What the fuck happened to action comedies? I love action comedies.
God, listen to
Jackie
me.
Chan.
Yeah, absolutely. Jackie Chan is a god.
Yes.
Not just in action comedies, not just in rom-coms, but in like if you knew what like most people knew about Jackie Chan, like he's incredible. Like he is a multi-platinum singer, an amazing action star. Like he just has so much going on.
Yeah.
But to you, he's just like, God, listen to me. It's like, no, God damn it.
Yep.
He is
Side
so
note,
much more.
though, when you did mention Crazy Rich Asians, because did everyone here see Crazy Rich Asians?
Yes, of course.
Did you all see it in the theater?
I did not. I was on a cruise ship, I think, when it came out, so I had to wait until it came out otherwise.
The funniest experience is being in the theater, watching that movie, and being an Asian person, and me and the other Asian people are laughing at stuff that the other people in the theater aren't laughing at, because you did. Same thing for me in Blinded by the Light, because that, if you haven't seen that movie, that's about a Pakistani teenager who.
Yes, I have actually. Yes, I have seen that.
It's one of my favorite movies of all time now. It's
also
amazing.
on a cruise ship, yes.
Who
was in love with Bruce Springsteen, right?
Yes, he basically, Bruce Springsteen becomes his idol and stuff, but there's so much stuff about Pakistani culture in that where I'm all like, I get it. I completely understand. Just like with Crazy Rich Asians, it's like I'm laughing along with the other Asian people in the theater are laughing at these moments that the other non-Asian people are going, that was funny?
What?
I guess,
what?
Okay.
What was the joke? What did I miss? I'm not used to being left out of the joke. This is a hate crime. What's happening?
You had to be there. You had to be there. Anyway, Crystal, you were on a thing, and then I bombarded in.
Yeah.
I'm like a bull in a china shop. Sorry.
That's racist. How dare you say a bull in a china shop? Why not a Vietnam shop? Why not a why not in a Pakistani shop? Why not in a,
I don't know what. I don't know why I thought.
How dare you?
I don't know why I thought the racist thing was bull, because the China shop thing escaped me there for a second. It's like, what the fuck? And I was going to change the animal and be like an elephant in a China
because,
shop.
Mythbusters debunked bull in a China shop. Sorry, what was going to say something? I'm so sorry.
Let us speak.
Was it Crystal who's about to say something?
Crystal was going to say something, right, and then we keep being hilarious.
But I'm very grateful for that laugh. Thanks.
Say your piece.
So yeah, Crazy Rich Asians. Oh no. So Crazy Rich Asians was awesome. I mean, for reasons that you've already talked about. But for me, Always Be My Maybe was so much more. And I think that's probably because it was much more of an American movie. And so it really went into like the life of an Asian American person. And I mean, the music is amazing. Randall Park is amazing.
Would you please give me a brief summary so I know what movie you're talking about? I just need a brief summary because I don't know what movie this is off the top of my head.
Yeah. So, sorry, I'm going to be plugging my computer in while I'm talking.
Oh, that is a Chaplin painting behind
I was about to say, like your explanation
and I was like,
Charlie.
Is that a Chaplin painting?
You know what's really sad is I found that by my dumpster.
Yeah.
That's you know the term. Another man's trash is another man's treasure.
Yeah.
So
I'm not saying Charlie Chaplin was an angel, but I am a clown. And he was a very good one. In any case, okay, so Always Be My Maybe. Basically, two best friends who are both different kinds of Asian. They're also next door neighbors.
Randall Park and Ali Wong. Continue.
Yes, Randall Park and Ali Wong. They grew up being best friends, and then she becomes like a celebrity chef. And he runs I think his dad's like air conditioning company. So like she's big, he's not. But she ends up coming back. I think they grew up in San Francisco. So she ends up coming back to open a restaurant and things happen, right?
Deborah Lynn says, "Huh? Lol. I don't know what point you came
I don't
into
know
this
what-
conversation. Originally, it was Asian magicians, and now we're just Asians in the entertainment industry because we've got we've got Adnan Qureshi, who was an announcer for wrestling, and then we've got Crystal Curio, who is in the variety performance arts, and then we've got me, the fucking Asian guy in the magic industry. I don't know, fucking whatever. We've broken the F word barrier. I don't care anymore if you get offended by the F word. Good riddance to you. It's a word.
I like the idea that you would just be calling yourself the Magic Asian Man and just be like that guy we talked about, that guy we just saw the Magic actor earlier who's not Asian at all.
Sure, I mean, like, you could call yourself the wrestling Asian man, and that would technically be accurate, right?
I'd always take pictures with Joshua Shibata because we're both the two Asian ring announcers in Southern California, and whenever we're in the same place at the same time, like, this is so rare. Like, why are we both on the same show?
Absolutely is. Anyway, sorry, Crystal, continue.
So always be my maybe. The way that a lot of people describe it is kind of like an Asian American when Harry met Sally, but I didn't really feel that way about it. But in any case, it really resonated with me because it was more of an Asian American experience. I think that's all I really wanted to say about that movie. But when we were talking about Crazy Rich Asians and when you were talking about Muslim characters, Adnan, it kind of like made me think of another thing where people outside of the Asian community, and specifically white people, they also associate certain religions with different kinds of ethnicities or different.
Right. For sure.
You know? And it completely ignores the diversity. Like, there are Asians who are Muslim, as well as Buddhist, as well as Christian.
Religion isn't a race.
As well as so many things,
Yeah, religion is not
there
your
are
race.
Jewish Asian people. All right, folks.
Absolutely. And in fact, do you know Me So Pretty?
I don't.
Me So Pretty is an amazing, I think she's a Chinese American burlesque performer. She produces a show that I host called The Jade Follies.
But her name is Miso. Isn't that Japanese? I mean, sorry, continue.
I don't know. Wasn't my name, wasn't my choice.
Also,
not my
take
choice
what
of
you
soup
can and run. Do it. It's fine. White people don't know the difference. I could be the Asian leprechaun of magic, and people wouldn't know.
No,
it's fine.
In all honesty, Nathan, you should market the fuck out of that because that'll sell.
It's true, especially on.
Listen in the pro wrestling world. You put that shit on a T-shirt, prowrestlingtees.com or whatamaneuver.net, where you'll be able to find mine soon. You'll be able to sell that fucking thing, dude. Anyway, go on.
But Nathan, you should totally get in touch with her for when things open up again. It's a really cool event. You were talking about earlier, it's so rare to like be in the same space in your work with another Asian person.
So rare, yes.
Oh my God, like it's one of those things you don't necessarily notice because you're so, like you were talking about earlier, you're so used to this, right? You're so used to being the one. You're so used to being the minority. Even though, and this is another thing that someone made me aware of about a year ago, is like some people are trying to push the term PGM, like people of global majority, because realistically,
interesting. Okay,
people of color are the majority.
Yeah,
you know, just a way to flip the script in people's brains. But in any case, so Miso did this amazing thing. She produced this show, and it's very inclusive of like all Asians, East and South. And walking in to that backstage area, I just wanted to cry. It was just like there weren't words. It's just like everyone, you know, not to say that we all look alike, but
people look like you. Yeah.
I wasn't the minority.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It was breathtaking. And I wish more people could have that.
And that's a thing that a lot of white people can't grip with. Can't grapple with, can't understand, because to them, everywhere they go, people look like them. And for people who look in the minority to walk into a place like, oh my God, there's more than 2 or 3 people look like me. is a true rarity. I was once hired to work for, really, really quickly, by the way, a friend of mine gave me this necktie. It's got this cool kind of, like, I don't know, stepping kind of geographic design. But look,
Yeah.
is
Hey.
and this is, by the way, this is great. It's Charlie
Oh, it's
Chaplin.
almost the same picture of Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
Charlie Chaplin.
almost the same. Very close, but yeah, it's a Charlie Chaplin necktie.
Very cool.
Yeah. And by the way, my friend Rob McClure, who I'm so privileged to call my friend, originated the role of Charlie Chaplin on Broadway and got nominated for a Tony for it.
Amazing.
There was a Chaplin the musical on Broadway a few years ago, and he played it.
Awesome.
And more recently, right before pandemic happened, he originated the role of Mrs. Doubtfire on Broadway. That got shut down like 2 days after it opened, or 1 day after preview, something like that. Anyways, but it's supposed to reopen, and I'm so excited for when it does, because they also wrote Something Rotten, and it's such a good... Something Rotten was such a good show, and everything for this show looks like a good show. Anyways, so, moving on. But we were talking about being in a minority... Oh, what was I about to say? I was about to talk about something. Sorry, Adnan, say your thing while I...
Well, I had a question for Crystal specifically, actually, because, like me, you are a mixed person. Have you ever had that experience of where you were in a position where, because you're mixed, you don't fit in with the Asian people and you don't fit in with the white people because of this reason?
Yes.
Because I've absolutely been in that position of like, I don't fit in with the Asian people, I don't fit in with the Middle Eastern or Arabs or whatever, you know what I mean? Same type of thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's a weird position being in the mixed position too, because there are those moments where you don't, like, you feel like you should be accepted by the multiples, but at the same time we don't even accept each other sometimes because of these particular reasons, for whatever reason.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of my friends who is also mixed, he taught me this thing, and I think it's his, but it resounded so much in my heart. We're not one, we're not the other, we're both, but we're neither.
We're neither. Yeah.
You know, and it's like, even though we are actually 100% both, we're not like half and half. It's like, you know, a white person looks at me and they think I'm not white because they know there's something in me that isn't white, that doesn't look like them. So I can't be white. I'm never treated as if I am a white person. But also, like, I don't look like my mom, who is fully Korean, Chinese, and Hawaiian, you know? And luckily, my family, coming from Hawaii, which is already very mixed, I've never had any problems with them. But, like, the community at large, I also don't look just Asian. So... You know, it's like we just kind of are in limbo.
Right.
And it's sometimes. And I think one of my least favorite things is like, well, you don't look this. Because it's like, okay, well, what does that look like? What does an Asian look like to you?
Like, and then they reach their hands up and you're like, no, don't do that. No.
Yeah. And I was actually going to ask you if it's okay, Adnan. Like, do people ever ask you, like, or I guess say something similar to that, like, well, you don't look Pakistani?
Yes, I get that shit. Yeah, you don't look either or, essentially. You don't look Korean. You don't look Pakistani. Literally. It's like, you know why? Because, like you said, I'm both and I'm neither at the same time, right? It's because, you know, when my parents got together, you get this. That's what happens. I remember
this isn't a Tiger Woods type situation. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I look like the thing I get confused for the most is Filipino. Is because it gets yeah, it's it'd look more like that if I didn't have the facial hair, because it's only a recent development as far as like me putting the beard back together. Yeah, because I was doing a lot. Like I finally decided to bring the beard and stuff to television and stuff because
the Dave Marquez mentality was very like Disney, so it was almost, or he believed a broadcaster should look clean. I'm like, so I did it for a while, but then I wouldn't like there was another break we took in the show. I'm like, I'm gonna come back with a beard and see what happens.
Yeah,
Like,
let's see
okay,
what happens.
yeah, and my producer was like, yeah, it's fine as long as you aren't in the process of, you should be fine. Like, cool.
Like working at Disney. You can either
Yeah.
have facial hair or you don't have facial hair. You can't be in
Right.
between. Yes, absolutely.
But definitely, it's like 90% of the time I get Filipino or I get like Hispanic the other 10%.
I get Hispanic too.
Yeah,
Oh my
right.
God. It's like, and I mean, I guess to a certain extent, I can kind of understand where like unconsciously in someone's brain, because when people think Hispanic or Latino, what they are, especially where we are in the world in America, most of the time they're actually thinking of specifically Mexican,
Yes.
right? And
Uh-huh.
Mexican is in and of itself a mixed identity. So if they look at a Mexican and they unconsciously are seeing like a mixed person, and they look at us and they see a mixed person, I can kind of understand where maybe unconsciously somewhere in their brains there's a connection. Like I can't, but what was I going to say? Being Pakistani. Oh, no, it's really interesting to me that people think you look Filipino. And I think that's probably just because they see Asian and dark skin.
It's the dark skin,
and
for sure. Absolutely. I would 100% say that's probably
And
the reason.
thick facial hair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
when I look at you, and maybe this is, you said you're Korean, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm actually trying to
Pakistani,
find I'm actually trying to find this thing I put on Instagram a while ago that shows both my parents and me that I like. So I will share my screen in a minute. But go on. I'm listening. I just can't see you.
It's interesting to me because when I look at you, I see Korean. Like I see a dark skin Korean, and maybe I wouldn't be able to pinpoint Pakistani, but like I definitely see. And maybe that's because it's like I see that in me, and I see that in my family, and
or as an Asian person, you have been exposed to enough of other
Right. That's what I
ethnicities
was
that you're like,
thinking, too.
I can recognize these key markers in
Right.
other ethnicities. Yeah.
No, absolutely. You can when you look at them enough or when you grow up in the culture. If you don't
Right.
grow up in the culture,
Yeah.
you don't necessarily see the differences between, because, albeit, it can be minute, but when you're around it, you see what the minute details are.
Right.
When you're not around it, you don't know what the minute details
Yeah.
are,
Yeah. And I think that's one thing that we may benefit from with this like boom in Korean culture, like with K-pop and K-dramas. Like,
Oh, my mom is so into K-dramas right now.
they're so good. Oh my God.
So she has watched like probably 15 K-dramas back to back. That's
They
the
are-
only thing she watches right now is K-dramas. That's it.
They're so
And
good.
she's
I remember-
Vietnamese, and all she watches is K-dramas.
I mean, my mom watched them all the time because she is Korean. And I remember tweeting this going like, yeah, so does anybody not cry? Or is there something happy that ever happens in any of these shows? Because every time I've ever walked by my mom watching one of those, it's never happy. And I'm all like, Jesus Christ, what the hell is this?
Sorry, Crystal, continue.
Honestly, I feel like when you watch a K-drama, you're either crying because you're happy, crying because you're sad, or salivating because the food is fucking delicious.
I thought you were about to talk about
definitely a
a
lot of
shirtless person. Which also, like, every once in a while, my mom's just like, like, you know what, these guys are like cute, and then they take off their shirts and they're like hot, and it's weird. And I'm like, yes, mom? All right,
Yes.
all right, sure.
funny.
Okay, I don't know what
But-
to say to that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, and that's also, I think, something that is important because traditionally, part of like, the oppression of Asian people in America is the emasculation of Asian men, right?
Oh, absolutely. We are
Oh,
not
yeah.
regarded as hot. It's
Yeah.
just a fact. Like, I think it happened with Bruce Lee, and that was about it. And outside of that, like, anytime you saw an Asian man in a movie, it was like a Long Duck Dong and 16 Candles, or Short Round, or, God forbid, Mickey Rooney in I know, right? How anytime a white person's like, I don't understand what Asian people talk about, go and watch Breakfast at Tiffany's again and watch the character that Mickey Rooney plays.
Yep.
The Japanese character Mickey Rooney plays. Now, I will say, to Mickey Rooney's defense, I don't think Mickey Rooney's racist. I will say that Mickey Rooney is a character actor, and I think that regardless of whatever character they would have given him, he would have played that up to the 11s. Because he's a character actor. Huh?
Total side note, Nathan. While I'm trying to find this picture that I put, I just found this really old picture of you, me, and Ryan. That's amazing.
Oh, yes. If you want to share that, by all means.
Let's go ahead and where the hell is this? There we go.
There should be a share button.
There we go. There we go. Go ahead. Share screen. There we go. And then what the fuck? Application window. Your entire screen? Oh no, application window. There we go. Yes? Right, that one. Or Microsoft Edge tab. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's the one I want to share.
Hold on a second.
There we go.
I have to physically add it to screen.
Look at this picture, dog.
Hold on. Can I add full screen layout? Here we go. Can you maximize that so everyone can see what's going on in this picture?
I have no idea how to use Instagram on a computer, man, because I've never done this ever.
So for anyone who's not familiar with what's happening, this was at Fullerton College. This was me between Adnan
Look
and
at
Ryan.
my hair. Oh my god.
The full
your
Brendan
hair.
Fraser goodness parted in the middle.
Yep.
Here's the difference between him and me. Is like both of us have our hair parted in the middle, but
Jesus Christ.
this is the way. And so
this picture is like 12 years old.
These two giants. Adnan, how tall are you?
I'm 6 even.
6 even. I think Ryan's about 6 even as well.
We're about the same height. He might be
He's stooping a bit in this picture, but both of you are about 6 even, and I'm 5'3.5" on a good day. On a good day, I'm 5'3.5". And so, like, the two of them were on either side of me, and I just decided, like, someone's like, hey, say cheese, and they were looking down. I was like, I'm going to look up at the camera, like, I'm surrounded by giants. They must be giants. Kind of a look. And, yeah, just absolutely, that's exactly what was happening there in that picture. Yeah.
Yep. I'll go ahead and cut that one off for a minute while I continue to look for the thing I was looking for, but I just had to. When I stumbled onto that, like, well, we're on the stream. I had to do it.
Yes, absolutely. By all means. And I don't mind that at all. And I forget what I was going to say. I was going to say something about people, the way that we look and the way that we... No, it's not your fault. Don't worry about it. I've got ADHD. This is the way my brain works naturally anyways. Like, I honestly... if someone interrupts me or if I interrupt myself, there's literally no difference because this is just the way that my brain works and I've accepted it.
I remembered something that I forgot to say.
Yes, please.
Oh, go for it.
So earlier when I was talking about the Jade Follies, I never fully made the connection. The reason why I brought it up and the reason why I was talking about Me So Pretty is because she's a Chinese woman who is Jewish. Yeah. So it's like...
Your Christmas is sorted. Yes, continue.
Just going back to that and connecting those dots. We don't all have Eastern religions.
No, absolutely we don't. I know that in my family, I come from a long line of Christian missionaries.
Oh wow!
And so super my family and my extended family super Christian, because we come from a line of Christian missionaries. And both of my grandparents, like my grandfather before he passed, and my current grandmother on my mom's side, both of them, were super religious. We're actually people of the cloth. Like, my grandmother, up until she retired, was a minister for a Vietnamese congregation at an Episcopalian church. And so, very, very Christian. I've been Christian since the day since 20 years before I was born. I was Christian. I was destined for it. There was nothing I could do about it. No escaping it. And jumped from church to church wherever she was needed. They were needed, as a matter of fact. And yeah, absolutely. For people say, well, Asian people are Buddhist, Asian people have to be Christian or whatever it is just so not true because there's so many different things. And it kind of reminds me of the line from Black Panther where fucking Martin Freeman wakes up and goes and taps Shuri on the shoulder. He's like, don't scare me like that colonizer. And I'm like, yes, continue.
I found my parents, by the way. this is the one I was talking about, this comparison shot. But I also found another good picture of me with my parents, too.
This one is, look at that. Yes.
Yep. See, you look so much like both of them.
Yeah, it actually is like a great combination of both of them. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was actually another one not too far up of like me with my parents. That was just one I remember cutting together, being all like, that was like this plus this equals this. That was like that was essentially like my caption for it. Now,
and if anybody wants to check out Adnan on Instagram, the Dashing Adnan.
You can find my pictures from when I did the Irvine Improv. First time they ever hosted wrestling. That was cool. There it is. There's that picture of my parents.
Which one? That one. Oh, there it is.
Oh,
there it is. Yes. I feel like because we're talking about your parents, I have to talk about the first time I met your dad.
It's one of my favorite stories when you the first time, and it's honestly I think it's still the only time you actually ever met my dad.
It is. It absolutely is the only time I met your dad. So that gentleman in the middle is a wonderful, glorious human being. But imagine this. You are visiting your friend at his house for the first time ever, right?
Yes.
And so, that doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. I'll just keep on. We can just leave that picture up. That's fine.
For the story, we'll leave the picture up, and this is the story.
That's fine. So I am visiting Adnan for the first time ever at his parents' house. This is back in college when we were all living at our parents' house, and some of us
still do.
So no harm in that. There's really, especially nowadays, no harm in that. I literally moved back in with my parents in January of last year, and boy, what great timing that was. But years and years ago, I go to visit Adnan at his parents' house, and Adnan says, "Hey, my dad wants to talk to you." And I'm like, yeah, sure. I walk into his office. I walk into Adnan's dad's office, and what I witness, I see this glorious office. I see this, like, you know how you imagine a James Bond villain den to be, like a mahogany desk? I look over on the wall over here. There's literally a gold-leafed map of the world.
That's in my room now. I'm looking right at it.
That's
in my room now. I'm looking right at it.
You see a chair, a leather chair with a back to you, with a puff of smoke coming up.
Not even just that. My dad's room was always filled with smoke. It was just like a cloud of smoke.
Because he was a cigar smoker, yes. And so
he just smoked cigarettes. He never smoked cigarettes. He was just cigarette smoker.
Oh, sorry, cigarette smoker. And so you just see smoke, back of a chair, and then he turns around, literally like out of a Bond movie. And at that exact moment, it was a white cat, a fluffy white cat.
Zeus, my cat.
Runs into the room and jumps onto his lap, and he starts petting it. And he says, "I hear you are Nathan, Adnan's friend." And he's petting this cat. And I'm just like, yes? And he's like, yes. And he just starts asking me about me and who I am and who my parents are. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, I'm Nathan, it's nice to meet you." And he's like, "Oh, you're Vietnamese?" And I'm like, "Yes." And he's like, "Oh, I've done business with Vietnamese people. Great people, honorable people. They're good people." And I'm just like, what is happening? Gold leaf map on the wall, smoke, cat running out of the room. Like, it was just such an incredible experience. It was literally like meeting a Bond villain.
It stuck out to you so much. Like that's the best part. The fact that it's like left that much of an impression on you is just the best thing to me. Just like that one time you met my father, like literally has stuck with you now for over a decade.
It was mental. Like it was like a scene out of a movie, and if I try to put it into a movie, people will just like, that's a cliche. And I'm like, no, this actually happened to me.
This is a real thing that happened.
If I were to film this scene beat by beat, you would think, like, CinemaSins would have a field day. Because, like, this cliche and this trope and this cliche. And you're like, no, this happened to me. The chair turned around with smoke, a white cat ran to his lap, and he pet it and talked about my people being good people.
Wow.
It was amazing. It was truly one of my most cherished memories. And just even if he had been faking half of it just to give me that memory, I wouldn't care. Because it's just such an amazing, incredible experience. Like, it was just so great. It was amazing.
I have a cliche moment too. That's just like one of those things that you only see in like the movies or TV. That I was like, this isn't real. Oh my god, it's real. Where it was the very first time I ever went to a strip club, and I remember, I got there, and I remember going in, showing your ID or whatnot, and the bouncer was the stereotypical movie bouncer, in the aspect where he was huge man, and guess what his fucking name was? Just guess.
Vinny.
No, it's even better. He was like 6'9" and like 350 pounds.
Andre.
Even better. Do you have a guess, Crystal? Do you have a guess?
Was it Spike or something?
No, it was Tiny.
All right, that's pretty good. Tiny's pretty good.
And I was like literally, I'm all like, there's no fucking way.
There's no way
that they call him Tiny.
Wow.
Because that's like literally in every movie or sitcom or something where the big bodyguard's name is fucking Tiny. But of course, in front of this goddamn strip club, oh yeah, huge motherfucker named Tiny. Of course it is.
I had a really surreal TV kind of moment. I think I was 16, and my mom had just started, not just, but like toward the beginning of her relationship with my now stepdad. And oh my God. So he has 2 sisters, and we were at his mom's house for Thanksgiving. It was so eerie. We sat down for Thanksgiving dinner, and his sister Connie, before we start serving food, she just sits there. She puts her hands together like this, and she's like, "There's nothing like Thanksgiving at Mother's house." And I was just like, at the time, the closest thing I had to relate it to was like a 1950s sitcom or something. But now I'm like, I feel like I was in Get Out. Like, that's how creepy it was.
I would have voted for Obama a third time if I could. What is happening?
Crazy Rich Asians is my favorite movie.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. God, I would have voted for an Academy Award for that movie if I could. You're like, what is happening?
You know, I just think Asians are such smart, hardworking people.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
Good people. They're good people.
They're good people. Good people.
Oh, those movie moments.
Those movie moments, they're so surreal. They're so weird.
Yeah.
But they do happen.
Oh, for sure.
And when
that's always
happen,
just the one that always sticks out in my head of my personal one.
Yeah, and when they happen, you just have to kind of log that in your mind and be like, "This happened, and I can't ever forget that this happened in exactly this way."
I remember once I got stood up on a date, and I remember it really sucked. And I remember telling a friend of mine that, and my friend's reaction was, "Wait, that fucking really happens? I thought that only happens in the movies." And I'm all like, yeah, it really fucking happened.
White privilege. White privilege. Like,
pretty sure she was white.
I don't know what to tell you. I honestly don't know what to tell you.
It was just really funny to think that, none of those things. I thought people only get stood up in the movies. Nah, it happens in real life too, bro. I'm living proof.
I don't understand that though. I know that it happens, but where in people's mind does that become okay? How hard is it just to be like, hey, no.
I'm not showing up. Hey, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not showing up.
Don't respond to me. Yeah, don't respond to me after I'm like, hey, are you still coming? Or are you going to come? Or respond to me ever? And it's weird because like, because that's the only time I've been stood up, and then later on, ghosting became a thing, and being ghosted's always the shittiest thing too, because it's just like, oh, okay, I don't, I guess I. But at least being stood up is worse in the aspect of like, I went somewhere and you said you would be here. It's just like, I did a thing. I left the house for this. I could have been playing the Yakuza games, okay?
Yeah. I will say I have never, and this is not a brag, and you'll find out why in a moment, I've never been stood up on a date or any of those other things, only because I haven't asked enough people out on a date. I just haven't. Like, the amount of people I've asked out on a date is equal to the amount of people I've been in a relationship in.
Kitty. Sorry,
which you can count on less than 2 hands. All of that.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, is that a Russian blue? What is that?
No, she's a tortie.
Hello.
She's beautiful. She's lovely.
Yeah, she's so little too.
I miss having a cat.
Come on.
I miss that cat, Nathan, that you saw jump onto my father's
that
lap.
Cat no longer around? Oh.
Yeah, he went like maybe a year or 2 after my dad went, honestly. No, actually, I think it was a little long. I want to say he lived like another 3 years. So I want to say I lost him in like 2016.
Okay.
But yeah, no, he was old though. He lived a long time because he was almost 15.
Woo!
So he lived a long life, honestly. So it was one of those things when it happened. I was surprised. I'm like, oh shit, you are that old. Fuck. Yeah.
How old is this gorgeous creature?
She just turned 8 on the 15th.
Okay, she's got a few years left in her then.
Yeah.
8's not bad. Hello.
And she looks so much younger. Like, I know it's hard to tell because she's on a computer screen, but she's very little. People always think she's much younger. Can you just, like, keep your cute face in frame? Maybe.
It's a cat. The answer is no.
No.
Of course not.
Cat's like, you want me to
go.
do something? Nah. I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to be me.
Exactly.
I made her, like, a treat cake, and she hated it, but it was really cute.
It made good for the Instagram post, I'm sure, at least.
Well, I was in the middle of making an Instagram post when all that shit in Atlanta happened, and then I just kind of lost all interest in.
Sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember if I said this during this broadcast, but when the sheriff came out and said that a lot of things happened and this person had a really bad day. I was like, I remember thinking to myself, like, they would never have said that about anyone who wasn't white. Like, I guarantee you, if the person who had done this shooting had been Mexican or Latin in descent, or
this was a vicious perpetrator who did heinous things.
Yeah.
Then you would have said, like, well, this is what you get when you allow. What was it that Trump said about Mexicans and Latino people? Bad hombres. This is what you get when you allow these Muslims, when you allow whatever the term was. Like, that would have been the verbiage. And the fact.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If there was verbiage, because if it's non-white on non-white crime, sometimes that just gets swept under the rug because there's no reason to comment on it. You know what I mean?
This is what these people do. This is what
it's a suppression of information. We live in a time also of like where information, like we're in an information war with each other. Like information is the commodity. It's not the war on drugs. It's not the war on terror. It's the war of information. Is what we live in.
Because there's fake news. Fake news exists now. Yeah, it never existed before. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Not what I meant, but exactly. Yeah, sort of.
No,
like it's just more so the.
I was going as the Latins say, ad absurdum.
You gotta dumb it down for the odd nuns in the room who became a wrestling guy instead of a magician. So let's just.
So I took 2 years of Latin because I was that guy. There's a term in Latin called ad absurdum, which means to the ridiculous, and it literally means that you will take an argument to a degree way outside of what is normal because it's to the absurd to prove a point. To be like, yeah, and, because Muslims are like this, they will absolutely kill Americans because of this. It means that they, and you take it to a ridiculous degree, and that is an ad absurdum argument. And that's more or less what that means.
I just randomly remembered something, like just from the first Iron Man movie. Just because, just the Muslim thing, for whatever reason, just hit me in the aspect of, you remember the scene where Tony Stark's being held captive and they're, doing the ransom or whatever by all the Muslims that are there or something? Yeah. And then they do the thing where they translate what they're saying. My father watched that movie with me once at home, and he went, "That's not what they're saying at all, actually." They're saying so, he was like, "No, they're saying such and such and such and such, not what they're translating." Like, oh, yeah, of course they are. I was just a random thought that just popped back.
I remember reading that in the first Iron Man movie, if you spoke, and forgive me, I can't remember which language it was that they were speaking.
They were speaking Urdu, which is what my dad spoke. So
yeah, and there wasn't subtitles, and they were just saying things, and it literally translated to. It was a spoiler of the movie. It's like, oh, so and so's betraying so and so.
Oh, that's funny.
So, if you spoke Urdu, you would be like, "Oh, fucking this guy's the bad guy, and he's betraying Tony Stark." All right, cool. And if you didn't get the spoiler.
That's funny. That's funny as hell.
It's just like, yeah, well, if you speak this language, why not? You get to know the ending before it happens. Otherwise, whatever.
I wonder if you'd be angry about that.
What's up?
I don't know.
You said,
I was responding to what Crystal said. It would be if whenever people would be angry about just the idea of getting the spoiler because you just happen to speak the language. Yeah. You took 2 years of Latin, and I'm quickly realizing I should have spent my time trying to learn French, trying to learn Japanese. Man.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me just take a quick moment to remember what I learned. In middle school, what did I take in middle school? Did I take a foreign language? I must have. No, I took 2 years. I took 2 years of Latin in middle school, but I had to walk to the high school to learn Latin. And then high school, I took 3 years of French and then 1 year of Italian. Which is kind of like learning Latin, but then taking a step back.
Right.
It actually kind of messed me up because I was like, this is kind of like Latin, but kind of not, and it's really messing with me. And then in college, I took Spanish, which was just taking even a further step back. And there's nothing wrong with speaking Spanish, but going from Latin to Italian to Spanish, the degrees of separation that took was just oh, hold on. I have to forget what I learned in Latin, and then I have to forget what I learned in Italian. Hold on. It was just its own thing.
I took 2 years of French just to be able to say "Où est la bibliothèque," and that's about it.
You know what?
Granted.
You didn't even learn how to say "Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir"? Come on, that is the best thing to learn how to say in French.
I got Montrez-moi l'argent. Show me the money.
Oh,
so that's
okay.
And then that also, if you guys are fans of Flight of the Conchords at all, but they have a song called Fou de Fafa, and that song is fucking hilarious because it's all basic elementary French. And it's just even if you don't know the basic elementary French, it's basically you would be able to watch that video going, oh, they're just saying where's the beach. Where's the library? It's so fucking good.
Où est la bibliothèque?
Yeah. There's a whole. It's a great song because of it. And even Eddie Izzard, she had a fucking whole thing about it forever ago. That was
that's
all
right.
in French.
She had
that was
this amazing. Yeah, she had this great thing. It was all you learned in French was la souris sur la table. The mouse is under the table. The cat is on the chair. Le chat est dans la chaise. The monkey's
in the branch. Les oranges sur la branche.
And the only way you can use the phrase is to carry around the fucking cat and the monkey and the
chair.
the mouse the chair with you. And it's oh, someone's coming quickly. Everyone positions.
In places. Position. Nettement.
Yeah, it's a hilarious bit. And God, yeah. French is, it is, regarded as a very romantic language, but it's also, why? Nobody needs to know that.
I have an interesting question, somewhat related to the topic, because you guys were also raised in the States. Do you guys know your parents' languages or no? Because the answer for me is no. I don't know how to speak Urdu and I don't know how to speak Korean. I only speak English.
Okay. Crystal, what is your answer?
So I don't know how to speak Korean.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Her battery
she dropped
might have
out
gone.
for a moment. That is the worst moment for her to drop out.
Yeah, right. We'll wait
for her to come back. In the meantime, I'll answer the question.
You sound so much like it just hit me because I just rewatched a little bit of Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. I don't know if you ever watched that show, but you sound like Mentok the Mind Taker. Such a great show.
I also would have accepted Stewie Griffin. When they asked me if I love the language, oh no, she's like full on, completely frozen, no idea what she's saying. All right,
either her computer crashed or her computer ran out of battery or something or the other.
Something.
I like also how she was stuck with her thumb out, like
she's hitchhiking or something's happening. Something is happening in the middle of this moment. We don't know what it is. And so what I will say is, I did grow up speaking Vietnamese.
Okay.
It was my first language. And then I learned English, and I no longer know any of the... she's back. There you are. You literally, you were answering a question, and you did this, and then you just froze. And you're like, what?
You literally got the first part. Well, I know.
And then... that was what happened.
Nope, not allowed.
And then the rest is just weird. I was just saying that I grew up speaking Vietnamese, but I don't remember much anymore. I went to Vietnam with my grandma for like 10 days, and I remembered a little bit of it, but honestly, not a lot. Not a lot of what my parents spoke. How about you, Crystal? How about you?
Let's get her answer this time.
So I don't speak Korean or Chinese, but my AAPI side is from Hawaii. Both my maternal grandmas grew up on Oahu. And so there was a lot of pidgin Hawaiian that I grew up with, but I don't speak like full fluent Hawaiian. But there were a lot of things that as a kid, I didn't realize weren't like normal things to say for American kids. Basically the way to say hurry up or fast is wiki wiki. And that was normal for me. Or the stuff, the sleep that you wake up with in your eyes, we call it makapia pia. And these are just normal things to me. I didn't realize until I was maybe 10 or so were specific to my family.
Yeah. It was your kayfabe, essentially.
Say that again? You broke up a little.
It was your kayfabe, essentially. If you heard the thing I was talking about with kayfabe earlier, how kayfabe is like the wrestling language.
I will say that
I didn't hear that really.
Oh, okay. I explained faces and heels earlier. If you don't know, because you used, yeah. So that's kayfabe is the wrestling language. So it was almost like your kayfabe in that aspect, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I didn't know that was what that is called.
Yeah, it's because it relates to what Carney was essentially, because wrestling is from the Carney days. But I'm sure though, which there was a wrestler in WWE briefly whose name was Kizarny, and then they released him after a month. Not even joking.
Because they couldn't understand what he was saying.
Yes, that was his whole fucking gimmick. But I was going to say, as it equates to us, not speaking the languages, though, but when you have those questions, right, about where are you from or whatever, and it's all your parents didn't teach you how to speak whichever, and I'm all nah, because they spoke English to each other. So it made sense to speak English to me, as opposed to just, as opposed to.
How would you feel if you moved to, Germany or Italy, and then all the kids like, oh, what, you don't understand German? Your parents didn't teach you this language, even though this is a country you're growing up in. You're like, what?
No,
Like,
so I didn't grow up in Germany. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally get that. So my, God, where was I going with this? We were talking about languages. Before that, what were you talking about?
Elle songe c'est la branche.
You know what? I honestly can't remember what we were talking about. I was going to say something that was wonderful and pertinent and relevant and beautiful.
He was about to change the world with the sentence that came out of his mouth, and unfortunately now we're stuck in the world.
Bill and Ted the entire planet. And now I can't remember what I was going to say.
Bill and Ted.
Bill and
Keanu.
Ted. I know, right? Did you enjoy the new Bill and Ted movie?
I did. Did you?
Me too. I did, actually. I thought it was really beautiful and wonderful. I thought it was great.
Yeah. I wasn't a big fan of
The Bogus Adventure?
No. The white girl.
Which one? The daughters,
the blonde
or
one,
like
the one that was one of the daughters. She was in The Babysitter. She was like the babysitter. What the fuck? She's like some famous actor's niece, and that's why she.
I have to look this up now. I'm fine. IMDb, Bill and Ted.
I think because they named their kids after each other.
Yeah, it was like Will. Oh God, what was it? It was Billy and something else. Okay, so
Billy and Mandy, and their grim adventures.
And Thea. I don't know. Billy and Mandy and the Grim Adventures. No, not that
one.
Yeah.
So hold on a second. Wait, who was this? There was a woman who is in what now?
So she was in The Babysitter.
That doesn't help me. Was it one of the parents or?
No, it was one of the daughters.
Okay, so it was either Billy. I'm gonna look at Billy, Bridget Lundy Payne, who was in Downsizing.
No, she was the good one. It was Mara Weaving.
Tia?
She played Taya.
Tia?
The blonde one.
Samara Weaving?
I thought. Yeah.
Ready or Not, 3 billboards outside Building, Missouri, guns akimbo. That one?
Yeah, I guess. I really don't know what else she's been in. But like
The Babysitter, yes, she was in that.
I thought her acting was so horrendous as like, trying to get into that like 80s valley thing. Like it was just I kept getting pulled out. I thought the girl who played Billy was amazing.
You know what the problem probably was? Samara Weaving, if I'm not mistaken, is related to Hugo Weaving.
Hugo?
And on top of all that, well, the reason why that's applicable is because she was born in South Australia and then moved to Fiji, Singapore, Fiji, and Indonesia. So she was probably faking an American accent the entire time, which probably affected her acting.
But I don't take that as an excuse, because if you watch her in The Babysitter, that is also an American accent, and she is amazing.
Then I don't know.
But did that movie come out after or before?
Probably
before.
Oh.
Probably before.
Yeah. So, and especially since she's like paired with such an amazing actress,
right?
As like her counterpart, it's just like it's pretty sad. With the exception of that one actress.
Directed by McG. Jesus. Oh, same director of, was the first Charlie's Angels movie? Was McG, right? Oh my God. Ron Funches was in it? Oh my God. Huh?
I didn't realize it was the same director.
I think, hold on, McG, so the person who directed The Babysitter in 2017 is McG. McG also directed Charlie's Angels Full Throttle.
Oh God, I've seen that movie. It was not
Terminator
good.
Salvation.
Haven't seen that one. Played the terrible video game based on it because a friend of mine thought it'd be a great gift.
Hold on. Okay, the babysitter. 2 episodes of the Lethal Weapon TV series.
There was a Lethal Weapon TV series?
Let's not talk about that. Yeah, Terminator Salvation. The pilot of Chuck, the TV series. The movie of We Are Marshall. Oh, the original Charlie's Angels movie, that is, I think, was also directed by him. So the first 2 Charlie's Angels movies were him.
I think they were the only 2 of that particular set, right? There wasn't another one after that?
There was a reboot.
But like I'm saying of that particular ilk.
Yeah. There was, I think, according to IMDb, he directed Smash Mouth All-Star, the music video.
Oh, well then, that's, hey now, you're an all-star. Show on. Get paid.
Yeah.
He also directed the music video for Bare Naked Ladies 1 Week. He did a lot of music videos.
Damn.
He did Fly
like
for a White Guy. He did Can't Get Enough of You Baby.
He did a lot of seminal music videos. Jesus.
Especially in the 90s.
Yeah.
He was the 90s music video guy to go to. Korn, Cypress Hill, Sublime, Smash Mouth. Jesus Christ, yeah.
Korn was and still is one of my favorite bands. Korn was like my favorite band for fucking ever.
He did the music videos for Chutes and Ladders, Clown, Blind, and Who Then Now.
Those are like the first like album, like fucking Korn songs.
Yeah.
This reminds me of something. I just want to pull for something real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Anyways, so when we're talking about the video, the history of things that were directed by these people, like McG, I just have to say, I don't know what we're going to say. So, yeah, you know what I will say is, like, I don't always say that because you're a foreigner, your acting's weird, but I will say that to someone who truly recognizes the dialects and things like that. Now, I'm not the best with accents and dialects. I'm pretty darn decent with them. It's not uncommon for me to be listening to an actor like, you're not American, you're faking this accent.
Right, yeah.
And sometimes it's very obvious and sometimes it's not. Like, I was one time what was it? I walked into a room back when I was living in Vegas because I was living with a friend because I couldn't afford an apartment of my own.
Yeah.
But a friend was staying with my friend. And it was right when Lost in Space came out, the Netflix series. And they were watching Lost in Space. And I walked in, and 10 seconds later, I was like, this person isn't American. And she was like, what? I was like, this lead actor is an American. They're pretending to be American. My guess is they're Australian. And they were like, how would you know that? It's like, I don't know how to explain it to you, but people sound different when they're faking American accents. This, to me, off the top of my head, sounds like an Australian person faking an American accent.
Yep.
It's like, there's no way. And I'm like, I don't want to be right about this, but... And I looked at it, I was like, Australian actor, pretending to be American.
Yep.
And they're like, how did you know this? Like, I don't know, I just hear these things.
Yeah.
And sometimes you hear these things, and you're right. Sometimes you hear these things, and you're wrong. Because people have different accents, depending on where they're from, and how long they've lived in countries, and how long they're faking certain accents. It's the thing that you can hear if you're listening.
I couldn't find the thing. I couldn't find it because it's probably in my car, believe it or not. But because a year or two ago, I bought the soundtrack, the physical soundtrack to the Digimon movie.
Digital monsters, Digimon.
Yeah,
Champions.
Yeah, and the thing about it, right? The soundtrack to the Digimon movie in the U.S. is like pure bottled early 2000s outside of the Digimon tracks. The songs that they licensed. Because I'm looking at the track list right now, and All Star was on it. The Rockefeller Skank was on it by Fatboy Slim. Kids in America. 1 Week by Bare Naked Ladies. Like,
Jesus.
it was like pure bottling of that time period. And that's like the things I always point out about that particular movie, that soundtrack, is like how it's such a time capsule to that particular time. Like it was like now that's what I call music. Or you can get the Digimon movie soundtrack for that particular era in time.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Because you're like not even exaggerating, just in case anyone out there thinks that you are. About the same time, I had a CD called Jock Rock 2000. Which,
oh God!
You remember Jock Rock? Yeah.
Vaguely.
It had, I think, like 90% of the songs you just said. Like, so not even exaggerating a little.
But it's just missing like the Digimon stuff. That's all it's missing.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Like, hey Digimon. Yeah, that one's a good one. Stuff like that.
Yeah, Digimon were so underrated.
You know why? Because it arrived during the Pokemon boom.
It did. And so I was like, this has to be a ripoff.
The thing is, though, if you were a kid who watched both, like myself, you realize that, Pokemon was the phenomenon and still is. But the thing is that Digimon, the difference between Digimon and Pokemon when you watch animes is that Digimon had stakes, where Pokemon doesn't really have stakes.
Sorry, I was going to say consent. All right.
Jesus. Pokemon had the same thing where Team Rocket got fucked up every single episode, shit like that. But Digimon literally went, "Oh, the world's gonna end. Fuck. I guess we should do the movie." It's the trippiest thing to think about. There were nukes launched. Literally, there are nukes launched in that fucking movie that they have to stop.
I totally, in my mind, just conflagrated the discrepancy between Digimon and Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm so sorry. My mind, I'm like, which one? Hold on. Which one are you talking about? Digimon.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the kid who becomes the Pharaoh man.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
It plays children cartoons.
That's different. I know that's a different thing, but because I am like this post-2000s kind of child where I'm like, what the hell? I'm trying to figure out the difference between Pokemon and Digimon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, what was the difference?
I feel like your childhood didn't follow you as much into your adulthood like mine did, though. I'm just,
Hold on one second. Hold on. You say that.
Hold on
1 second.
Let me see.
Hold on 1 second. Wait for just one goddamn cotton picking minute.
We're gonna wait for one goddamn cotton pick. Cotton picking's that's an outdated ass like thing too. That's an old one.
Yep.
He's looking. I think the funniest. Yeah, exactly. The funniest part is that we still hear.
Hold on, I can't hear you. Give me one.
It makes it funnier that you can't. Trust me.
Where's
even though you can't hear.
Bloody thing? Oh, it fell onto the floor. This goes in my ear again, so I can hear it.
Yeah, that's right. Plug it in.
Yeah, I'm gonna plug it in. Yeah. I still have all of my Pokemon cards, which apparently are worth something again.
I still have mine too.
Yeah. So let's sell them for a fortune to make some money. Yeah.
There we go.
And then oh my god, I'm sure.
It really depends, though. Like, if you have first editions or not, those are really fun when you get that shit appraised. Oh my god, is that a Pikachu onesie? Holy shit!
Absolutely is a Pikachu onesie. So say what you will about my devotion to Pokemon. I will say I still have all of my Pokemon cards, and I have my Pikachu onesie. And then I also, for at least 2 years in a row, for Halloween, dressed up as Ash Ketchum.
I will
tell you, me as Ash Ketchum was a good Ash Ketchum because I was actually Asian. And I could do the voice, okay? So, I was like, Pikachu, I choose you. Hey there, happy I did the voice. And it wrecked me.
You were Veronica Taylor, essentially?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
If you want Pokemon content, you can check out the latest episode of Let's Get Cereal on Lissa Marino's channel, where we ate Pokemon cereal. That was a couple weeks ago. That was fun.
All right.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Dude, now I'm just having nostalgia in my head because I've been out of the Pokemon loop for so long, but I am going to pick up the new Pokemon Snap that's coming out next month. So I am, because I was like, why haven't we had a new Pokemon Snap since I was 5? What the fuck?
I don't know what that means. What is Pokemon Snap?
Pokemon Snap? that was the game on the N64 where you took pictures of Pokemon. And you weren't trying to.
Yeah, okay. I remember
Pokemon
that.
Snap. Yeah. So there's actually going to be a brand new Pokemon Snap game for the first time since that N64 game next month. So I'm actually excited about that. Yeah,
That's intense. All right.
it is intense. All right, it is. Jesus Christ, because it's a Nathan Phan stream. It is 3:35, and I'm gonna fucking sleep, I guess. I
Go
don't
to
know.
sleep. That's absolutely fine. Adnan.
But not before I get all my plugs out like I always do.
Yes,
So,
everyone, by the way, this is Adnan, the dashing Adnan, who's going to plug the ways that you can support this amazing Asian, American, Korean, Pakistani entertainer. Tell them your things, Adnan.
this Friday night, NJPW Strong on NJPWWorld.com. We will fill in the final 2 slots of the New Japan Cup USA 2021. Blake Christian takes on the Dirty Daddy Chris Dickinson, as well as Clark Connors takes on TJP with the main event special tag team match. David Finlay returns to Strong, teaming with the Alpha Wolf Carl Fredericks to take on Team Filthy's Filthy Tom Lawler and Danny Limelight. Also, Championship Wrestling from Hollywood airing this weekend. We'll be shooting more new episodes. We're back in business, and hopefully the return of Primetime Live sometime in the future, which will hopefully be on pay-per-view again, so just keep your eyes there. Social medias, at The Dashing Adnan on Twitter and Instagram, TheDashingAdnan. So please follow and all that jazz. Thank you always for having me, Nathan, and it was a lovely night meeting you, Crystal.
Likewise.
Yes.
Everyone, that is the handsome voice of wrestling, the dashing Adnan. Information right here. Check him out. And we'll see you very, very soon. Hopefully on
sure.
karaoke or something. Very, very soon.
God, man. I know you do the virtuals, but I miss when you would go to the fucking Pineapple Grill and just sing till about this time of the night.
That's about right. But until then, come and hang out with me on virtual karaoke again. I'm trying to add the virtual co-host every week. So
okay.
we'll do you'll be one of my co-hosts one of these weeks very, very soon.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, sure.
It is absolutely. Everyone, that is the handsome voice of the dashing Adnan. Check him out. Thank you very much, Adnan.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Adnan. Which leaves just me and Crystal. Hello, Crystal. If you need to go, you can go.
Hello.
I just don't go to bed till, on a good night, 5 in the morning.
Hey, me too.
If I fall asleep by 5 in the morning, that's a good night.
Yep.
And as we were talking earlier this week, it's just been a little bit rough for me lately. I know. Remember when Robin Williams committed suicide? And I was like, what? Huh? And anyone who really knew Robin or followed him was like, actually, that kind of tracks, right?
Yeah.
And so, and it just goes to show that the way that you present yourself in public is not necessarily how you actually feel inside. And I'm not saying I'm about to commit suicide. What I am saying is that there's a lot more going on than what meets the eye. And there are times definitely when I wake up, it's like this, I'm just going to drudge through this day.
Yep.
But if I have to go and do a show, I will absolutely, there have been days I've woken up feeling like, what's the point? Oh, I have a gig today. All right. Hi there, folks. I'm Naathan Phan, the Magic Agent. Let's do it. An hour of me fucking just cutting through it, doing the show, getting the equivalent of a digital standing ovation. Literally on Saturday, I can't remember if it was Friday or Saturday, I did a gig for Golden West College, which is more or less in our area. I got recommended for, and this was over $1,000 paycheck gig of me doing a show virtually. I did the thing, and the show ended with the guy who booked me coming on saying, hey everyone, that's Naathan Phan. Give him some applause. Also, thanks to Nathan, thanks to the people who recommended him, and he was worth every penny we paid for. Thank you so much for being here. And I still hung up that Zoom call, and it was just like, I'm depressed. Why am I depressed? I have no godly reason to be depressed. I literally just had the person who booked me say I was worth every penny of over $1,000 they paid for me to turn on my webcam and perform, and I'm still depressed.
Yeah,
and that's the thing about depression is that there's no logical good reason why it happens. You just are that thing. You just are. And so it's been a little bit of a rough last week for me. But that doesn't change the fact that I'll still put on a happy face and I'll still have a good time and I'll still bring amazing people on and talk about things that are happening in my life and in my community. Because even though I don't personally know a lot of people in the Asian community, I still know enough. And it is wonderful to be able to talk to people like you and say that, hey, here's what's happening and what are other people feeling like, and hey, there are still people watching. I can see the number of people watching right now. There are still not an insignificant number of people watching right now. So to anyone still watching right now, thank you so much for being here. If you have any questions or want to ask us anything, feel free to comment. But I think a lot of people just kind of probably have it on passively, listening to us while probably they're trying to fall asleep too. It's a wild, weird world. And where is my drink?
Oh yeah, I got a refill too.
What are you drinking right now? You were having, was it wine? What were you
Wine, yes. My roommate and I have been doing this thing where we sign up for the discounted trials, the discounted first delivery of a wine subscription. So we get maybe 6 to 12 for $30 to $40, and then we unsubscribe, and it's pretty bomb.
Have you subscribed to Naked Wines yet?
No.
Naked Wines is great. So Naked Wines is kind of like a crowdfunding, but for relatively small vineyards.
Okay.
And so some of them are really, really awesome. And so basically what it is Naked Wines will charge you X amount of dollars per month. And then once you get to a certain amount, they're like, hey, by the way, you have $200 worth of Naked Wines. And it goes towards, and because you are a member of Naked Wines, it is an increased amount. So normally people get $100 of wine, you're getting $150 of wine because you remember this. Check it out. And then you order X number of bottles, and they give you a free bottle, and they ship it to you for free. And if you don't like it, you just email them, say, this was terrible. And they say, we're so sorry. You get your money back. Apply it towards your next order. It's great. So every once or twice every year, I get a big old box of a dozen bottles of wine. And some of them, most of them are really, really good. One of them, there's a gentleman by the name of Matt Parrish who has consulted for a ton of different wine companies. He recently opened his own vineyard, and his stuff is really consistent and really solid. And me and my brother and I'm not a huge wine guy, but me and my brother both sit around and we'll polish off a whole bottle of Matt Parrish wine or what have you. I found some great sparkling wine, which I'm usually not a fan of.
Right.
There's also, because I usually drink spirits. I drink whiskeys and gins and vodkas and things like that. But they'll send me these bottles of wine. I'm like, ooh, that is nice. Yeah, I can have that. That's not a problem. So it's called Naked Wines. Check it out if you get the chance. We're not sponsored by them, but hey, if you want to sponsor us, please do. Naked Wines just delivers, I just get boxes of wine and solid stuff. Fantastic. All right, so you're having more wine. What am I having? What am I having right now?
On the note from a half a beat before,
yes,
you were saying you actually don't know that many Asian people, right? And I grew up pretty much the same way. I grew up in Orange County, where you are, and it's very largely white and conservative, except for in certain areas. And I think there's for me personally, it's always felt weird because for example, growing up, my best friend, who is white, we would play Power Rangers, and I would see Kimberly and I would associate with her because she was a gymnast and I was a dancer, and I felt like we did similar things. But
Kimberly was the Pink Ranger, right?
She was the Pink Ranger, right? But she, as a little white girl, saw me as an little Asian girl, and she was like, "But you're Asian. You should be Trini."
Yeah, the Yellow Ranger.
Right. So that's the kind of stuff that I grew up with, and I wouldn't be surprised if you did too. And not having an Asian community, I think is very disorienting when you get treated like that, especially. But now being older, even though I didn't grow up with the kind of community that maybe I was expected to by white people who just assume that we all know each other, or even the community that honestly part of me wishes that I had when I do look at people who do grow up immersed in their family's traditions. When it comes down to it, and this kind of calls back to something that we were talking about earlier with Adnan, is like, it doesn't change the fact that when non-Asian, mostly white people look at us, they see us as all the same. So even though maybe we don't personally share an immediate community with other Asian people, simply on the fact that we get treated the same and we have these shared experiences, you know, that's where that sense of community can also lie. And unfortunately right now, our shared fear of, you know, doing simple things like taking a walk or going to the grocery store.
I will say I am unfortunately very grateful for the days when it's very sunny outside, because that means that I get to wear my mask and my sunglasses, and I usually wear a hat, and it's like, I don't know, nobody knows who I am when I walk out the door with my hat and my mask and my sunglasses. I mean, just I don't know if you're familiar with a television program called The Blacklist, but there is one of the main characters named Raymond Reddington, and it's played by James Spader, but he's known as very erudite, well-to-do, well-dressed person who wears like nice suits and things like that. But like his signature look usually involves like this fedora and a specific kind of aviators and like a nice over jacket. And I was going to go say hi to a friend at an outdoor restaurant, and I walked up, and someone said, "You know The Blacklist?" It's like, yeah. It's like, "You look like Raymond Reddington right now." I was like, and because I was wearing a navy fedora and a necktie and a white dress shirt and a double-breasted jacket, and I was like, I will take that to the bank, thank you. And it has, you know, especially with the sunglasses and the mask, it's like, yeah, it's very hard to tell kind of who's behind this and who's looking like what right now.
Yeah.
And it is, and those days I relish, because on those days, if people can't tell what race I am, there's less chance of someone just be like, "You're responsible for the Chinese virus," and then shanking me or whatever have you. For anyone just joining us, originally it started as a conversation between magicians, but right now it's just kind of Asians in the entertainment business. I am a magician who's been on multiple television series, as is Crystal, who has been on multiple television series, most recently The Go Big Show on TBS. And we're just here chatting and drinking and hanging out. And if there's any questions you want to ask us, let us know. Oh, hey, Horb of Second Reality is watching on Twitch saying, nice. Yeah, we're just hanging out, having a good time right now, more or less. What did that say? Something stitch? What did that say? The wine bottle.
Whip stitch.
Whip stitch. Sorry, so they said whip stitch?
Yes, whip stitch.
Whip stitch? Okay, that's excellent. Okay, that's good. That's a great brand of wine there. Whip stitch. And is that a stemless glass you're drinking?
I was trying to figure out. It is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the only clean one.
That's fine. I just want to know.
Because, you know,
for
with
the stemless glass. What?
With depression comes not washing your dishes.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what it is to suffer depression. Yeah, no idea at all.
For a second there, I was trying to figure out how to put a "hua" into Zinfandel, but I haven't been able to figure it out. So,
I think the closest you can come was maybe Herbert the pervert from those shows. Like, yeah, have a nice glass of
right, yeah.
Zinfandel there. Ooh, you like having that red wine? Ooh, you drink that red wine.
What a character! Did they retire him?
No, maybe. I do know that apparently they swapped out the voice actor who spoke for Cleveland. I think they
Yeah.
did switch out for. But
Yeah.
I decided that no idea.
Yeah, I'm glad things like that are starting to happen though, because it's like, you know, it comes back to that thing we were talking about earlier. It's just like basic representation, and it's so disappointing when, for example, you watch something like BoJack Horseman, which like I love BoJack. Have you seen it?
I have seen like one episode. I haven't watched a lot of it, but I'm aware of it. Yeah.
If you have been in kind of like a down place recently, I think you might appreciate it. It's like it's one of those shows that's like too real, and
Okay.
but at least like it makes you feel not alone, and sometimes it makes you feel like, well, at least someone's worse off than me. But in any case, so there's I think she's supposed to be a Vietnamese character, but
yes, okay, I'm aware of who you're talking about.
yeah, and she's a great character, like absolutely, probably one of the healthiest characters in the entire fucking show. But she's voiced by Alison Brie, who is a white woman. And
who I've met, by the way. I've performed for it, the Magic Castle. Yes, continue.
That's amazing. Yeah. And you know, as an Asian person, especially like, you know, this is a show that is relatively recent. It was like kind of really disappointing because, you know, you start seeing yourself represented in the media with Crazy Rich Asians and Always Be My Maybe.
And then you can't even get Rosie Tran or something to do this voice? Come on.
Yeah. And
at least a Filipino woman. At least.
Yeah, at least get inside the race. Like,
yeah,
you can't get the specific ethnicity. You know, it's like, I don't know. It was disappointing, but I feel like people are starting to understand more, and you know, I don't love cancel culture because I feel like while accountability is incredibly important,
yes,
because you know, like certain archer magicians on tour with Hell's a Poppin' right now, like you don't get a whole lot of accountability, especially in the performing world when people are like freelancing and stuff. But so, you know, I think there is a way to use that power, but I feel like it often becomes kind of like the modern day mob with just like pitchforks and torches.
It can, yes. I think that for the most part, it's been doing a good job. There are times when I feel like it's like, well, that's a bit much, but most of the time I'm like, yes, by all means, hold the person accountable. The Meg23 on Twitch says, is this a morning show? No, it is not a morning show. We started at 9 p.m. Pacific time, which is midnight your time, because I think you're in Florida, and it is now 3:53 a.m. our time, which means it is 6:53 your time. So no, it is not a morning show. It is a late night / early morning show. But you're welcome to join us to enjoy what's happening. We're just talking about being Asians in the entertainment industry today, and how representation means certain things, and all sorts of other things. I do like any kind of open-minded individual. There are times when I have to look at a thing and say, is this going too far? Is this healthy? Is this harmful? Is this and to a degree, is it harmful? Yes. Is it harmful to the right people? Also yes. And so
sometimes,
for the most part, most of the times that I'm seeing it, I'm like, these are the people who need to be on the blunt end of the receiving of what this is. And so I totally get that, and I'm totally all for it, because there have been too many times when people say things and you're just like, are we just going to let them get away with saying this thing? Was that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
But like, just for an example to illustrate what I'm talking about, like with Jenna Marbles, this is
What's
a
happened with
woman.
Jenna Marbles?
Oh, she's done. She's done.
No.
People canceled her.
Oh,
And
okay.
here's why. So remember, like, way back when she was beginning, like probably close to 10 years ago, when she maybe wasn't quite as aware because she is a white woman and she like didn't share experience, she just wasn't aware, right? But she is someone who took the time and did the work, and she listened to what people were telling her about other people's experiences, and she did the work to learn and make changes in her content.
Uh-huh.
Someone, I want to say it was a younger person, like a Gen Z person, found old video of her, completely disregarded all the work and all the learning she's done since then, and made this big viral deal about it, to the point where she was like, you know what? Goodbye. And she didn't deserve that. She did the work.
Yeah.
But she suffered anyway. I think an example of how it should work is, did you watch Lovecraft Country?
I did not. I'm aware of it.
Okay, hard recommend.
Uh-huh.
So good.
Is that HBO?
I believe yes.
Uh-huh.
So there is an amazing character that they brought on who is a native character and a two-spirit character. And they make sure you know exactly what they mean, like not just like non-binary, but this person is an intersex human with like breasts and a penis. And this, in so many ways, is a person who is pretty much never represented in the media, right? A native intersex person. Can I spoil something for you? Okay. If anybody hasn't watched Lovecraft Country and you're watching this and you don't want a spoiler, just like listen until I like give you some shakas, okay? Don't listen till I give you some shakas, rather. So this native intersex character, they kill almost immediately. Like, you think that she is going to be around, and then they have a black man kill her. And people were like, yo, what's up? This is messed up. You missed a huge opportunity. And the way that not only the fans respectfully called the creator out, but the way that the creator responded was basically like, you know what? I listened. You're right. This is what I was trying to say. And what she was trying to illustrate was the way in which people of color can actively help in oppressing other people of color. But even though that is a true thing, there was a different way to go about it. And it absolutely was a missed opportunity to give space to people who never are given any. So I thought that was an instance in which I don't even want to call that cancel culture, that, you know, is more like accountability culture. And it was handled in a very mature way on both sides. But I feel like often, and I feel like it's gravitating more and more this way, people just kind of like get enraged. They just like get blinded and they don't want to listen to the answer. They just want to rage. And that is where I have the problem.
Gotcha. And I totally get that. And I think that kind of comes out of like, I don't know a better term for it, but like nerd culture. Like, we are so passionate about the things that have not belonged to us for so long. Like, so for so many generations. Oh, hold on a second. Are we done discussing spoilers for Lovecraft Country? Hold on one second. I'm going to try to let a second reality Herb know that it's fine. You can unmute now. It's all good. Here's the wave. Here's the wave. Yeah, he says, yay!
Yay!
We're all done now. I think that part of it kind of stems for so long, that nerd culture, comic book culture, all these sorts of cultures were kind of frowned upon and like looked down upon as like, you are a nerd, why are you into this stuff? And now that it's become popular, we're like, oh, we can talk about these things now, and now we feel like we have a voice and we're allowed to say like, hey, don't say these things about these things that have held so dear for so long. So I do get that. However, I will say that too, but the only reason why I don't widely frown upon it is because for the most part, I feel like cancel culture, what people view as cancel culture, has been doing a lot of good stuff because it's mostly been accountability culture. There are a few times where it's like, all right, that's a bit much, but that's very. It's like when we the culture. It's what is it? It is believe the victim, right?
Yes, absolutely.
99% of the time, believe the victim. Every once in a while, there's like I'm sorry for turning into Gilbert Gottfried at this particular moment. But like every once in a while, you're like, this is the one example where believing the victim outright is maybe a problem. But for the most part, we should absolutely be listening to the people who are victimized by this type of mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the difference for me is that in what I have come to perceive as cancel culture is like people hear that someone's done something wrong and immediately they just completely cut them off instead of actually addressing the problem in a productive way.
Sure.
And that's not to say that you shouldn't take into account like false apologies. Empty apologies, because that's definitely something that happens. So, like, for example, just the example that I was using, and I'll leave out all spoilers, so don't worry. Like in the case of Lovecraft Country, if something similar were to happen in the future and that creator were to make the same mistake, that's the point at which I think people should come in and be like, yo, we already told you once, now we're withdrawing your support for you. But like, it just like looking at the case of people like Jenna Marbles, it makes me so sad because these are people who actually put the work in.
Sure. I remember, that's why I was so surprised by this, because I remember watching Jenna Marbles videos years and years ago. I'm like, oh, this is good stuff. This is nice. Sorry, the Meg23 on Twitch is asking, I was asking if it was a morning show because the notification said you went live an hour ago. No, we went live so many hours ago. We went live like 7 hours ago. I can't believe 7 hours ago I went live, and I'm still here. And Chris only joined us a few hours ago and still here. So feel free to chime in and ask questions. Because we are still live, baby. No, I get that. What was I about to say? I was going to say... we were talking about Jenna Marbles and cancel culture and accountability culture. There are times, or I remember for like a really hot minute, people were trying to cancel Robert Downey Jr. because of his work in Tropic Thunder.
Oh my God.
And for like a hot minute, people who weren't around for when Tropic Thunder first came out or understood what it was. Meg23 says, my phone is late as AF. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You're here now, and that's the important thing. And like all these people were like, cancel Robert Downey Jr. Like, you didn't even bother watching the movie, did you? And to their credit, a lot of the people who have since watched the movie, like, oh yeah, I missed the point of the movie. I just heard about it and got outraged. But now that I've seen it, I understand. Okay, it's fine. And so, there are absolutely situations and occurrences where this accountability culture is trying too hard or pursuing too fast certain things. But for the most part, I found that there's a lot of things where it's like, get those people, because a lot of those people, and also get more people to a large degree. There's a lot more people that this accountability culture should be looking for.
And I was just about to say, actually, I think it's really interesting that it'll take down people who actually are now okay, like Jenna Marbles, but they'll completely glaze over certain people who've done really just like horrifyingly disrespectful things.
Yeah.
What the fuck is her name? I've like blacked it out of my head. She's a very prolific actress in our age range. Jennifer. What the fuck is her name?
I don't know. What the fuck is her name?
Silver Linings Playbook?
Oh, Jennifer Lawrence.
Jennifer Lawrence.
Continue.
Let me tell you a story about Jennifer Lawrence. So she was filming, I don't know what the fuck movie, but she was in Hawaii. And they were filming at or near like an ancient sacred site.
Okay.
And they were specifically told, like, do not sit on these rocks. Don't let your privates touch these rocks. Like, these are sacred. So what does she do?
She sits on the rock. Let me just take a blind guess. She sits on these rocks.
She itches her ass with these rocks. Do not rub your privates on the rocks. She fucking rubs her fucking ass on the rocks. Dislodges one. It rolls down the hill. The natives are like, oh my god, we've angered the ancestors. Like, this is a very serious thing, right? First of all, she doesn't fess up.
Does she say, like,
she doesn't apologize?
Why is it a big deal? Like, she didn't go on the offense on this, did she?
I don't know that she straightforwardly said, why is this a big deal? But she went on, I want to say it was the Graham Norton show. You can actually find a YouTube video of her telling this story.
Especially if it's Graham Norton. Yeah.
And she tells this story, and she gets to the part where the native Hawaiians are watching the rock roll down the hill and are freaking out because they think they've angered the ancestors, and she's laughing about it. Yeah. But no one talks about that.
See, I thought you were going to talk about Emma Stone playing a Hawaiian person in what?
That is also
that's another thing entirely. That's another thing entirely. Like,
I do think she offered a very heartfelt apology for that, though.
Yeah, I think Emma Stone. I actually worked with Emma Stone very briefly on Superbad. Because I auditioned to be a pretty big character on it. They didn't cast me, but they offered me a smaller role, and my dressing room is right next to hers. Like, I wasn't with most of the extras. I was in a dressing room right next to Emma Stone. Got to meet her, hang out with her several times, and perform for her. Like, because she found out I did magic, and I did magic for her and Michael Cera and Jonah Hill and like Bill Hader and Seth Rogen. Like, I did magic for all of them, and she was a wonderful, wonderful human being. That doesn't mean she isn't capable of terrible things. But, sorry, the Mag23 is saying this cancel culture is something else. True cancel culture. We're talking about, like, things that are actually people... there are things worthy of being canceled over. There are truly horrible things that are happening that are worthy of being canceled over. But the term itself, cancel culture... for the most part, in what I view, is blown out of proportion. Is a term being co-opted by mostly conservative media to be able to just be able to try to dismiss accountability for certain actions. Yeah. So I cannot outright agree with this cancel culture or something else. You would have to give me specific examples. But yeah, it's when. There are certainly times that people do things that you're like, that was not a right call. Don't double down. Like, don't laugh at this thing that you can't understand. Yeah. Like, imagine if, a Middle Easterner was laughing at your Judeo-Christian religions. You're like, and then you're like, how dare they laugh at my belief? Well. Turnabout is fair play. The Meg23 says, y'all are canceled, JK. I was like, yes. Yeah, sure, absolutely. You want to cancel me? I'm going to have a lot more time on my hands to finish my novel. All right.
There you go.
Have I done so? Here's the thing. If I, earlier today, I was posting on a magic board, and because I wanted more what I said at the time, female magicians, I was like, I want to do a panel, like an informal panel with a bunch of Asian magicians. If there's a female magician who's interested, please let me know, basically. I wanted either a female magician or a Chinese magician, or both together. Please let me know. And someone shot me a message saying, hey, female magician isn't the best term. I'm like, really? What do you mean? And he's like, yeah, female has a connotation of the genitalia, yada yada. Right. I was like, what should I have used? Like, woman magician was probably the better term. I was like, oh, I didn't realize. Thank you so much. And I immediately went back and changed my original post. I didn't double down and saying, what is wrong with saying female magician? I listened and I was like, you know what? Okay, I didn't understand that nuance. Thank you for telling me. Let's change it. Let's move on and improve.
Right. And that is the appropriate response. Yes,
as opposed to doubling down and saying, like, I don't understand why y'all are complaining about me using these terms. Meg23 says, Masters of Illusion is canceled for not having you on there a lot. You know what? Masters of Illusion is filming this weekend, and I will be there filming for both the regular season and the holiday special. So they are not canceled, and I am on it. They're not canceled yet. Maybe they'll be canceled for other reasons, but those reasons I don't know yet. We'll see what happens. Who knows who they invite to the set? If I see someone worth canceling over, I will let the producers know.
Cough, Ben Black, cough.
Cough, Greg Gleason, cough. Yes, continue. But Meg23 is a fan out in Florida who has been a fan of Masters of Illusion for a long time. Of me and Chipper Lowell and many, many others. And thank you for your support over the years. Yeah, if there's something worth cancelling us over, please tell us, because I will whisper directly into the ears of the people who can cancel people who aren't being appropriate.
That's how that should work.
It's funny. Sometimes people are like, who are you? And I'm like, you know what? If you don't know who I am, that's fine. I don't care if you don't know who I am. Yeah. The fact of the matter is that now I know who you are. So, because I can directly go and I can literally text Gay Blackstone right now and be like, did you hire so-and-so for this season? And she'll be like, yes or no. And then I'll find out either you did or you didn't. And then I can be like, they just said the weirdest thing to me. And she's like, let me look into that. And then we will handle it. I'm not saying that, hey, I am a god and I can do whatever I want. I'm just saying, you might think I'm not important. You know what? I don't care if you don't think I'm important. Yeah. The fact of the matter is, I know who I know.
Yeah, and also beyond that, you have the respect of who you have the respect of.
That is, yeah, that's the thing to say.
You know? In fact, I'm trying to figure out how to deal with a certain situation right now, not based on race, but certainly based on bullying, where I have two friends who I guess got angry at me for flying across the country to go do Go Big Show when I didn't feel comfortable having a picnic with them in the park. That's the face I made.
All right.
Yeah. And especially when like I wasn't exactly aware of it at the time, and I didn't have a diagnosis at the time, but I have a contamination focused anxiety that is most likely OCD. So during a pandemic, when you're asking me to go to a park on a major holiday where people go to the park and take my mask off and consume food with you, that's incredibly uncomfortable for me. You know, flying on a plane where they have HEPA filters, they're skipping seats and everybody is masked. That to me feels like a much safer situation. And I don't know, maybe it isn't, but logic isn't always involved with mental health.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
In any case, these are two people that I thought I was very good friends with. And it was the man first who just like stopped talking to me without any explanation. And then a couple months later, the girl followed. And it was actually just this past Saturday, I was watching my friend, if you know Maxine Fatal, she's an amazing Chinese burlesque performer in Los Angeles, an actress. She had her birthday show with our shared company, the Dollface Dames. The girl, actually both of them, both people who decided not to be friends with me, they had a act that they filmed together and put in this show, and they wrote my name in as like an off-screen character that they were talking shit on. Yeah. So like
That is a choice.
Mhm.
Continue.
And again, they're like airing this publicly in our shared community, our shared company, our shared space. And I know for a fact I am well respected by the burlesque variety sideshow communities. And I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with that. I could absolutely take a video of their public bullying and air it and have them both essentially canceled. I mean, it's absolutely behavior that I think is worthy of that. Especially since like over the past 7 months, since they've pulled away from me, I'm the only one who's tried to have a mature conversation about why. But like, and sometimes I wonder, is this like the passive Asian part of me? Because we are conditioned to react to stress and bullying passively. Like, is that just how I've conditioned to respond to aggression?
Yeah.
Or is that the more mature way to react? I really don't know at this point. But we are scheduled to be in the same show in May, and I'm not sure what to do with that.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know what to do with that either. Life is full of interesting situations, dichotomies, juxtapositions, and conflagration of events and personalities. I don't know how else to put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we all, meet with these situations and we don't know what to do, what to say. And part of us is like, am I overreacting to this situation or is this fully justified?
Right.
And here, there is a fine line where I think, you know how we're doing a lot of work destigmatizing mental health issues nowadays? It's a really fine line between destigmatizing racism and also punishing people for racism. I think to a degree, because racism is super systemic, I think we need to destigmatize. Like, I think we need to allow people the ability to say, oh, I was being racist and I'm sorry, and let them own it, and we can move on.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, we need to, if people double down on it, we need to be able to say, like, that's not cool.
Yeah.
And so I think to a large degree, we need to destigmatize and institutionalize racism. Because they don't know better. I don't know better. There are times when I will react to situations like, oh, that's actually rooted in racism, isn't it? Ah, that's not cool. Oh, wow, I didn't realize that. Yeah, that was just built into me.
Absolutely.
And to that degree, we all need to be able to own up to these moments where we're being racist, to understand that being called a racist is not the be-all and end-all of being a good human being.
Yeah.
And we need to move on.
Yeah.
But we also need to be able to comfortably call out people who are being racist and them not react to knowing that being a racist is the worst thing in the world. Now, if you're being, like, intentionally bigoted, if you know for a fact the words that you're saying are harming people, like, let's say, I don't know, out of, pure example, calling it the China virus, the Kung flu, that's another matter entirely. By the way, did I ever tell you, not the biggest reason why I'm opposed to the term the Kung flu, but the really, really petty reason why I'm opposed to the term being the Kung flu?
I don't think so.
Okay, so, by the way, Naftali, who's a wonderful human being and magician. Crystal Curio, you are not a part of my circle, but I had to respond with my absolute admiration about your response to bullying by people you counted as friends. I don't know if your choice to travel versus picnic was right or wrong, but I know real friends support each other in doing what makes them most at ease.
Yeah.
Wonderful thing to say, Naftali.
And can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the things that, because my response, and again, I don't know if this is because this is how I was raised to be in an Asian household, But like my response is usually to criticism of any sort to be like, oh my God, I must be wrong. Like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I like how you did like a slight kind of Asian bow with your hands clasped at that moment.
But, you know, after talking to multiple friends who are not Asian by chance or not coincidentally, I have no idea. Every single one of them told me, you don't owe anybody your physical presence. And these two people, first of all, even though I wasn't diagnosed at the time, they did recognize that I had a fear of leaving the house because they brought me things to
like
my
a
driveway.
minor agoraphobia type of situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They brought things to my driveway from 6 feet away multiple times because of it. So they knew I had problems leaving the house. And the weird thing is, before I left, the guy actually told me he was proud of me and he was going to buy me a candy bar to reward me because I was working on leaving the house.
All right.
Yeah, and then he just stopped responding to me. But in any case, multiple white friends of mine pointed out I don't owe anyone my physical presence, which I think is true. And if they were real friends, they would continue rather to be proud of me for working on my fear, working on my phobia and my mental health. And also they would support me in doing something that would not only mentally and emotionally, but financially benefit me in a time where work is scarce, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's what I have to say to that.
And Naftali says, continue to take care of yourself. Absolutely. I cannot remember what I was going to say before this.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But no, it's not your fault. It's not your fault at all. What I will say in response to that, I once had a birthday a few years ago, and usually what I do for birthdays is I love kind of hosting my birthdays. And what I will do is I will usually create like a custom cocktail menu that I will either print or project up on the wall or put on a monitor and be like, hey, this is the custom cocktail menu for my birthday party, and I will create these drinks for you. I love kind of hosting to a degree, and so I will sometimes book like suites or something nearby in the area where people can come, and it's not people showing up at my parents' place, and I will be able to still kind of host and make drinks and enjoy people's companies. And a few years ago, I was kind of chatting with this lady who seemed interested in me and was interested in me, and I was interested in her. And then at the last minute, she kind of had some issues and was not able to attend. And so she messaged me, she's like, I'm so sorry I won't be able to make it. I swear I was going to. Things happen, but look, here's a picture of me. I fully dressed up in, because I said like cocktail attire recommended, but you don't have to, because I love dressing up. And so I'm like, if you're going to show up at my thing, I would love it if you dress up. If you don't, I won't blame you, but if you do, it's nice. And so she was like, literally, I put on my nice black dress and I was going to show up, and then mental issues interceded. And I was like, I completely understand. Was I disappointed? Yeah, of course I was disappointed. I was hoping they'd make it. But also, I can't blame them or guilt them or passively aggressively, like say, well, if you really liked me, you'd show up. Like, no, of course I can't say that. It'd be a terrible, shitty, genuinely shitty thing to say.
Yep.
And so I totally get how sometimes we can't do the things we hope to be able to do. If you could just cop to it, if you could just admit, I'm so sorry. The thing I thought I'd be able to do, I can't be able to do. There's something physically or mentally restraining me from accomplishing the thing I thought I'd be able to do. Like what's his name? The guy who was just president. I can't remember his name. If he had just been able to say that ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. There are things that are interfering with me being able to respond to this properly. This, like, if he had just been able, if it weren't for the fact that he just kept on insisting on passing the buck, onto something or anything else other than himself, I would have respected him so much more.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter, though, was that he, like, honestly, if the news came out that, like, oh, by the way, folks, we've just diagnosed so-and-so with this, and that's why they acted this way, I'd be like, that explains so much. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if they'd come out with that diagnosis way before things, like Joe Biden with his stutter, you know, like, we know he struggles with a stutter and he works hard to overcome it. So when he struggles with words, I'm fine with it because he has admitted he has a problem with this. Specific translation from mental thought to physical speech. And when you own it and you admit, I have a problem with this, please bear with me while we work together through this, that's fine.
Yeah.
But for someone to insist on saying, it's not my fault. No, I'm not autistic. I'm not a narcissist. I'm not a compulsive liar. It's this person's fault. You're like, fuck you. Get the hell out of here. I have no respect for you anymore. Just own up to your problems. If you have a problem, if you have a physiological, neurological problem, that is not your fault.
Yeah.
It's not your fault.
Yeah.
Hey, in the words of Robin Williams from Good Will Hunting, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It is not your fault. But then when you refuse to accept that it could be something that is not your fault, even, that is something that has to do with you, or something that has been with you since birth, or since a certain age, then I'm like, you can't even own up to this, can you? Okay. In that case, then that is your intentional choice.
Exactly.
That is your fault.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's an interesting situation. And that's why I'm like, you know what? Joe Biden, you trip on stairs. That's fine. Because you don't admit to be perfect. You don't claim to be the strong man. You don't claim to be the savior of all of Americans. The one person who could defend us from whatever it was that the other guy. Oh God, why can't I remember his name? What was his name? Orange guy. I literally can't remember his name.
We don't need to say his name.
If only I could remember his name. If only being unable to remember his name wasn't the worst thing that could happen to a pathological narcissist. God, I can't remember his name. He literally wasn't important enough to remember. Nope, can't remember his name. It's fine. A second reality saying save your time. I actually can't remember his name. This isn't an intentional thing that I do when I try to remember his name. I said this like right after he left office. I was like, forever, I'm going to refuse to acknowledge his name. I'm going to try to refuse to acknowledge his name. There are a few times where I've like remembered his name. I'm going to try to forget his name. Because I think there's nothing worse to a pathological narcissist and compulsive liar like him than to forget his identity.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to try to forget his identity. Like anytime someone mentions his name, I'm like, who? The guy who's president. Who? The guy, Celebrity Apprentice?
I don't know.
Okay, sure, go on. I don't remember who that is, but all right, cool.
Yeah.
Naphtali says, in the words of my father, a good leader takes a little bit less than his share of the credit and a little bit more than his share of the blame. Yeah, absolutely. It was like, who was the president? Who was a wise man? Absolutely. Who was the president who had a little plaque on his desk that said the buck stops here? Oh,
I don't know. But I really enjoy your decision
Truman
when it
had a sign that said the buck stops here on his desk in the Oval Office. Sorry, continue.
Yep. No, I really enjoy your conscious decision to not acknowledge that human. I think it's something that has purposefully happened to people of color throughout history, to events that have happened to people who look like us throughout history. And especially to someone, and not to say this was his worst sin, but, just because we're both here and we're both Asian Americans, like to someone who has propagated so much hate toward Asians in the last a little bit over a year. I think someone like that deserves to be treated that way. I think they deserve their own treatment. He is a colonizer, and he deserves to feel like it feels to be forgotten.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's just so much. God, I was gonna say something about. These are being remembered that way. Oh no, my ADHD has been real bad lately. I've been a bit. Yeah, I've been worried lately. So I haven't taken medication for my ADHD for I'm gonna say 15 years.
Wow.
When I was in high school, I took medication for it. Back in 5th, 6th grade, I was diagnosed with ADHD, and they tried me on Adderall, and then, no, Ritalin. They tried me on Ritalin, and it was a terrible failure. It was so bad. And then they were like, let's try him on Adderall. Adderall worked better, and then they kept me on Adderall, and then they did Adderall XR, and then they were like, and then in high school things didn't go so well, so they took me off of Adderall. I took a year off of medication, and then my grades plummeted, and then they put me on Strattera, which is a non-stimulant ADHD medication that worked a bit better. And Naftali says, Broadway HD streaming is running Allegiance.
Ooh.
I have Broadway HD, and I will need to watch that. Yes, absolutely. And by the way,
I think my friend was in that, actually.
Yeah? Oh, I have a friend who was in that as well.
Hey.
Yeah.
Way to go. Friend.
Yes. Huh?
Was it Momo?
Yeah, it was Momo.
No.
Yeah, Momo. Momo. Yes, absolutely. It was Momo, yes. So I got to check that out. Broadway HD has been fantastic in these times. What was I saying? So I went off of medication, and then I went on to Strattera, which is a non-stimulant ADHD medication. And then I just kind of stopped taking medication because I was like, I don't want to be beholden to medication for my whole life, because at the time, this was probably 2007, 8. Still a lot of stigma on medication.
Yes.
Now there's less stigma on medication, but because I grew up in the era of stigmatization of medication, I'm like, I don't want to take medication my whole life. But I will admit, my life would I'd probably get a lot more done if I was on medication and regularly sought, therapy and things like that.
Yeah.
And yet I'm still not quite there yet. I was recently informed, right around the time that pandemic began, I got a phone call from my health insurance. They're like, hey, Nathan, how you doing? I'm like, fine. They're like, are you aware that you have Oscar Silver plan? I'm like, yes, I pay for it. They're like, did you know that comes with unlimited therapy sessions a month? And I was like, I'm sorry, what now? It's like, yeah, you can have therapy sessions, as many as you need per month. I was like, okay. They're like, how you doing? I was like, yeah, I'm fine. It's like, are you like weird, dark, depressed? You contemplating suicide a lot? I'm like, not any more than usual, which apparently is not the right response to have. To anyone who asks you contemplating suicide, the answer is not any more than usual. And they were like, all right, let me ask you a few more questions. And then I answered those questions like, yeah, you may want to call one of these. We can send you a list of people in your area who can talk to you on a regular basis because you get unlimited sessions a month. And I'm like, all right. And my response was not any more than usual. Because my ADHD brain just latches onto weird, arbitrary thoughts. It's, what my brain is kind of like? Have you seen the TV show Scrubs? You know how JD's brain does these weird, like, fantasy zoop to moments of certain things? That's very much the way that my brain works. Like, you mentioned a thing. It's like a mix between Scrubs and Family Guy with Black Mirror. Like, it's just this weird little sections of my brain going, like, what would this world be like? Or, what could happen? Or, worst case scenario is this. All these things. And so in those situations, I'm like, what I'd rather do in this moment is draw a penknife across my wrist than listen to whatever's happening right now. Like those little tiny things. Like my dad will say a thing to me and I'm like, I'd literally rather throw myself over the balcony and endure whatever's happening.
Yeah.
And to some degrees, that sounds very exaggerated. However, let me tell you this wee tiny story with my father that I've told several people who are just like, all right. So back when I was living in Vegas, I got to headline my own show. After I did Masters of Illusion, I headlined my own show at this wee tiny resort just off the strip. And in order to promote that, I decided, hey, there is this hallway that leads up into the theater. And they had these roughly 2 foot by 2 foot paintings of unicorns and Pegasi. And I think it was called the Pegasus Showrooms, and all these kind of Pegasus paintings. And I was like, oh, these are nice little paintings. What are the dimensions? And I measured them. Oh, it's just under 2 foot by 2 foot. And so I went to a website that prints promotional things. I was like, can I get a 2 foot by 2 foot foam core, not painting, but just like image? And they absolutely offered that. I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take images of me from TV appearances. And if I take two, roughly 1920 by 1080 images and stack them on top of each other and slightly crop them, that'll create a 2 foot by 2 foot image. And then across the bottom, I can say which TV appearance that was. So I printed these 2 foot by 2 foot foam core things from a professional website of me on America's Got Talent. 2 screen grabs from me on America's Got Talent. Here's 2 screen grabs of me from Penn Teller Fullest. Here's 2 screen grabs of me on Masters of Illusion, the Vegas show. And here's a giant kind of like a square image of me, just like a headshot kind of thing. And I printed those, they sent it to me, I dremeled out little holes and put magnets in them, and then I taped magnets to the backs of the photos so that I could walk up and go, ka-chuk, 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 ka-chuk. And they were literally framed in the hallway leading up to my showroom. And they looked like they belonged there. And then at the end of the show, I just go, pluck them off, and we were done. And that's what I did. And so, sorry, what were you going to say? Thank you. I thought it was quite clever. It looked really, really nice. People were like, oh, this is the Naathan Phan showroom. It's not. It's the Pegasus showroom at the resort. And I won't say their name because they kind of screwed me over, which is why I lost the contract.
No, please say their name. Now that I know they screwed you over, please say their
Alexis Park. Do not ever frequent the Alexis Park. And I say that knowing I have friends who perform at the Alexis Park now at a show called Late Night Magic. I'm sure they're doing a great job. The production company may have changed, and if that's the case, go see Late Night Magic at Alexis Park. If the company is still whatever the hell it's called, don't go to them. Whatever. Anyways, so...
Would you mind explaining how exactly they fucked you over? This is something that I'm very passionate about as a fellow performing artist and freelancer.
Absolutely. So, here's the deal. I was performing at Bally's Las Vegas 6 nights a week. With Masters of Illusion, the Las Vegas Spectacular, in the, what's the name of that theater at Bally's? The Jubilee Theater. Gorgeous, like 900-seat theater. Fantastic. 6 nights a week. We only had Monday or Tuesdays off. And I would occasionally take that Monday or Tuesday to drive back home to California, see my family, and then drive back the next day. Just in time to perform. Around the time the show was ending, I managed to secure a contract with this company called, I think it was Admit VIP was the name of the country, the company, and they had just secured a contract with Alexis Park, which was literally 3 minutes from my apartment in Vegas. It was so close. Now, the thing about Vegas is that it's not like hey kid, you got the goods, I want you to perform in this theater. It is real estate. It is pay X amount of money and you can rent this theater. And so this company was also renting out to a few other companies. Like, if you want to take the 9 to 11 slot or whatever time it was on these specific days, you can have it as long as you are in by this time and out by this time. It's all good. And I happened to be coming in right at around the time that they had a stand-up comedy show, but they were operating on the exact 2 days I wasn't operating. So as long as I was moved out by like midnight or 1 a.m., whatever time on Friday, so they could do Friday, Saturday. Then I'd come in Sunday through Friday or whatever it was. It was fine. And so that happened for about a month, and it was going just fine. And then they complained about my assistant. This person who I was very close friends with at the time, who was like helping me load in stuff, helping me sell merch, take pictures in front of the step and repeat, all that jazz.
Yeah.
And then they claimed that he had acted inappropriately or advanced himself inappropriately against a member of the staff. And the only reason why I doubted that, because I knew that while he was a bit of a player and a bit flirtatious, I'd seen his game. He never did anything he never made unwanted advances. And so to hear that he had made an unwanted advance against someone who I had seen him physically with my own eyes flirt with in person, it looked very reciprocated. I was like, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah.
So that whole situation happened. I was like, all right, fine, whatever. So without any notice, they said he is no longer allowed on the premises. The production company said this. And they said the hotel says he's no longer allowed on premises. And what's weird is that he called the premises and was like, hey, we have reports so-and-so's on the premises. Is that allowed? They were like, who? Yeah, they're not on our list of not being allowed. And so I was like, yeah, that's weird. They would say that. So,
Yeah.
But still, nonetheless, the production company said, can't have him anymore. So I had to, on 1 or 2 days' notice, find a new assistant to help me. And when I say assistant, I don't mean a lady who I saw
Right.
have. I mean someone who physically is my assistant, helps me load in the show, move props on and off the stage. Someone I physically need to do things that sometimes is pertinent to the secret and the process of what's happening.
Right.
And so, luckily I was able to find a person. I did another week or so with that person. And this was right around Christmas time, which anyone will tell you, in Vegas is when business kind of dies, because this is holiday time. You go and spend this time with your family. And
Yeah.
2 days before Christmas, I had a record number of people to show up for my show. We had to move in chairs to have these people fit in this showroom, because it's a ballroom. It's a room where people go and they dance when they're hosting events.
Yeah.
And so this happened. And so then I literally had to take a week off around Christmas time, actually around New Year's Eve. I had to take a week off from New Year's Eve, and they knew this because I was booked at the Magic Castle. And so I found someone to replace me at this theater in Vegas so that I could go perform at the Magic Castle. Talk about an embarrassment of riches, right? I was headlining my own show in Vegas and had to take a week off to go perform at the Magic Castle.
Right.
And so I went and I did this, and then, of course, I went back to Vegas. Literally, while I was at the Magic Castle, I got these emails saying, we haven't gotten proof of your insurance. I'm like, yes, you have. I have the same specialty insurance as 99% of the performance world. Do you know specialty insurance agency?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're who insure almost everybody. That's
Yeah,
who I've had
literally
since
everyone.
I've been doing children's birthday parties in 2011.
Yeah.
For ages. This insurance has been literally $1 million to $3 million policy they will cover, and they're amazing. They'll get back to you. They'll handle it.
Yeah.
This has been the insurance policy I've been using for years, and this is the insurance policy I sent to them when I signed the contract. Right around the time I was in Los Angeles, they were like, hey, this insurance policy doesn't work. Right on the tails of them kind of canceling my assistant. It's like, okay, what do you need? It's
Right.
like, we won't need insurance that says this specific wording. So I emailed this company, my specialty insurance agency, and said, hey, we need you to include this exact language. And they were like, yeah, we can do that. And they did. And I sent it to them like, nah, this doesn't work. And so I contacted an outside insurance agency, paid an extra fee to include the language they want, and they said, no, this still doesn't work. If you don't have language that satisfies our needs, we'll cancel your contract. And guess what? I was literally driving from LA to Las Vegas when I got a call from my manager saying, they canceled your contract. I'm like, why? Your insurance didn't meet their specifications? I'm like, oh, what bullshit.
Yep.
What bullshit is this? And this was coming right on the heels of me hearing that I had signed a contract with them right before some other show had signed a contract with them. And I had essentially kind of not swooped the contract out from one of them. It was like, hey, the Sunday to Friday slot is open. It's between you and this other company. I was like, all right, I'll take it. And I signed the contract. And then magically, right after they canceled my contract, this other company swooped in and started doing their shows. And I was like, if you knew you could make more money off of this company, just tell me.
Yeah.
Just tell me. I understand business. And I was still paying not only money to be there each day, but also I had a bar minimum. That's the way it works in Vegas. A lot of times you have to pay a bar minimum. It's like, if you do not sell at least $250 in a bar tab, if people who are coming to see your show don't buy $250 worth of booze, whatever they don't buy, you're responsible for. And so what I should have done, and now looking back in it, I know what the right call is to do, is that because I get a discount on my bar tab and people coming to see my show don't, I should have just bought free drinks for people. Because if I get a 20% discount on my drinks, I could have bought $250, actually $350 worth of free drinks for people that I would have wound up paying for anyways. And then I would have had the goodwill and the optics of having bought $300 worth of drinks for people. So, looking forward, now I know that's the way to go. Anyways, and so all this stuff happened, and they wound up canceling my contract, literally canceling my contract. This isn't canceling, this is literally actually canceling my contract. And so I went from, headlining my own show in Vegas directly to performing at headlining at the Magic Castle to not having those things. And it was just very, very interesting. That's what happened to me in Vegas. So there's this one place that I'm like, if you have a good contract with them or with a different alternate company, by all means, sign with them. But this one place and this one company together, bad combination.
Yeah.
Don't do it. And it's not a petty thing. It's genuinely not a petty thing. They did not do things well.
Yeah, and that's something that's really common. It unfortunately, people just don't know how to have good business ethics. I think you probably know, for 3 years, pretty much almost, from 2017 to 2020, early 2020, I was working at Beetle House, Los Angeles.
Yeah. Oh no! Did bad things happen?
So many bad things.
Oh no! Beetle House, for people who don't know what Beetle House is, please tell them what Beetle House is.
So Beetle House Los Angeles is a Tim Burton themed bar and restaurant, realistically. But they will tell you that it is a horror or Halloween themed restaurant that appreciates the Tim Burton aesthetic.
Okay. That is some grade A bullshit if I've ever heard it, but yes, continue.
Yeah. And I mean that honestly, your statement just then kind of sums up my experience with them. So I am the president of a company called Freak Show Deluxe. I am the president of the Los Angeles chapter, to be specific. Freak Show
Not
Deluxe
offended
is a
you've
company.
never asked me to perform for Freak Show Deluxe, not in the slightest. Whatever, continue. sorry, continue.
Actually, to be fair, you have worked for us.
Was it the Valentine's Day show?
I don't think it was a Valentine's show. That was before I started working with Freak Show Deluxe, but I did hire you both. It was a Halloween show. It was a corporate thing at it was like Universal City.
Yes, Universal City. Yeah. They needed. It was like not quite a Dios de los Muertos kind thing, but it was
right.
They wanted some kind of that. Yes, that's right. You did refer me for that, so I technically did. You did book me for that.
Yeah.
You did refer my name because it was me and Dan Sperry. I was the strolling magician, and Dan Sperry was like the stage magician for that. Yes, that is right. I remember that. That was an intense because I drove from Orange County up to LA to do that event, and on the way back down, and then immediately went straight from there back to Orange County to perform at Teatro Martini while removing my makeup. And yes, okay, yes.
You know what's funny is I had a similar experience when I went to go perform that same night at that same event. I was coming straight from another one with completely different makeup and costume.
Yep.
So funny.
Anyways, so sorry, I didn't mean to passive-aggressively derail this train.
No. So I am president of a company called Freak Show Deluxe. We specialize in carnival sideshow, carnival style sideshow entertainment. And we were hired by Beetle House to run their sideshow entertainment. Within the first 6 months, 5 to be specific, we are very particular about our contracts. We make sure that everything we do, we have a contract for, and it is our contract.
As well you should, because people will fuck you over if you don't. Yes. Continue.
And myself and our other Los Angeles manager, who also happens to be an Asian woman.
Who's this?
Her name is Joey Dynamite.
I don't know her. Okay, continue.
Yeah, she's mostly not. She's not super active independently. She pretty much just works with us. Adorable, wonderful, intelligent Filipino woman. Yeah, I miss her too. So we both were there watching the owner sign our contract. We watched him read it. We watched him sign it. In less than 6 months, the first instance our contract came up, he tried to say it didn't exist.
What?
And once we sent a photocopy to the general manager, he was like, "Oh, well, I didn't sign it, but it was his signature alone." He was like, "It was my partner who signed it."
Who could forge your signature exactly? All right. Fine, right.
And then when that apparently, I don't know, he felt weird about that. He was like, "Well, our third partner left, so the contract isn't valid anymore," which was funny because, yeah, exactly. My roommate is right over there. She's also angry. She's also gotten fucked over by this company.
Good. I don't know who this is, but good.
Yeah. Her name is Vita Devoid. She's an amazing burlesque and sideshow performer.
I pay her to say that.
Don't believe her.
Why haven't either of you performed at my online open mic on Mondays?
We're depressed.
Okay, never mind. That's fine. That's a legitimate reason. I won't. That's fine. Then I won't press anymore. Because I feel that more than you can understand. Yes.
And like before I move on with my story, like so many kudos to you for making that thing happen every week. I could never fucking do that. I couldn't. I don't have the energy.
Honestly, it's the object permanence that happens to us ADHD people. It's like, if I decide this is my reality now, if this is my reality now, I can't deny that, and it just happens, and I do it. There's so many times when I do things, like I will wake up just so depressed, but my friend's like, "Hey, you want to go on a walk with us in an hour?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Can't make my life any worse." And then I go for a walk, and my life is a little better for it. Yeah, sure. Like, it doesn't cure my depression, but it doesn't make it any worse either. Like, I just do it. I just accept it, and I do it. But if you ever, either one of you two ever want to come and contribute your acts to the Monday thing, please come and do. It is genuinely a lot of fun, and I provide you footage of the act. So I mean, all I do is I just record it on StreamYard like I'm doing now, and then come and do it. The only thing that happens that if I'm broadcasting on Twitch or on YouTube and it's copywritten music, then they yell at me from like, hey, you use copyrighted music. But otherwise, I'm like, screw you, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, you're yelling at me for using a copywritten music while someone's expressing their soul? Fine, whatever, yell at me. Kick me off of Twitch forever, whatever. Fine. Sorry, what were you saying? But before that, what were you saying, Crystal? You were talking about being screwed over. But
just to review, he tried to deny the contract existed. He tried to say that his partner signed it instead of him. And then he tried to say that because his third partner had left their business, that it was no longer valid contract. The best part about that third one is that when we wrote the contract and when he signed the contract, we had no idea there was a third partner. His name wasn't even in it. Yeah.
It's like doing a deal with the Justice League and not knowing Batman was a part of it, and like Batman left, and you're like, who? I just thought it was you and Wonder Woman. Like, what the hell is this other bullshit? I don't know what this is about.
Yeah. And it continued to be that way because, I mean, first of all, he never communicated the terms of that contract to his general manager or to his other partners.
Second reality says we can talk about a loophole for the music that might help with Twitch. Herb, we're going to talk about this later. Keep it in mind. I'm going to let Crystal continue with her story. Continue.
So within the first 5 months, we have an exclusivity clause, which basically is to protect our company's reputation, which I'm sure you can understand.
Yeah.
Any and all sideshow or circus type entertainment should be handled through us. So like if we are providing only sideshow entertainers and you want a specific, say, magician, like let us know and we will manage that performer for you, but it must be through us, right? It's pretty standard. There was and then secondarily, there was a conversation that I had with the general manager at the time where I didn't even ask. He just volunteered the information that since Halloween season is coming up, if we should get a special event, we will pass that special event rate down to you. Right? Which is pretty normal, right? You are maybe a normal like restaurant, but during a holiday season, someone rents out the space, a corporation rents out the space for a corporate party.
Okay.
We're going to make more money and you're going to make more money, right?
Okay, yeah, all right.
Because I mean, what you would charge at a corporate event is more than what you would charge at like, say, a 3 to 5 day a week.
Don't tell people that.
Well, I mean, it's not even a secret, right? Because it's like if you're getting regular work, you're going to take a lower rate for regular work. If you're
I'm not going to charge a family to book me for their personal private event as I am for IBM for booking me for the same amount of time.
Yeah.
Fact. Yes.
But even beyond that, like if someone is offering you 5 days of work a week versus 1 day a year, those are going to be different rates, right? But in any case, so this was information, again, that the general manager volunteered to me. I didn't ask for it. The first special event comes up. They ask for a quote, and I send them one, and it's discounted. It is generously discounted.
Yeah.
And the GM messages me, and he says, the owner is upset. He's calling your boss right now. We need a lower rate.
What?
So,
all right.
Yeah. So I wait for, them to finish their call, and I talk to my boss, and he's like, give him an extra this amount off. And I revise the quote, and I send it in, and they get even more angry. And they're like, no, you're going to work for your normal nightly rate. Except, in fact, we're so angry about it that we're not even going to give you that option anymore. We're going to say, you're not working this event. We're going to break our exclusivity and we're going to hire someone else in. And then it gets even worse. And they try to poach multiple of our performers that we brought in.
Oh.
Yeah.
You motherfuckers.
So
yeah. Naftali says, wow.
Yeah.
That is, yes, accurate. Wow. Yes.
So while this is all happening, we're also coming up on Halloween season, right? And Halloween night. This is a Halloween-themed restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
So I ask.
That's a premium night. That is we literally, as entertainers, attach premium fees to specific holidays and specific events of the year.
Right.
I was literally
right.
told to stay home.
And
I was so pissed.
Yeah. And I don't know about you. I'll volunteer this information. On Halloween night, I'm making minimum $1,000 for maybe a 5 to 10 minute act. One.
Yeah,
one single,
absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, if it's Halloween or depending on what act it is, what day of the year, but on nights for New Year's Eve, Halloween, Thanksgiving, any federal holidays and above that. Hold on a sec. I'm getting a little notice that say we're having trouble streaming to Facebook. This might be an issue on Facebook's end. Who knows? Maybe we went too long, or maybe we have said things that are indelicate. Who knows what's going on? But they're just letting us know we're having trouble streaming to Facebook. All right, continue. Continue talking. But yeah, on specific nights, we absolutely charge more.
Yeah. So on this premium holiday, especially for a sideshow performer, where Halloween is when we're specifically sought out, I simply asked. I did not demand. And I feel so comfortable with this. I will share the screenshot with you if you would like. I asked if the bar or restaurant makes more than a normal night. If you are more successful monetarily, is there any way we can give a bonus or, take a similarly parallel percentage extra for our performers who are working for, and I didn't say this, but a ridiculously cheap rate, for a holiday. And the owner's response to that was absolutely not. In fact, don't come in on Halloween. Don't send anyone in. We're going to, break exclusivity and hire someone else in. And if you ever ask for any kind of a raise or bonus again, we're going to fire you. And then...
Hold on 1 second. It looks like our stream got ended on Facebook because I think we broke 8 hours, which I guess is the end of the limit. We're going to restart this stream on Facebook really, really quickly and across YouTube and Twitch. So bear with us 1 moment, folks. We're going to restart this stream and I'm going to resend the link to you so you can rejoin and we're going to continue more about this. But give us 1 moment, folks. We're going to restart this. Hold on.